Welcome. We're going to start our morning together with a land acknowledgement from Monique Verdun.
Halito, bonjour, buenos dias, good morning. I just learned this, guten Morgen. Welcome to Bolbuncha. I know some of you may have been told, welcome to New Orleans, but I'd just like to remind you that you are in Bolbuncha, which is Choctaw for place where many languages are spoken. And so we're all coming from many different places around the world today, speaking many different languages, and just want to acknowledge my ancestors and all of your ancestors who made it possible for us to be in this room together today on this land here at so-called Tulane University. But it's been called many other things over time. And many people have lived here. So just want to acknowledge, I'm supposed to be doing a land acknowledgement, but I want to do a river acknowledgement, actually. Because if it was not for the Mississippi River, we would not be here on the lands of Bolbuncha. So incredibly grateful for that mighty river that is hard for us to see being here. But yeah, also this has been the home of my ancestors, the Homa, the Shitamacha, the Atakapa, the Choctaw, the Biloxi, the Akolapisa, the Washa, Shawasha, the Shapatulas, the Bayugula, and many names of nations that have been forgotten and erased. And I also want to draw attention to the fact that we are standing upon old plantation lands, and that there was a man by the name of Etienne de Bourret who is credited as being the first to granulate sugar and make it a commodity that has changed this landscape. And all of the lives of the people who were enslaved to work on the plantation, that this land, and in the surrounding area, the survival and the spirit and what you all, I feel, have been seeing and experiencing in this place would not be possible for all of the hard work and not giving up and keeping moving forward, even in dark times. And I feel that we are in kind of dark times here in the Delta at present, and I am grateful for all of the light you're bringing, and grateful for this conversation that we will all be able to have together today. So, thank you, Mississippi River, for bringing us all together. And I'm gonna hand this over, and let's get started.
Good morning. I'm Rebecca Snedeker, and I'm the Executive Director of the New Orleans Center for the Gulf South. And on behalf of the center, we welcome you to Tulane University and New Orleans and Bolbuncha and this land that we're on, built by the river and its sediment. We've gathered together for the opening day of a week-long adventure, the Anthropocene River Campus, the Human Delta. I want to thank our colleagues at the Haus der Kulturen der Welt and the Max Planck Institute for the History of Science, Berlin, for this transformative organizing experience, and for entrusting us to meet you and the spirit of the project for the culmination of your river study. We're happy and relieved to be with you in person after months of flattened faces and defined time zones. And we can now hold hands and experience this world from a unified setting, the mouth of the river. We continue this river journey that you envisioned in and around southern Louisiana, our beloved and troubling dance floor this week. And this unified setting is our own temporal university of sorts, where we'll carry on together in new ways during this week and beyond. We welcome everyone from upstream and around the world that is joining us today. I want to thank also the Dean of the School of Liberal Arts, Brian Edwards, and Mark Davis of Tulane Bywater Institute and for their teams for believing in the potential of this gathering, and our team, Grace, Denise, Regina, and many more. And finally, to the Wunderbar Together initiative. Through this collaboration, we've lived into the German-American friendship, not only by learning more about our shared histories, but also forging new beats in the story today. And I want to welcome our Assistant Director, Denise Frazier, back from maternity leave and her journey into motherhood. Yes. She's rejoining us today. She's also been on a journey for the past 2 days with the Slave Rebellion reenactment, tracing the path of the enslaved rebels who fought for freedom across the land upriver, which was formerly known as the German coast and is now often called Cancer Alley or the Chemical Corridor, from one pilgrimage to another. Haus and Max Planck have been on an adventure, this international and truly interdisciplinary Anthropocene project, since 2013. And it was only last December when Denise and I got a visit from our dear colleagues Andy Horowitz and Amy Lesson, inviting us to be the host organization of this project. They explained that these German groups were funding field stations from up and down the river, and that everything was going to culminate in a week-long experience in November, and that everyone was studying the Anthropocene, which was a word I had heard but wasn't sure what it meant. And it sounded transformative and sort of like summer camp, which I'm continuously trying to recreate in my life. So I'm really excited to be here today for the start of that. It's helping us at the center live into our mission. We aim to create immersive, accelerating learning experiences that are grounded in our surroundings and relate the local to the global. And when we do this dance of exchange with people who aren't from here, we think about this long history of people coming here and giving things and taking things. And many of us wondered, what could we learn from this project? What will it give our communities? And what would our stories help someone from anywhere else? There's a lot of history that we learn about here that took place over the past 300 years since colonization. But we've been trying to sort of stretch beyond the colonial bookends into a longer timeline, a planetary timeline. And this project has really held us in that way. And it's as if like a foundation or new dance floor has risen up, that everything that we're thinking about and working on and trying to understand can dance on. Here in Louisiana, geology is most frequently used to serve oil and gas extraction and storage, and hyper-capitalist profits of mega national corporations who really control the river more than the city does. And we wondered, how could we capture the earth sciences as a means to other ends? And how can we plumb and core the cultural implications of planetary change by reading our surroundings with people from upriver and other places? How can we take soundings, dipping into new methods for learning together about how to better manage our relationship to the planet? And across and through, what languages would we use? There's our German-English translations. We are grateful to everyone, or so many, for speaking English. We hope other languages are spoken this week a lot too. We're crossing geographical settings and vantages, and we're coming from disciplines and forms of knowledge and intelligence and listening to one another and hearing each other across these narratives and methods. And we're trying to forge new methods for knowledge production that meet the demands of our times, something I hope we'll hear more about from Bernd. We chose to rise to the occasion of receiving the project and with colleagues channel it into its new form here this week with you all. And we're all co-creating this together. So whenever we worry about what might have worked or not worked logistically, sometimes I would just look up someone's name and just be in awe of all of you who are gathered. When I imagine the river and its story, I think about the earth opening and the rifts that happen where the channel exists. And it's making me think of like a heart opening and some of the heartbreak that can happen when a heart opens. And so I've just been relating this space where the river runs through as a heartbreak and as a heart opening. And I think that's something I'm going to be thinking about while we spend time together this week. It can be like a quake or a rupture in our lives, like a pilgrimage with a river running through it. For all of you who are here for the day, we welcome you to join our evening public programming throughout the week. And we'll all be together on Saturday at Festival, which is a celebration at a studio in the woods, to be outdoors together all at once. And we're hoping for beautiful weather on that day too. So now I'm going to pass this over to Christoph Rosal for his introductory remarks.
A very warm welcome also from my side, and thanks to you, Rebecca, to Denise and Grace and everyone who was involved here for having us, for hosting this event, for the great spirit and all the energy you've put into that. And thank you all for coming out today for what we will hope is the start of a very ambitious and fantastic and insightful week. My name is Christoph Osol. I'm a researcher at the Max Planck Institute for the History of Science as well as the Haus der Kulturen der Welt. And it's in this capacity as a go-between between these two institutions that I'm involved in the whole Anthropocene programming that started in 2012 and of which the Mississippi project is probably the most ambitious or bodacious event so far. And I'm very happy that all of you are here and help us making this ambitious project come to fruition and have a wonderful experience. 3 days ago, 3 canoes on the banks of the Mississippi River near the French Quarter arrived. New Orleans is a last stop on a journey down the entire length of the river, in canoes but also by road, before this 3 months Anthropocene River journey will be winding up with another 92 miles of paddle from out here to Venice in the current Birdfoot data just before land ends. Later this morning we will hear more about the incredible experience of traveling down this river from those who have actually done it. The initiator and chief guide of the river semester program, Joseph Underhill, his wonderful students from Oxford University, 2 fabulous guides from the outfitter Wilderness Inquiry, as well as Monique. But here it will be my task to just very briefly outline in what way this Anthropocene River journey provides just a connecting element of a bigger and network project that now finds its culmination in the Anthropocene River Campus, which we are launching today with this program. Just like here for the campus in New Orleans, the Anthropocene River journey made several stops along its way, visiting multi-day events programmed by 5 different field stations. These field stations were basically interdisciplinary teams of researchers, artists, and local community members who together developed a framework of researching and engaging with a set of situated and locally nested issues and concerns, issues that foreground distinctive characteristics of the Anthropocene in the region under considerations, from the headwaters down to Natchez. Sorry, it's not showing the slides. Meanwhile, a separate program line called the Anthropocene River Field School engaged in a site-based research of what they've called quotidian Anthropocenes, both in a series of online seminars and at 2 local field campus events in St. Louis and New Orleans. The project, headed by Scott Knowles and Kim Fortune, is part of an ongoing initiative to engage with Anthropocene transformations in their local, affective, and day-to-day form from a science and technology studies perspective. Now, as the canoeists of the river semester and the companion river fellows, project participants from near and afar who joined the river journey in its various segments, as they were paddling and driving down the Mississippi River Valley, each of the field stations put on a public event, inviting the canoeists, the local publics, and friends to pick the fruits of 1 year of research and organization. That's it. Thank you. So here we are in mid-November of 2019 with 1,000 new impressions from a long journey still fresh in the memories of quite many who are present here. And what we want to do today is to share and reflect on these impressions with you as we go up the river in chronological reverse and against the flow, from south to north, to recontour and tie together the places, stories, and temporal manifestations of what amounts to no less than an Anthropocene river. I hand now over to Katrin.
Good morning as well, a warm welcome from my side, a welcome in 3 chapters. So it's my purpose now to give you a little bit of knowledge what the motivation behind this project was. I'm Katrin Klingern, I'm curator at the HKW, House of World Cultures in Berlin, since 2012, conceiving and producing Anthropocene-related projects. And the one we are sitting in, basically, is one in this framework. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. In the time taken to pronounce the 4 syllables of the word Mississippi, one can determine the length of 1 single second. As such, the idiomatic usage of the word, as Nick Hood, our American colleague, taught us at the very beginning of the project, is an attempt to keep time during childhood games or roughly calculate the distance of a thunderstorm. Each iteration between lightning and thunder, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, being deemed a good approximation for a mile of distance between observer and storm. What does it mean to use a single second to perceive something like a thunderstorm? How does it operate as a way of measurement that produces meaning, even if only playfully? Every culture finds ways like this to conceptualize the universe, sometimes playfully and sometimes quite profoundly. In these cases, an abstract idea is assigned to a perceivable world. The one weather event, for example, became an idea, a general type, something that could be applied to other similar weather situations and therefore becomes transformed into a tool that aids our broader understanding of the world around us. Abstraction made it possible to share knowledge about random relationships with other people not directly present, in order to witness and experience one and the same event over generations, over geographic distances, building the many human cultures we know today. The Mississippi River Project is an experimental undertaking that tries to negotiate these epistemic demands of knowing by learning how to read planetary changes in a particular landscape, in our case, the vast Mississippi River system. The project seeks to create a new set of knowledge practices through the exploration of the Anthropocene as it is on site. The idea is to make the iconic landscape of the Mississippi River Valley legible as a critical zone of human-environment interaction. It is therefore, above all, a collaborative learning experiment to understand the Mississippi River as a composite of storied space, emblematic in the way it grounds the global transition into the Anthropocene in its local specificity. It works through the complex way in which histories, ecologies, technologies, and worldviews have organized and collided to shape the entire Mississippi River system. And many of these explorations you will get introduced during the day today. Landscape in the Anthropocene can, by definition, uphold neither the idea that landscape is something to be gazed upon, something far away and not intrinsically part of human existence, for better or for worse. It is not a landscape out there, a nature untouched by human habitation, nor it is something mere a product of human efforts to recreate heaven on earth. Indeed, it plays a dual role as both the foreground and background of planetary life for humans and everything else on Earth. In the book from 1989, The Lure of the Local, writer, art critic, activist, and curator Lucy Lippard, who grew up in New Orleans in the 1940s. She explores how we produce the landscape and how the landscape affects our lives by weaving together cultural perception, history, geography, and art to provide an examination of our multiple senses of place. She says, if labor is the mediator between nature and culture, as Marx says in Capital, landscape is the product of labor in the synthesis, resting somewhere between the two. Here, the vernacular element is specifically interesting, finding connections between land and people and what people do there. So the reading of an Anthropocenic landscape has to consider the co-evolutionary, technological and multi-species dynamics, feedbacks and ensembles, and how they come together to form what a landscape could be. However, this complex way of looking at landscape poses a number of issues with how research should be done. In order to understand and act in Anthropocenic landscapes, novel forms of collaboration and bottom-up research approaches are required if we are to successfully navigate the critical spaces of knowledge practices that enable us to make sense of them. Generally, new models and practices of research and education need to be developed, replacing the circulation of outdated categories with the lived experience of connecting the many dots and scales of the Anthropocene world. And much about it you will hear in Bernd Scherer's and Jürgen Renn's introduction later on. Naturally, the ambitious undertaking of Mississippi and Anthropocene River is only possible because of the admirable commitment and generosity of numerous individual researchers, artists, activists, institutions, and initiatives here in the US, in Germany, and elsewhere. But this is not in name alone. What is important for any Anthropocene curriculum for the future is that it is planetary and collaborative, taking into consideration the way many locals fit into this planetary scale crisis that all humans are now facing. Collaboration of all types is key, and this project had made it even clearer and more resonant than ever. It is an honor and equal challenge to work in and with this project, as it is transformative, and this is by all means always when it's collaborative. I would like to thank everyone who participated in this engagement and took it up, and I really look forward for many more meaningful, playfully Mississippi seconds throughout the coming week. And I as well would like to especially thank and as well introduce my colleagues who are present here in the room. Kalina Jose, where is Kalina? I can't see her. So there are several colleagues here who came with us here to New Orleans. It's Kalina, it's Anna Kowalkowska, it's Nelly Wagner, it's Mira Witte, it's Fiona Shipwright, it's Johanna Schindler and Nikud. And there are many more in Berlin, and it might be that some of them are listening right now to the live stream of it. And I really would like to thank those who are in Berlin and who really worked so hard to get this done. And I would like to give the applause to them. And here is, I pass over to Maria Wilke.
Good morning, everyone. Dear Brian Edwards, dear Rebecca Snedeker, dear Bernd Scherer, dear Jürgen Renn, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the German Federal Foreign Office, I want to welcome you all here at Tulane University in New Orleans for the Anthropocene River Campus, Human Delta. We are indeed very, very proud that the project Mississippi and Anthropocene River is part of the Wunderbar Together initiative, the year of German-American friendship, which began in October 2018 and will come to a close at the end of 2019. With more than 2,500 events and close to 1.6 million participants in all 50 states, we have strengthened the transatlantic dialogue between our civil societies on important global issues, such as migration, climate change, sustainability, justice, digital transformation, and access to arts and culture. During our campaign, our goal was to reach out to people across the United States, not only in the big cities, along the coasts, but also in the heartland. Wunderbar Together is the biggest German public diplomacy campaign to date, initiated and funded by the Federal Foreign Office, carried out by the Goethe Institute, and supported by the Federation of German Industries. What really made Wunderbar Together such a wonderful experience and incredible success were the 368 transatlantic partners and the people who were involved. During the last year, a wide range of events took place, like the ongoing Hans Hake exhibition in the new museum in New York City, student exchange projects like Ambassadors in Sneakers, which dealt with human rights issues in the US and Germany, a US tour of the techno marching band Meute, German Digital University for Kids by the Goethe Institute, or an oral history project by the German Immigration Center and GHI Washington, to name but a few. I'm also personally thankful for the great cooperation with the Goethe Institute, the Haus der Kulturen der Welt, and the Max Planck Institute, as well as all the involved partners. And I'm very grateful that I had the opportunity to take part in the Midway meeting of the Anthropocene River Project in St. Louis. I learned so much from the discussions and excursions that took place there. What Wunderbar Together is really about are the connections that were made or fostered, be it on a personal or organizational level. What really mattered was the enthusiasm, the creativity, the dedication of individuals who have chosen to work together, even on difficult and controversial issues. What I learned was that we do not always have to agree, but we must understand that only together we can solve many of today's global issues, such as ecological crises or questions of social and racial justice, because everything is connected, and so are we. I wish everyone an interesting, insightful, thought-provoking week, and of course, lots of fun. And I'm very much looking forward to listening and learning from you all. Thank you very much.
I'm going to share a very overview of today, our opening day. The main actor, of course, is the Mississippi River, and this morning we'll listen and learn about the river by first exploring the idea of the Anthropocene, and then receiving perspectives that relate to a geomorphological standpoint. And then we'll move to learning about the river journey, which took place through the River Semester program. This afternoon is dedicated to the 5 field stations that have been working throughout the year, and there'll be reports from representatives of each field station sharing their offerings, sharing reflections on their methods, and we've invited people to respond to their presentation so that we can continue to have a dialogue that crosses geographical perspectives and crosses different disciplines. And now it's my pleasure to introduce Bernd Scherer to describe his vision for the Anthropocene project that started in 2013, and then Jürgen Ruth. And the thing I want to share about these gentlemen is their zest for, I saw. We're just gonna think about that for a second. Thank you. Hello, that's right. we've decided that everything that happens with tech is just a moment for reflection on the extraction of these minerals and their use in our lives. And, and I'll take this moment to say that I just had 4 transformers fall on my car a week ago during a mild storm. And my daughter and I were trapped in our house. It's just anything that happens related to these technologies. Let's think about the materials that create them, the inventiveness and problem solving that went into imagining them, and our ability to actually just be in the same place, enjoying each other with whatever comes. Okay, back to my introduction. In St. Louis, we had opportunity to all be on one really long swing. We got to a special place. Does anyone in St. Louis know the name of the place? In Granite City. And we, about 10 of us swang together. And it was is it a parambola? I know there's a scientist here. This shape of just curving back and forth together. And I was lucky to be next to Bernd, and he was so delighted. And I thought, how wonderful that we can have leaders, and Brian is this way too, that experience the world in this way. So please help me welcome Bernd.
Is it working? Okay. Yeah, technology. Yeah, it has been really a transformative experience these last 7 years, I must say, since we started the Anthropocene project in 2012 in Berlin, together with the Max Planck Institute, and I'm really grateful to Jürgen Renn that he went all the way with me on this journey. And of course, Katrin, she mentioned that already, Christoph, they were all there right from the beginning. So it was right from the beginning also a social enterprise. And I'm really grateful that so many people who were sharing their views, their experiences on this way up to now are here in this room. Thanks to all of you. And I'm, of course, very pleased and also grateful to Tulane University, to Brian, who supported us, Rebecca, who supported us here, but also to the many people working on the field stations and doing this trip with us. It has been a journey. It has been a really transformative journey, at least for me. And my journey started up north in Minnesota, directly after the Lake Itasca. We started to canoe. I was canoeing for the first time in my life, I must say. But I thought this is a unique experience I should not miss. Minnesota, the name says it's a land where the sky reflects in the water. It's this land where the sky reflects in the water. And canoeing in the water was going through the image of the sky, being in the water at the same time. The water has these incredible sensorial qualities which draws you to it. We all went swimming in spite of the cold at that time. I thought I'd never go into this water because it's so freezing there. But the attraction of the water was so strong that it really draws you into it. And canoeing through the water over there was also canoeing where on the left and the right side of the water you had wild rice. You saw the fishes in the water. And basically, these are the food for the Ojibwe tribe living there at the water. So, besides traveling on the water and experiences all this, we also met people over there. I start with this. I'm not good in names. She is Crazy Horn. She is a Dakota woman, and talking with her, she told us what the Mississippi means to her and to her people. The Mississippi means, she said, it's for us the tree of life. And when you look at the shape of this Mississippi, it really looks like a tree. And it's a tree of life in many ways. When women are pregnant and give birth to their children, they go to a specific place at the water. But we spoke not only to Dakota people, we spoke also to him, Frank Bibot. He is an attorney, but at the same time, he is a member of the Ojibwe tribe. And he says, what is the Mississippi? That Mississippi is a small creek. I mean, he is not relevant for us at all. For us, the real center of the universe is the Leech Lake. So he showed us maps where the Leech Lake was really at the center, and you could see how the world is built around the Leech Lake. So what you encountered here are two different cosmologies in a sphere of about 200-300 kilometers from each other. And they are based, both of them, on the river, on the experience with the water. Then what we encountered, speaking to these people, was the new project. What you can see here is the pipeline number 3. And you see how this pipeline number 3, which is going from White Earth to Fun to the Superior over there, is just crossing through this land, which is the ground for these people, which is really the land which they need for their purpose, with the water on it. So you can see only on the image already what kind of violence intervention this pipeline number 3 is. And pipeline number 3 brings in a different temporality into this whole picture. Pipeline number 3, because brings the oil to the lakes from Canada. And as you probably all know, America by now is an oil country. And when we have breakfast, we use this kind of materials. They are oil-based materials. So when you start thinking about this, you can see to which extent the oil becomes transformative for this society. And when I speak, when I said there is a different temporality, what I mean is with the oil, the deep time comes into our societies, the deep time of the earth. And what the 20th century is doing, and the concept of the Anthropocene is referring to, is that the transformation of this deep time of the planet into our time, really this kind of density of energy and of time, which creates this acceleration of the 20th century, the mobility by planes, by cars, and so on, and transforms our society. This deep time of the planet is, so to say, the driver of the situation we are in, and is one of the major characteristics of the Anthropocenic age. It's the fossils which were developed by the planet over millions of years, which we translate then in our human time, which provides us with this energy which becomes transformative, not just for parts of the planet, but for the whole planet. And this exactly is at the heart of the Anthropocene thesis, as I would explain it, that humans in the 20th century, 19th, 20th centuries develop instruments, technologies with which they can transform the whole planet. They do not only intervene here and there in the planet, but are transformative for the whole planet. And this has, of course, a lot of consequences. And I would like to speak especially about what this means for technology on the one side and for knowledge on the other side. Because the developments of the Anthropocene are basically scientific, knowledge-driven technological processes. What do I mean with this? Science and the humanities in the past were already, of course, from time to time transformative, but basically were means to understand the world, to analyze the world. In the 20th century, they became more and more means to create new realities. And I give you one example in which way the sciences transform, so to say, our environments. What was very important in the mid of the 20th century was the Green Revolution, how to feed people. And the answer for this was synthetic fertilizers. And these synthetic fertilizers, these technologies, were built, so to say, on theories by physics, chemistry, biology, geology. The theories have two characteristics. On the one side, they are universal, and on the other side, they are abstract. And these two aspects play a major role, because the universal drivers, knowledge drivers of these technological transformations had as a result that for local problems of famine, of hunger, and so on, universal solutions were created, like synthetic fertilizers. Because the theories of physics, chemistry, biology, they are abstract, what people did is they created defined boundary conditions. Boundary conditions are really the gap between the abstraction of the theories and the concrete situations. And if you do not reflect on the boundary conditions of the theories, you create unintended side effects. These unintended side effects, for example, as far as fertilizers are concerned, are the chemical materials which later on are transformative for the soils the farmers were working on. So you can describe to some extent the experience of the 20th century and of the Anthropocene as a history of unintended side effects. For example, nuclear waste is such an unintended side effect. You wanted to provide power to the people by nuclear energy, and you have nuclear waste as a side effect, which was originally not, so to say, in the focus of the development. So these are the driver, natural science or natural science knowledge-driven technologies which provided universal answers to local problems, which created, so to say, the anthropocenic situation we are in. So how to change that? What to do in this situation where we are confronted with climate change, we are confronted with the contamination of our soils, and so on. The proposal is to transform, so to change, so to say, the perspective of the knowledge economy, and to make, so to say, the end of the line, in this case, the farmer or the consumer, the start of the line. Look at the people, or take the people who are affected by the developments as the experts for their environment, and start with them. And taking people like Crazy Horn, or taking people like Frank Bibot as, so to say, the starting point, and ask from their perspective what kind of knowledge we need to transform their environments in the way they would like it. So not anymore to create universalistic solutions for local problems, but to create a different kind of perspective. Look from the local contexts, from the knowledge of the people on the ground, what kind of knowledge of these experts are helpful to be transformative for their situation. And I come to the last slide. What that would mean is to transform consumers, which are the end product of the line in the first slide I showed, where, of course, the capitalist economy is using, so to say, the universal approach of the sciences to scale up production. For them, it's really great not just to produce 1, 2, 10 items or 100 items, but to produce millions of items for the whole globe. So in this case, really, universal knowledge goes very well with the upscaling in capitalist economies. Here, what the proposal is to put the consumer, which is the end product, because this first line is not consumer-driven, but supply-driven. So the industry creates artificial desires, interests for consumption. Now we turn the whole picture around, make the consumer the starting point, and having him in the center and ask him, what kind of life, what kind of environment do you want? And doing this means to transform him from a consumer to a citizen who is deciding about what kind of life he and or she in her community wants to pursue, what kind of environments he or she would create. And what is interesting in this context is that new media, the digital technologies, originally were exactly meant as kind of instruments for social interaction. And of course, they got appropriated then by the big companies. I think the challenge is to reread, so to say, these social-based technologies, which are the digital technologies, to use them in order then to reconnect these individual new citizens in order for what we are doing here on the ground, for new ways of knowledge production, for new ways of world creations. And I invite you all for this process. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Bernd. But I first of all would like to thank our local host, Rebecca, Brian, all the many friends that have made this possible, Christoph and Katrin. So it's wonderful to be here in a company of which many have become friends. It has felt like we have been on a long journey together. And it's wonderful to meet you all here back again. So I have a specific task. I have the task to talk a little bit about the Anthropocene concept and to examine it carefully, whether it holds up to the many expectations that we connect with it. And in the first part of my short presentation, I put on a special hat, namely that of the Advocatus Diaboli. So I'm wondering, is that really a useful concept that we have there? So what does it really offer? Does it really offer anything new beyond the fact that environmental degradation was already a well-known fact? So why do we need such an abstract concept? Also, the causes for that, the responsibles, are well known. An extractive economy, colonialism, industrial capitalism. Shouldn't we rather speak about those than deal with such an abstract concept like the Anthropocene concept? And if it comes to global challenges, it's clear global climate change, that's the most challenging issue of our day as a global issue. So why don't we just call it that way? Why do we need a concept like the Anthropocene? I mean, I'm picking up many objections that I have heard in the course of conversations with you, with other people, and this is to invite us all to reflect on the usefulness of this concept. After all, the concept is somewhat aloof. Rebecca said it this morning, you hear the concept, everybody has heard about it now. What does it actually mean? It's somewhat abstract. It also originally belongs, or basically belongs, to a highly specialized discipline, not just geology, but a sub-discipline of geology, stratigraphy. So who cares? I'm sorry to those, who are stratigraphers in the room. Who cares whether stratigraphers come up sort of with a new definition of an Earth epoch in their highly specialized Victorian kind of scientific classification system? Does it really help us in our need for political actions? I mean, Bernd was very clear about some of the problems and what we need to do about them. And then after all, it's clearly referring to a global situation, but Isn't our situation rather that we need to act locally, we need to respond to our local environmental, political, social, cultural challenges? And even if it is officially recognized, and I have to underline it's a recommendation, it has not yet been fully accepted as the designation of a new epoch in Earth history, it remains a scientific concept. But our problems, are they really scientific in nature? So what does science have to do with our problems? So I now take off my hat as an advocatus diaboli, and I try to give you some arguments in favor of using the Anthropocene concept. So first I give you a somewhat bland argument. So the Anthropocene concept, yes, it's a scientific concept. So it's not politically or ideologically laden or biased. It does not take away anything of the important discourses about the historical or political or moral responsibilities concerning our problems. All the things that I've mentioned, the extractive economy, social, racial, and gender inequality, it doesn't really say anything at first hand about this. Is this an argument in favor? You might say, so what? I think it's helpful, so that is my first rather weak argument, to have some kind of neutral ground as far as science is at all able to deliver neutral grounds. If the stratigraphers establish this concept is something that you can rely on. And yesterday I could watch very interesting, controversial discussions in the Anthropocene working group that is, shaping the entire process. And the question was whether, when the Anthropocene is fixed to a particular date, there is sort of a so-called GSSP, a golden spike that is marking the sedimentary record relevant for the Anthropocene. Does it really imply that this was an event, or is it rather a process? My reaction to that was, that's the business of the stratigraphers. They have their well-established criteria, so they should proceed by it and make their scientific case. And then it's something that we as humanists, as politically active people, as citizens can relate to, can deal with, but let them do their business because, I will come to the political side of science as well, but there is also, science, is a human affair, is something deeply cultural, deeply dependent on human interest and human weaknesses. Still, scientific knowledge, in my view, is the best kind of knowledge that we can produce. So let them do their thing. So that was my first argument. But then my second argument, I hope they become stronger as I go, it points us to a new perspective, namely a global and systemic perspective of the changes that are ongoing, changes that are both environmental and socio-political character. So what does it mean? I think the systemic aspect is particularly important because it points us to the fact that, first of all, the Earth system is a nonlinear, highly coupled, dynamic system, but we should really, if the Anthropocene is the right characterization of our present state, we should talk about a coupled human Earth systems, which has very complex properties that are not so easily intuitively grasped. There are teleconnections. Teleconnections are well familiar for meteorological systems. Think of the El Niño system and the southern oscillation. Think of the El Niño response to it. So there are, these meteorological phenomena connect very distant areas of the world to each other, and so do some of our political and economic actions. Think of sourcing out production facilities from the US to China. Who then is responsible? And European consumers are buying the products that are made in Chinese factories under sort of American labels, and Europeans buy them. So who's really responsible? So we have these so-called teleconnections. We have both in the meteorological system and we have in the human systems, and now they're even coupled. So it's getting really complex, in particular also when we inquire about the causes, the culprits, the responsibles for it. We have to deal with this kind of complexity. But then, such complex systems, they may also have what is called tipping points. You all have seen the film The Day After Tomorrow, and I think I could say that the Anthropocene concept allows us to peek through the situation after the day after tomorrow. So the Earth system may not just, and this is a recent insights of the geologists, the Earth system hasn't just undergone gradual changes in the past. People talk about the new catastrophism as a characterization of geology. The Earth has undergone very likely several periods of snowball Earth, indeed, like it is shown in the film. And so, we might be approaching such a tipping point in the Anthropocene, and we should be aware of these nonlinear characteristics of such a coupled systems. And what we are realizing on this background is the sensitivity of the Earth systems to human forcing. So it's not just about climate change, it's about biodiversity loss, for instance. The rates of biodiversity loss are 100, at least perhaps 1,000 times larger than they would be without human interventions. Think of the melting of the polar ice sheets. Think of the burning of the forest that we witnessed this summer in Amazonia, but not just in Amazonia, but also in the tundra of Siberia. It's hard to predict. Some of these phenomena have different timescales on which they act, and we might see some of the most drastic consequences only after decades after they have been initiated. So planetary boundaries, feedback loops, these are important insights that the Anthropocene confronts us with. It's a holistic, dynamic system. And I think it's important also for political actions, because this high connectivity of the Earth system may point us to critical zones, to critical intervention points between local and global actions. Clearly, we cannot heal this situation just on a local level. We need to deal with the global consequences of local actions and the connectivity of the scales to which the Anthropocene concept points us. And then, as Bernd has rightly pointed out, the Anthropocene concept helps us to understand this entanglement of geological and historical timescales. We are burning fossil fuels on historical timescales. They have been accumulated in geological timescales. And at the same time, we as humans in historical times have become a geological force. So what that entails is it brings the sciences and the humanities and the social sciences closer together than ever before. As I said before, we have to deal with a coupled human-Earth system. So we do need new kinds of scientific understanding to deal with this, because no single discipline, neither geology nor the traditional social sciences and humanities, are yet equipped to deal with such a system, with such a highly coupled system. So this is now the point where, as I announced, come back to the political science of science. So how are the sciences constituted this day? There are academic sciences, there are also industrial sciences, they are produced under certain frameworks, institutional frameworks. Some of them are coupled to specific political or economic interests. If we want to produce the knowledge that we need in order to survive the Anthropocene, we know, as Bernd has pointed out, what kind of knowledge has brought us into the Anthropocene, but now we do need the knowledge that helps us to cope with it. Then we may have to challenge the way that science is organized, the way that scientific disciplines are being practiced. And I think here the campus is a wonderful occasion also to discuss about these things. It's more than an occasion to discuss about these things, it's an occasion to explore some of the practices that we need to overcome this situation. Therefore, I'm really very happy that we are here together. So one last point, because I have so much talked about the sciences. There are also other forms of knowledge that are urgently needed in order to capture this experience. And I think some of the stories that we will hear here about the river journeys are part of this knowledge. And I think what we should learn is that the impressions that are collected here are not just about a local experience. They have to be understood as symptoms of a global state of affairs, just in the sense that I have tried to explain that we are in a highly coupled global system. So I think our new ways of perception have to allow us to see local irritations as symptoms of global change. And we have to, this is a challenge also for the arts, this is a challenge for civil society to make that connection. So there are these hidden mechanisms that are not so obvious, they have to be unraveled. There are these entanglements, and there are these huge issues of scales. And all of these are challenges also to our perception. By conclusion, let me just summarize what the Anthropocene is. Not as if it would be one single concept, but it has strata, it has different layers, and we have to take them into account to distinguish them, but also to relate them to each other in order, to have a discussion that is enriching the concept and not diminishing its importance. So first of all, as I said, if officially recognized, it will designate a new epoch in Earth's history. And we should leave it to the geologists to establish how they want to do it. They need help, if I may say so, because they are dealing with a new kind of sedimentary record that is very unusual. So they are transforming their own discipline while doing it, but that's a clear layer of meaning for the Anthropocene. Then it represents, as I have also pointed out, and I'm just summarizing this, a new understanding of the Earth system. Understanding the human Earth system as a coupled system, a bit like Lovelock and others have anticipated with the Gaia hypothesis, but without the anticipation that this is kind of a self-healing system. I think it's not. It's not a self-repairing system. It's a very fragile system after all, but it is a highly complex system. And third, as I have also pointed out, it requires a new way of scientific understanding in which the natural sciences and the human sciences essentially have to be integrated in new ways. We sometimes call this new way of understanding geoanthropology because it has to deal with the planet and its human components on an equal footing. And the basic question for geoanthropology is how on earth did we come into this situation? What mechanisms drove us into this situation? And what must we do in order to survive in it? I also think that we might look at a cascade of evolutionary processes. So we have, the evolutionary theory has played a large role, and we heard something about that yesterday, in informing our understanding of historical dynamics. So we have biological evolution, which is followed by cultural evolution. But now we might look at a stage in which we have to talk about epistemic evolution, because the future of not just our species, but of the ecological system in which we live, the global ecological system, may very well depend on the kind of knowledge that we are mustering in order to survive in it. And finally, I think it offers, and this is also a summary, a basis for a new understanding of the political and social dimensions, foregrounding the question of how the complex human Earth system can and must be governed. Some Earth scientists talk about the need for a curated state of the Earth. So this is a daunting notion, bringing topics like geoengineering, world government back into the picture. They need to be very controversially discussed. They need to be challenged. They need to be disentangled. But it is clear that the concept of the Anthropocene is a notion that invites us to think also on political, cultural, and social issues in a new way, if we don't want to give up our hope for a struggle against suppression, inequalities, and for a just and democratic co-determination of our common future. Thank you very much.
It is now my great pleasure to quickly introduce members of the Anthropocene Working Group that Jürgen has just introduced you to. The AWG has just wrapped up a two-day scientific meeting next door here in this building, and the first one ever held on this continent. So we're glad that they are here. As Bernd has, as Jürgen has said, and as many of you know, the AWG is the body that is investigating the Anthropocene as a new potential geological time unit, and currently involved amidst a very tedious process of sampling and analyzing potential candidates for stratigraphic markers that would function as a definition and geological reference for the start of the Anthropocene. Colin Waters will give us a quick overview about that status in this formalization process in just a second. And then Catherine Russell, and Mark Williams will introduce all of us to the Mississippi River and the Delta from a geological and biological perspective. We are really glad that the AWG accepted our invitation to be part of this project and to look at the Mississippi River Basin as an illustration of the profound changes currently ongoing. And you can read some of the results on our website and, of course, now hear them in a minute. A few words on the speakers. Colin Waters is the secretary of the AWG, and in that capacity also a jack of all trades when it comes to understanding and summarizing the various disciplinary works in this group. He was formerly principal scientific officer for the British Geological Survey with a 29-year-long career in which he developed particular expertise in the geology of the British strata of the Carboniferous age, and in 2016 became appointed an honorary professorship at the University of Leicester in the UK. Catherine Russell is a teaching fellow in sedimentology in the Department of Geology at the University of Leicester. Her PhD research was in fluvial sedimentology. Her technical expertise in the development of innovative multidisciplinary approaches for analysis of the heterogeneity and internal architecture of meandering fluvial systems. So we all understand why Catherine is here. And Mark Williams, finally, is a professor of paleobiology also at the University of Leicester, and formerly a scientist with the British Geological and Arctic Surveys. Mark is interested in the evolution of the biosphere, especially in its current trajectory of change in the Anthropocene, and together with Jan Zalasiewicz, the chair of the AWG, who unfortunately cannot be with us here today, he's doing a number of projects, among them a new book on the history of the biosphere. Welcome you, glad to have you here, and Colin starts.
Thanks very much, Christoph. And I also would like to say, first of all, good morning, and thank you very much both to Tulane and to HKV for making it possible for us to have our working group meeting here in New Orleans. It's only our 5th meeting in 10 years, and without the impetus this gives us, it's very easy for us perhaps to get too involved in the tedious part of the work that we do. And to actually be here and talking is very inspirational, and talking to others other than geologists as well gives us new, fresh interpretation. So for this presentation, really Catherine is the main person that's going to be talking here. She's the one that's been involved in organising the clashing temporalities, which is going to be a seminar over the next 3 days. Mark and myself, a little bit imposters. We're the ones from the working group who've been here, and we're just going to give you a little bit of an introduction, first of all, on some of the discussions we've had over the last 2 days. I'm also going to touch on perhaps the history of the Mississippi prior to human influence, just to put the context of some of the changes we're seeing as a result of human influence on the river system. Mark's going to look on a more global scale and saying, well, some of the issues you're seeing here in the Mississippi are not unique. They are things that are found on other rivers and deltas across the planet. And then Catherine's going to go into a bit more detail about river systems, how they're analysed, and particularly the context of the Mississippi itself. So, Jürgen has done my job for me, actually. He's very ably described some of the issues we've got with regard to definition of the work of the Anthropocene. Just to give you a brief flavour of what we're talking about here, we had an announcement back in 2016, which is essentially saying what we as a group consider the Anthropocene to be. We haven't formalised it, we still have to go over that tedious process that Christoph mentioned, but we, as a group, agreed that the Anthropocene is stratigraphically real. So we're acknowledging here that humans have significantly modified the planet over the last 11,000 years since the last ice age to a point that we've moved from a stable planet to one which is inherently unstable. And that's what we're going to be seeing recorded in geological strata over the present day and into the future. We also felt it was important that we should formalise this so that there's a specific definition of what the geological concept of this as a time unit is. Because without that definition, people will be using it in different contexts without really understanding what we mean by this term. We also felt it should be recognised at epoch level, and that has a specific meaning to geologists. It gives you an indication of the the hierarchical rank of this. It's greater than an age, but smaller than a period. It gives you some indication of how significant the impact has been. We also said that we felt that the boundary should be somewhere at around about the middle of the 20th century. So it's relating to this concept of the great acceleration and the significant changes to the planet that we've seen over what is a very rapid period of time. We also felt it was important that we should define the unit as other geologists would do in the deep time for other geological units, using something called a global boundary system, global boundary global boundary stratigraphic system, section and point. Golden spike would be a lot easier, actually. So this is actually a physical geological record in which you place the boundary, whether you see the transition from what would be the Holocene into the Anthropocene. And we do that by recognizing a specific location, and within that we look for a primary marker. And the one we're suggesting is the onset of the bomb spike related to nuclear testing that we had in the middle of the 20th century. And what we've been discussing, particularly at the meeting over the last few days, is a very important interaction between us as the working group and the HKV, because the process of actually recognizing the boundary is an inherently expensive and time-consuming process. And we'd got to a point where we knew what we wanted to do, but we couldn't fund, because we have no budget. As a working group, we have no finances whatsoever. We couldn't carry out this activity, so the whole process had stalled. And HKV have been able to provide the funding to allow us to carry on to do this stage of work, and at the same time, they can then record the whole process of us as scientists doing this activity. So at present, we're looking at a number of locations, so 4 in North America, so San Francisco Bay, a couple of lakes, one in California, one in Ontario, a coral in Cayman Islands. In Europe, we've got 3 locations in the Baltic Sea, a peat succession in Switzerland, and a cave succession in northern Italy. We have a core coming from the Antarctic glaciers. We have in Australia a coral from the Great Barrier Reef, and a lake in Asia. And we also had a presentation of a further option, which is Beppu Bay in Japan, and another estuarine succession. So we have a whole host of different environments and different locations across the planet, which may represent candidate sites for recognizing the boundary of the Anthropocene. So now going on to the actual Mississippi part of the presentation. If you're interested in the content of this, I would suggest reading the contribution that we produced on the Anthropocene curriculum website. And my component of this is really to talk about the Mississippi prior to human influence. And just looking at this topographic image of the USA, what we have in the east is the Appalachians. They've been there as a mountain system for about 400 million years. Out in the west, we've got the Rockies that have been there for about 80 million years. So that constrains really what happens to any water that falls in the central part of the USA. You've got barriers both to the east and to the west, and they've been there for anything up to 80 million years. So any water is going to flow, and be constrained to flow southwards down to the Gulf of Mexico. And that's been true for, well, the time of the dinosaurs. So the river system has changed its pattern and courses over that period of time, but its function, which is draining water to the Gulf of Mexico, the function has not changed. Let's consider what the situation would have been like in the Pliocene, which is a time 3 to 4 million years ago, prior to human presence on the planet. The atmosphere at the time was about 400 to 450 parts per million of carbon dioxide. Global temperatures, a couple of degrees warmer than they are now. Sea levels significantly higher, between 10 to 20 meters higher. Now, there's evidence to suggest that the Mississippi River at the time was discharging at rates of about 80,000 to 90,000 cubic meters per second. So the top range is probably getting on for about 8 cubic kilometers of water per day. And if we compare that with physical data that we have from Tarbert Landing, which is north of Baton Rouge, from a period between 1967 to 2004, compare the discharges, 7,000 to 23,000 cubic meters per second, significantly less than the situation that we saw in the Pliocene. But the world is different as well. Atmospheric concentrations at the time of CO2 significantly less, temperatures lower, and sea level very much lower. Now, the concern for us is that during this transition we are going through into the Anthropocene, that CO2 concentrations are rising incredibly fast. And so the figures I'm quoting here, which were from 2004, we're now looking at more like 405 parts per million of CO2. And the understanding of this would be that we'll also see global temperatures increasing and also sea level rising as well, potentially up to figures which are comparable to the Pliocene. So what we might envisage is that the Mississippi River as a whole could start to look more like it did 3 million years ago. But how do we know this? So this is a part of the river just south of Memphis, and there's a geological succession known as the Pliocene Upland Complex. It's the area you can see just in the right-hand side of the image, and it's a braided river gravel succession, and its position, it's about the base of it's 80 meters or so higher than the level of the floodplain, which you're seeing on the left-hand side, where you can see that the river's there, and hopefully you can see these various meander loops. These are oxbow lakes, cut-offs of the river itself. They're very clearly developed on the floodplain all over here. And look at the scale of those, and some innovative work that was carried out in 2014 managed to recognize in the Pliocene some rather interesting curved structures in here. And I'll just highlight those. Now, these are interpreted as ancient meanders from the Pliocene world from 3 million years ago. But look at the scale of the loops and also the diameter of these, what they believe to be abandoned channels, compared with the loops that we're seeing on the modern Mississippi. And their interpretation is that the greater scale of these represents a much more dynamic and a larger discharging river. In fact, only slightly smaller in scale than the current Amazon River. So there's clearly a change in the geometry of the Mississippi from 3 billion years ago to the present, and that may be partly as a result of the fact that we had a warmer world. The atmosphere obviously can hold higher moisture content, and so the possibility of more rainfall happening at this time means that there's greater discharge of the river. But then also there's a possibility that the catchment area of the Mississippi was also much greater. So this is the current catchment. It's about 3 million square kilometers across the USA, about 40% of the USA's area. And the suggestion has been made that actually the old catchment in the Pliocene extended way up into Canada, into here. And so it's probably about double the area. So there's lots more potential for the water to collect and flow down the river to the Mississippi. So a much bigger system. Jumping now to a more recent geological past. This is a term, the Pleistocene. This is the time of the ice ages. And if we were looking at 25,000 to 14,000 years ago, the ice sheet extended over this large area of Canada and northern USA. This is sort of the maximum limits of the ice sheet. And the majority of the melting ice will be flowing out through pretty much the same direction of Mississippi we have today. Because of the huge area of ice accumulating across both the northern and southern hemispheres, the sea level was much lower at the time, anything up to about 100 meters lower. And as a result, the southern part of the river system will be entrenching, it'll be cutting down, eroding down to much lower levels than its current position. But then as the ice starts retreating towards the end of the ice age, we start to see the ice sheets breaking up, they're moving northwards and separating. So we can see a distinction here between the Cordilleran ice sheet and the Laurentide. And that's created a corridor, which is where we see one of the phases of early movement of people into North America. And at the same time, you can start to see the development of these large lakes, including sort of the proto-development of the Great Lakes and a lake called Lake Agassiz at the edge of the ice sheet. And it's been determined that there's been a number of major, what we call superfloods, where we've seen sort of breakouts, collapses of the margins of these large lake systems, and they've flowed down into the Gulf of Mexico. We've interpreted volumes of about 12 cubic kilometers per day, and that's persisted over years, if not decades, as superfloods. So we're talking here about something that's sort of 3 or 4 times the scale of what we see in the Pliocene even. But at other times, because of this retreating ice sheet, we also develop an opening here to allow water to exit through the St. Lawrence Seaway out into the North Atlantic. And there's been at least 4 superfloods doing that between 11,000 and 7,000 years ago. And it's been interpreted that the release of this cold, fresh water into the North Atlantic has broken down this North Atlantic oscillation, and as a result we've had very short, cold intervals, particularly one at about 8,200 years ago, which affected much of the Northern Hemisphere. So it's clear that the river system itself has some degree of control over at least climate change within this part of the Northern Hemisphere. So it's not just a local influence, it is a global influence as well. So on that, I'm going to hand over to Mark, who's going to talk about the more global context.
Thanks very much, Colin. Thank you. Hello. Deltas are complex organisms like you and I. They have a lifespan like you and I. They rise and fall as a complex relationship that interlocks between the land and the sea. That complex relationship is now being challenged. It's being challenged by human-induced climate change, which is resulting in sea level rise. And deltas, of course, are regions where many people also live. So those relationships are also challenged by these changes. We know as geologists that most of the world's deltas on planet Earth began to grow about 8,000 years ago, when there was a delicate change in the balance between the oceans and the land. That balance is changing again. It's changing very rapidly in the 21st century because sea level is beginning to rise, and it's beginning to rise more rapidly. And that means that actually by the end of the 21st century, we could possibly lose all of the deltas on our planet. It's not just that balance between the land and the sea, which has been affected by humans, but also the way in which humans are modifying the hinterland of deltas, strangling the lifeblood of deltas by changing the supply of sediment that runs along those deltas to form them. And very quickly, I'm just going to take you to 4 places on this planet, including the Mississippi, to show you how those challenges are going to affect many people. Why is this important? Why is this delicate balance between the land and sea important? Because delta regions are fantastic habitats for huge biodiversity. If we go to the Gangetic Plain in India and Bangladesh, we go to the Sundarbans, this whole ecosystem is challenged because as sea level rises, the water is becoming more salty, and that's going to have a massive impact on that ecosystem. It's lost much of its land area, and very important ecosystems that sustain huge biodiversity, like the mangroves here, are threatened, seriously threatened. And many of the wonderful organisms that live here are threatened too, like the Bengal tiger. There may be only 100 of them now living in the Sundarbans. So it matters. They're really important. Why are deltas important? Deltas are living platforms for people. On the Gangetic Plain, there's more than 100 million people living there. And there are many, many tens of millions of people elsewhere who are relying on the agriculture of that area. And at high latitudes, deltas are living platforms too for the Yupik people in Alaska, with a rich and deep culture going back a long way into time. They're threatened too. The Yukon-Kuskokwim Delta is bigger than the state of Louisiana. 25,000 people live there. It's important for wildlife, for bird life, but it too is threatened by the human impact of sea level rise. And you can see that if you look at the top picture and look at the yellow line, that's where the edge of the delta was about 60 years ago. It's retreating now towards the land because this balance has been challenged by you and I as a species. Why do deltas matter? Deltas are nature's airports. Think of the Mississippi. Way beyond its physical boundaries, it is teleconnected to the whole of North America. Think about the organisms that use it. The northern shoveler, the gadwall, the snow goose, the green-winged teal. This delta region is essential for all of them, for their migratory routes. So think of these as nature's airports. Delta airlines? Well, this is the wildflower. These are the waterfowl and their flyways. And the Mississippi is essential to those. They're oases for endangered species across the planet. Why do deltas matter? Because they're also the places where civilization was born. If we go to the Nile River and the Nile Delta, we can find evidence there, 7,000 years ago, of these environments nurturing our civilization. The beginnings of one of the most magnificent and important civilizations that ever existed on our planet was nurtured here in the Nile Delta region. But now that Nile Delta region is threatened. It's threatened by rising sea level, and the settlements there are threatened. But it's also threatened because upstream humans are modifying the river, anthropocizing the river. And we know from history that settlements that are built on deltas can be subject to major environmental change. So the H there on the left, on the Nile Delta, is the ancient Greek city of Heraklion. And it fell below the waves 13 centuries ago. It didn't engineer a good future for itself. So I want to ask you also the question, should we look at deltas and use them to give us an indication of what might happen in the future? They're wonderful repositories of information that we can source. And this is where Catherine is going to take over and tell you all about this.
Mark, are these your glasses? Well, thank you for that. So basically, what I'm going to kind of bring from that is talking about the Mississippi in the Anthropocene. So in order to mitigate against the disasters that Mark was talking about, we've got to understand our rivers and our deltas in the way that they want to be behaving, because there's a disparity, I suppose, between what the rivers want to do and what we're asking them to do, and what the deltas want to do and what we're asking them to do. So what we can do is we can compare between how the system would naturally behave and what we're asking it to do to try to work out some of these difficulties. So what we're going to do, what I'm going to do, is go through some of the delta processes, and then we're going to look at some of the river processes and see how they interlink and have a look at some of these disparities. On this first image, you can actually see the huge sediment plumes going around here. And it's, as Mark pointed out, it's the sediment that we need to be thinking about when we're trying to look at the longevity of these systems, because by depriving these systems of the sediment, we are choking some of the lifeblood. So here's all the lovely sediment. So deltas form at river mouths where more sediment can be deposited and is redistributed, and it's that interface between the land and the sea. And there are three main types that we can define by the morphologies, and those are river-dominated, wave-dominated, and tide-dominated systems. The Mississippi is a river-dominated system, and the other two you can define by the various morphologies, but the Mississippi has all of the characteristics that tell us that it is dominated by its river processes. So what we can see is, this is us here. We've got the Mississippi on channel on some raised levees here. We've got darker areas for deeper water. We've got some older lobes out here that are now submerged, and some minor deltas. So this is Atchafalaya Bay. I think I said that right, maybe not. But this is the Wax Lake Delta here, which is growing currently. And we can see over here a nice barrier island chain as well. So these are all classic shapes that we would associate with a river-dominated delta in geology. So this is the Birdfoot Delta. So we just have a closer look at this. So this is where the splay is beginning to infill with sediment in the shallow water here. And we've got a smaller barrier island chain, and we can see some like breaches in the levee, and so we're going to be getting different types of sediment coming out from these breaches as well. And an interdistributary bay here being infilled by maybe a smaller delta growing into that water. So you get little deltas on deltas as well, and we can recognise these in the geologic deposits. So we can start to connect, the really ancient past to the modern as well. So we can also, this is another lovely image of the sediment plume, but we can also use the morphologies to determine things like how is the sediment coming into the water? Is it suspended in a big plume, or is it coming in and running along the bottom of the sea? How is it coming in, and how deep is the water? And all of these things influence what our deltas look like. So it's also built up sideways. It's not just built up, as you might imagine, like stripes of land, where we get the layer after layer. It's more complicated than that, and it moves around quite a lot as well. So all of these shapes you can see are historic patterns of where the delta has grown. So number 6 here is our current delta position, but it has swung across the landscape in the past. And we call that lobe switching. So each of these shapes would be what we would describe as a lobe, and when it changes its position, that's called avulsion. So this is where the river decides that it wants to go in a different direction now because it's become too difficult to carry on in its current trajectory. We get what's called avulsion and lobe switching as a result. So that's kind of a background of what the deltas want to do. Now let's have a look at the rivers. So the definition of a river is a large natural stream of water flowing into a channel or to the sea, a lake, or another river. Okay? That's something just to bear in mind, and we'll reflect on that at the end. And then there's just a difference between sinuous and meandering. So sinuous is the shape. So something that might, for example, be flowing through rock, you've got a curved shape to it, so it is sinuous, whereas meandering is the process. Meandering is the fact that it will be changing its position over time. So if a river is meandering, it is sinuous, okay, because it's got that nice sinuous shape. But if a river is sinuous, it may or may not be meandering, and that's because it could just be a curved shape. So that's something else to bear in mind that we'll come back to. So this is one of the very famous Fisk maps that I've seen on the back of the program. So you can have a look at those. But what this tells us is that we have had a huge history going on with the current branch of the Mississippi. And each of these represents a huge amount of time. So we're going to be looking at clashing temporalities in the next few days, and this is probably one of the deeper ones, because what each of these oxbow lakes would have taken a long time to infill, so hundreds of years for each of these to infill with sediment after it had been abandoned, which is after it had grown. And so we've got huge amounts of history in here, thousands of years. And what we can do is look at each of the shapes of these meanders, and we can see how it has grown over time. And we can take the shapes that it used to be and build up our picture and build up the story to see how it's been swinging across the landscape. One of the most important factors when we're looking at how something has swung across the landscape is what is driving that. And when we look at river systems, often what we need is sediment. And this is kind of just to show the complexity that things can go into, but essentially all of these drivers, the fact that the river can swing across the side, if we look at the side view of these systems, we can see that we've got these inclined surfaces, and it can get very complex. So this is called a sedimentary log for those who haven't come across them before, and the further that this line comes out is the coarse of the grain size. So we can see that in river systems we have very fine muds, and we can get very coarse gravels, and they overlay each other in a very complex way from where the river decides it wants to go, from its natural system. These here, these strange sort of feather-like things, those are places where the river has burst its banks, burst its levees, and flooded out into the system. And we can get all sorts of things, but what we need in order to preserve this is sediment. So we have to have the movement of sediment from A to B, perhaps then to C to D to E, to create these very complex and diverse environments. So let's just think then about what humans have kind of contributed to the changes on the Mississippi. So we have levees. I think it's something like 3,500 kilometers of levees along the Mississippi, and these are artificially raised. They've been built up a lot more than the natural river would have designed them, built them. We have weirs as well, and so we might think about the ways in which this is altering the flow, altering the sediment properties, and changing the way that maybe fish can migrate up and down the stream too. We've got dredging, some of which actually takes the river deeper than it wants to go. The depth of a river is not consistent. It's deeper at the tops of the meanders, and then it's shallower actually in certain places too. So some of this dredging actually takes the river deeper than would be natural for it. We've also put these big concrete barriers up on the sides of the rivers, which stops it from swinging around like it would naturally want to. And spillways as well, which control its flooding nature and control where we're going to allow that water to overspill, where there becomes too much for it. And also we've got locks and dams, which again limits and restricts the amount of biodiversity that can migrate up and down the stream, as well as actually in places blocking some of the coarser sediment from making its way down the stream because it would settle down because of this barrier that is in the way. We've also artificially cut meander loops off. So this is the development of the river control structure and the reasoning behind it. So what happened was we had the Red River and the Mississippi River running side by side, and then there was Turnbull's Bend, and essentially it was a long way around the meander, and it would have been so much easier just to cut through it. So that's what they did. They made Shreve's Cut, and then what they found was that by this time here, about 3 times more water was preferentially going down the Atchafalaya River rather than going down the Mississippi River. And so they identified that by 1990, the actual primary route of the Mississippi would be going into the Atchafalaya Bay rather than down through the Birdfoot Delta where it still currently runs. And so they built the river control structure that maintains that 30% to 70% split of the flow going through the river control structure. So this is what it looks like now. So here's the Atchafalaya River and the Mississippi River, and the old river control complex now changes, it maintains that structure because the river wanted to avulse. This is what it would naturally do. We looked at that lobe switching. The river wanted to change its course because of a modification that humans made. So it's a very complex relationship. So how has the river been affected? We could argue, is the meandering river meandering or sinuous? There was a lovely word that this a hyper object, which kind of infers that it's a very complex, interconnected system where we have the natural systems intermingling with the human systems, because this river is not just its river anymore, it's connected to our sewage networks, our drainage networks, so many things that we are inputting into the system, as well as what the river naturally wants to get on with and do itself. There's the overall sediment volume, which has generally decreased, as we can see by the difficulty in maintaining the delta because it needs that sediment, otherwise it's being choked. The ability of the delta to replenish itself has therefore decreased, and then the sediment size and the type. So this is where we lead into the river project. One of the things that was going on was that they were collecting some sediment from the bottom of the river, and this was kind of following on with some of the work that had been done in the past. So we found this study from 1989 and 1932 where they'd actually taken measurements from of the material from the bottom of the Mississippi and looked at the grain size. So on the left-hand side here, we've got the average grain size of the material that has been taken from the river. And along here, we've got the distance down to the sea. So 1932, what we can see is that we've got much coarser and far more variable grain size than in 1989, where it seems to flatten, apart from this spike, but we see finer grains. And this is actually the opposite to what they're expecting in the report. But the reason for this is because all of these dams are trapping that coarser sediment from coming down the sea, and so we've ended up with a very muddy river. So it might well have been very muddy before. We'd have to look more into the sediments to find that out. But what we are controlling the sediment type that comes down the river now. So by adding a 2019 data set, we can see how it might have changed since then, and perhaps start to investigate our new sediment, which is plastic. However sad that might be, it's now recognized as a new sedimentary type, so it was not just sand and mud anymore. We are now looking at all kinds of technofossils as well. So this is an image that I was sent from the River Project going on, and I'm very excited to see the samples and get some results to you guys soon. So that's everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine. I think this is the absolute appropriate image because we will continue with a group of people who, since end of May, end of August, are battling, traveling downstream the entire Mississippi River, doing in between stops where we had the events of our 5 field stations. And yeah, we see that some props as well waiting for us. And let's welcome the group of people who are on the river, with the river, in the river since end of August.
All right, well, thank you so much, Katrine. It was lovely having you and so many, a good number of you who were able to join us on the river over these last 80-some days, wherever it's been. And we have with us up in front here some of the through paddlers, some of the people who've really been with the trip from the very beginning. And we're going to tell a few tales, few of the many, many tales that we have to tell, and we hope that we'll have opportunities over the rest of this week to share some of those over meals and beers and whatever else we might be able to share in that way. And we're going to start, each of us, with a little introduction that we also learned from Gracie Horn, who Bernd referenced in our very first meeting. She asked us to think in the Dakota tradition about 4 questions, 4 simple questions, but really challenging questions that have sort of stayed with us over the course of this trip. And that is simply, who am I? Where do I come from? Who are my people? And what is my intention? So we will each introduce ourselves briefly with some reference to those questions we continue to grapple with, but questions which we think this journey has helped us to answer in some significant way. So we'll each, there'll be five of us or 6 to tell a tale, each with an image and one of the artifacts here you see on the stage. We wanted to make things a little more tangible, a little more real, because so much of what we did was to take these ideas, these concepts, and see what it's like to live them, to practice them, to make them actually happen on a day-to-day basis with meals and beds to camp to be made and miles to be traveled. So my name is Joe Underhill, and I'm the director of the River Semester program. It's been an amazing honor to work with this group and to be connected with it and to bring this journey project together with this amazing collection of folks from HKV and MPI and all of the partner field stations. Incredible sort of confluence in that way. I come from a seafaring people, people of boats who has traveled across the ocean. I have landed in the territory of the Dakota. I live on and am a creature of the Mississippi, the Gizzizipi. I live on Minnehaha, the land, the place where waters sing in what is called Badote, a confluence, another sacred site. And I want to talk just a little bit about 3 dimensions to what we experienced, and I think each of our paddlers will speak to some part of these dimensions as we go. And the first was just to think about the trip as a physical journey, a logistical task, a matter of making something not abstract, but figuring out how we're actually going to go from here to there, from where we are now in these troubled and troubling times to what we might call home, toward the ocean, not as an abstract discussion, but as something that takes place outside. And that involved this wonderfully kind of strange set of travelers and bedfellows who came with us. And I'll show you just a brief scene here of us loading on the first day with the Anthropocene commodity flows going by right behind us as we brought our water and adjusted our hairdos and packed frisbees and boats and tents and all the rest, and began to get to know each other. So this sort of spoke to me of the beginning of this place where we began as a group, just getting to know each other in this way. And the other part of this I wanted to share was this paddle, because it was at this point that we began to imagine how it might be that we would go from this place towards what we would think of as our destination, towards home, to get back home, as the song goes, that you may learn in a minute here. And we figured, how do we get there? How do we get to that place? And it is one paddle stroke at a time as part of a community, right? Not complicated, powered by our hands and our lungs and our hearts, both pushing us forward in this steady, slow pace with a certain temporality, somewhere between one Mississippi and the speed of that train. We move downstream at something like 3 or 4 miles an hour, which is a great pace and a great way to enter into the Anthropocene, we thought. I thought maybe just because we had so many paddlers here, if those who also paddled with us could just stand for a moment, just so we could kind of acknowledge and honor those who were with us. Thank you. Yeah. That's great. It was a fantastic crew, and we hope that we will have the opportunity for many more of you to join us on future such trips. So the second dimension, besides this physical journey that I wanted to mention, was this journey, what we experienced as a journey sort of into and through the Anthropocene itself, going, as you'll hear in the presentations, from a very pristine, as Bernd mentioned, very, very wild place at the headwaters into this progressively more and more engineered space down to this delta, the space that has been so highly, highly altered damaged. And into what we experienced, when we showed up on this shore here, we all went crazy, like, oh my God, look at this land speeder wrecked on the side of the river. We had encountered this sort of techno-fossil of, the consumer Christmas future or something that showed up on the shores of this strange place just a little downstream from Baton Rouge, and we thought just this sort of captured some of what we were experiencing as a journey into a kind of 80-day excursion into and through the Anthropocene, and with hints of what might be to come. And part of that journey into what was to come came organically out of our experience through what we found to be necessary. That was to sing and to dance and to engage in ritual, to engage in ceremony. And you'll hear some stories about some of those ceremonies, this ceremonial, this human, this spiritual dimension to what we had together. And just as an example, as we entered into the very last stage, entering into New Orleans here, the very deepest, darkest part of the river, our friend Benjamin Steiniger had assembled this wonderful raft, this bower made of wild black willow and flowers that were gathered. And Audrey launched it on the river with this wonderful call to travel well, flowers, to travel well. And that, we thought, encapsulated a wonderful sentiment, a wonderful sense of hope that we really all, I think, experienced on that river, that even though we're on this heavily, heavily engineered, what is called a hurting river, right? A hurting river, that it is still very much alive. And we are here as witnesses, I think, to the vitality and the strength and the force of that river. And somehow this final gesture, I think, was a manifestation of that. So I will turn it now over to Audrey, who will start at the headwaters, and we'll work our way downstream.
Hello, everyone. My name is Audrey Butarian-Larson. I'm from Malacca, Minnesota, which is a tiny town about an hour and 15 minutes north of Minneapolis and St. Paul, from the Rum River, the banks of the Rum River, which flows into the Mississippi, just like I did. And here I am with you. We started our journey at the headwaters, which was a beginning in a lot of ways. It was the beginning of the Mississippi River, of course, and we talked with Frank, like Bernd mentioned, on the way up to paddle, questioning the idea of the true source of the Mississippi, questioning the idea that Lake Itasca is the headwaters and the true source, and the idea that there needs to be a true source at all. We also, when we got up there, questioned how natural the space really was, because while it is the most natural part of the river and looks to be pristine and beautiful, as you can see, it is also a victim of timber industry in the late 1800s and the early 1900s. It was logged and dammed, and they created a big lake out of the headwaters, which ruined the ecosystem. And then after they'd done all that damage, the Citizen Conservation Corps came in and rebuilt the headwaters to be what it was pre-contact. So even in the most natural part of the river, it's still manufactured by humans and made us question, what is nature anymore and what is natural? So this is what it looked like at the headwaters. The river was about 30 feet wide, and the water was so clear you could see all the way to the bottom, and the sky did reflect in the water, and we were surrounded by wild rice, paddling for miles through these very sinuous river and meandering, maybe, the meanders of the river. And so physically, that was the beginning of the river, and it was also the beginning of our journey and our time together. We learned how to wake up early before and with the sun and make coffee in the morning by dumping it in boiling water and swinging it around to bring the grounds to the bottom of the pot. And we made breakfast and packed up, got on the river and paddled about 10 miles to 15 miles a day, very slowly going around these curves over and over in the beautiful land. And I have this object here, which is water that we gathered at the headwaters and have taken with us downstream. Each one of us at the headwaters put a little bit of water in from the river, and the last person to go was a 16-year-old boy named Chavez, and he put in a little shell, and he was hilarious and also had the soul of like a 90-year-old magician. It was so cool. He was the best. And that was the beginning of our journey, and we've come all the way to here with all of you in many ways. Yeah, the end of August, August 25th. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Emily Knudsen, and I was working as an instructor on this river semester, and I worked as a wilderness guide on the 2015 river semester. I'm going to be talking a little bit about the driftless region of the Mississippi River, which is the region right after Minneapolis. All of us have a home base in Minneapolis, so embarking on this section of the river is what really feels like we are leaving the safe harbor of our home. It's where the adventure really feels like it's beginning, and every day we're paddling farther and farther away from the place we call home. There's a lot of differences in this section of the river. The first major difference that we noticed was the fact that the landscape dramatically changed. The driftless region is different than other regions because the glaciers never moved through and flattened this area of the river, meaning that the sides of the river are filled with green hills of forests and bluffs, which is really different from the flatlands that we're used to up in Minnesota. In addition to this, there's a lot of evidence of the human impact upon the river in this region. This is the first navigable region of the river for barges, which means that the Army Corps has a huge presence on this section of the river. We have to go through 29 locks and dams as we go down the river, which means we have to radio into the locks, get permission to move into the lock. They close doors behind us and in front of us, they lower the water, and then they open the doors on the other side so we can canoe out. It takes us about 10 minutes to get through a lock and dam, but it takes barges 2 hours, which means that we are also tracking the barges on apps on our phones so that we can race the barges to the locks and get through them before they get to them. So that would impact our schedule. Another thing that impacted us was the fact that the locks and dams create pools, which stop the river from scouring out itself. It slows the movement of the water, which means that there's a lot of different infrastructure projects in place to keep the river at a depth of 12 feet so that barges can move up and down the river. That means that there's wing dams all over the sides, which are submerged piles of rocks. On a past river semester, we poked a hole in the boat on a wing dam, so we always have to be really careful that we're looking for ripples in the water that would indicate submerged rocks and wing dams. There's also constantly Army Corps of Engineers boats and cranes working to dredge out the bottom of the river and dig that channel deeper, even though the river is just going to go and fill in those holes with sand anyways. But what they do is they dump all of these dredge piles all along the river, meaning that we'll be canoeing through this green mountainous space, and we'll come upon a huge mountain of sand. It seems to come from nowhere, and it comes from the dredging of the river. Because the river is in flood stage this year, a lot of the campsites we've used in the past are underwater, which means that we, as a community, found refuge on these giant sand piles. We were camping and sleeping and living on these dredged out sand piles, and that's what is shown in this picture. This is at the base of one of the sand dunes where we camped. In addition to this, we formed our community in this space. The question I was supposed to talk about is, who are my people? And my people, my family, are these people. Every day that we canoed farther away from Minneapolis, we were getting farther away from our communities, our families, and becoming more of a family ourselves. The object I brought today is our cast iron campfire wok, which is what we use to cook communal meals in. We'd forage for wild mushrooms on the islands, and then cook communal meals in this wok over the campfire as we debriefed about the day, discussed what we learned, sang songs, and really became part of the family, which is such an important element of this river journey. So, thank you.
Hello. My name's Stephen Deal. I'm an Augsburg University student with these guys, traveling from the headwaters. I am from Minneapolis. I've lived there for the last 6 years, but I grew up in Minnesota as well, so the Mississippi is definitely the body of water that I most identify with and feel as though I'm from. I'm going to be talking about St. Louis a little bit. Here's a little clip of kind of the water that we were dealing with in St. Louis. As you can see, it's very different than what we gathered up at the headwaters. The Missouri River is coming in at this point and just dumping a ton of sediment into the river, completely changing what it physically looked like for us, changing the flow of the water. Before this, we'd do maybe 15 miles in a day. Now we're doing 30 plus miles, even just in the morning. So it was really a change for us in a lot of ways. It was no longer the river we were familiar with. There was also a point paddling through the port where our guide pointed to a water treatment facility and was like, this is the point that we don't swim in the river anymore, because during flood stages there would be raw sewage being dumped in from this water treatment facility. And so he basically told us that this is a very dividing point between like accessibility to humans and inaccessibility to humans. So that was really heavy for us. A lot of the field station activities at the time were also really heavy for us. The industry lining the banks of the river at the point made it more dangerous. We were just moving faster, trying to avoid barges. The only access to the river at this point was through industry, through business. The levees really cut off the people from the river, which, being from Minneapolis, is just very different from my experience with the river, and it's just a completely different river. I'm so used to just people being engaged and having direct access to the river all the time, and that was not the case in St. Louis, and it was really felt by us, even just as passengers, moving through to feel the anxiety that people had surrounding the river at this point. So that was a lot of the experience in St. Louis, was just this really deep anxiety that people had towards the river, and just the historical mark that was left on the city of St. Louis by industry. And that was represented in a lot of the site visits and things that we did. So it was a really difficult time for us, physically and emotionally. We had been traveling for over a month now. We were just spent like 10 days in this smelly van, and it was horrible. And then we're getting back on the river, and after experiencing all this deep history that was really kind of disturbing to us. But there was also a lot of hope in St. Louis, and a lot of hope from people who we encountered there. Our local guide, Big Muddy Mike, was just this really rough and candid guy who I have never met somebody who is more in love with being in the Mississippi River than he is. And he's working to reconnect people with the water in that part of in that part of the river. He's taking people on trips and guiding tours along the Mississippi and trying to reestablish the relationship. And then one morning on a Sunday, we also went to a water blessing that was led by this woman named Sandy. And she gave us this copper cup over here. And during the water blessing, we would gather some water, sing songs, just include the water, and be very aware of our presence with the water. And it was just a different way of relating to it and including it in a way that kind of gave it personhood in a sense. And it was just really grounding to have that ritual that we then took with us the rest of the trip. Every Sunday we gather some water, we sing, we place our intentions about the week, and we just redevelop a closeness with the water every week through this ritual. And it was really, really a wonderful gift for us to have that taught to us at a time when we were really struggling to figure out how we were going to do the rest of this trip. So, thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nell Gerke. I'm from southern Minnesota, and that's where my family is and has been for many years, and I wouldn't be who I am today without them, and I'm grateful for them. And I'm also grateful for my river family here, and my intention today is to talk to you about what one day in the life on the river was like for us, and this is the day that we started paddling the Wild Miles. And so we woke up at camp. At this campsite, we had been programming with a field station, I believe, so we weren't by the Mississippi River, but we were still tenting. And so we woke up, broke down camp, went and had oatmeal, warm mush for breakfast, as we do many days, and piled into the 15-passenger van, which, as has been mentioned, manages to smell terrible, but in a different way every time you get in it, which is exciting and fun. And we drove like 3 hours, I think, to get back on the water, and picked up some of our guests along that way as well. And as Stephen mentioned, this is a time when we're really tired and exhausted and frankly kind of irritable. And we get to this landing. All of a sudden it's hot and humid, like nothing we had experienced yet. And there happens to be this deer carcass that's just right there. One that a hunter had come and, hunted the deer and then left whatever they didn't want just on the banks, and it was making this, terrible, awful smell, and just kind of made everything seem bad. Like, it wasn't a fun time. So we had lunch and loaded up these boats, and we got on the water. And as we're on the water, and as I'm moving further away from the smell of this deer and the smell of the van and kind of everything else that had been going on, I start to feel better. And it's just me, Andrew, and John in a boat, and we're kind of flying. We're feeling really good and feeling really strong. And for the first time in a long time, moving through a space where we're not seeing very many people. There's not a lot of stuff there in the Wild Miles as far as people infrastructure goes. And so it just felt like we were moving away and getting this distance from all of the hard things we had been seeing. And we had to paddle 18 miles to our campsite that day, and the water's moving a little slower here than it was in St. Louis because the river's a little wider. And so we're making 18 miles, and here the levees are far back from the river. And so the river kind of has some room to breathe again and kind of make that curving path that we haven't seen since the headwaters. And so it felt familiar again, and it felt good, and it felt more like the river that I know. And we're paddling 18 miles, and because we got a late start and we're moving a little slow, we managed to paddle into our island campsite as the sun is setting, which is the photo you see here. And this really doesn't do it justice at all, and no photo ever could, and the words I'm about to say won't do it either. But basically what happened was we're on the water
after just this morning of, I was irritable and just kind of like, blah, you know? And then I'm here and there's this golden light that's shining on all of these people in these boats that have carried us from the headwaters. And I love these boats and I love these people that I'm paddling with. And they just look so beautiful in the sunlight. And the river's sparkling gold. And we make it to this sandbar, this huge sandbar, which would later be a host to a great game of soccer the next day, and where we would weather out a storm in the morning. And we pull in, and it's Sunday, and we weren't by the water in the morning, so it's time to get out the copper cup and the sage, and it's time to sing. And so we take our boats from here, and then we kind of take them further down the bank, and so we're walking and towing these boats behind us and singing these songs. And this is the place where I remembered how magic the Mississippi River is. And until this point, I had forgotten that. And I don't know if it's magic the whole way through, or if there are just places where magic shines through. And I don't know if I'll ever figure that out. I don't know that it matters, but this is the place where I was reminded again just how powerful this river is. Thank you.
So I was the Baton Rouge to Bulbuncha or bust leg of the journey. And I rolled into Baton Rouge. It was pouring down rain. And I met a crew of strangers that I was suddenly going to entrust my life with. And I almost didn't get in the boat multiple times. The day we were supposed to leave, we unloaded everything from the van, and it was really cold, and the wind was whipping, and when the river started whitecapping, we then took everything from the banks back to the boat and went and had some pie. And I was like, whew, okay, I got another day to back out. And then on the Friday morning, I was ready to not get on the river, and I'm so grateful that I did. I didn't want to get on the river for multiple reasons. One is because when I would tell my friends I'm going to do this paddle from Baton Rouge, they were like, you're going to die. And now I realize I could have died many times. I'm from just south of here, about 45 minutes in the Delta Lobe of St. Bernard. And the only time I've crossed the river is on a ferry boat or on a bridge. And the river is not something that we get in. Like, you don't want to put your big toe in it, is what we're kind of told. We're taught to fear it, and we're disconnected from it in so many ways. And this was the first time I ever traveled the river in my life. And as soon as we started going, I was like, yeah. And there are 3 islands between Baton Rouge and New Orleans that are in the middle of the Mississippi River that I had no idea about. And as ugly as Cancer Alley is, I kept referring to all of the equipment on the sides of the banks as these like river monsters. You know, we could see them. They like look like these creatures, and they're like moving stuff around. And then there's like, where we camped the first night was Plaquemine Island across from the Dow Chemical plant, and we're watching the flames all night, and the kids are like, sorry, students are like in and out of the water, and I'm just like, oh my God, there's like this weird foam, right? And they were like, well, we've seen some river foam, but not like this. And the next morning I woke up with a crazy migraine headache, but I saw a beaver that night on that island. And I had no idea that we had beavers in Louisiana. And the last island that we stayed on in the Bonacary, just north of Norco and the spillway and all of that grossness that's there, we kept hearing these beavers, and Joe saw a big one. But yeah, they were making some noise. So yeah, I learned so many things on this trip. And my slide here, or my little video here that I'm sharing is of, okay. of us coming in to New Orleans on Friday, and these wind turbines. It's really funny, like your communication with folks on the river, because you know the riverboat pilots did not give us, or the river pilots, captains and boat pilots, they don't give you much respect. They're like, you know, get out the way. They kept calling, you know, these three Voyager canoes, like loaded down with people and gear, kayaks, like, not kayaks, look at us, you know. And I just want to say my boat captain, Nicole, I was part of her boat the entire journey, and it was an all-female crew the entire time down. So no disrespect to the dudes, but like, that was pretty awesome to be able to be like, yeah, we're like 5 women on a boat coming in hot, you know? And you know, I'm sharing this, the wind, paddle thingies that are huge, just, you know, I mean, yeah, we're so small on that river. And also because we're so small and because industry rules, that's why we don't get much respect anyway. But I think that, you know, to see this alternative solution that comes with a lot of complications, right? There is no wind being harvested in Louisiana waters. There is no river turbines, and that river is moving fast. I felt like I was in the ocean at times when we were going through these industrial places, and you know, the waves are bouncing off of each other, and it was really insane. But there's many other things that I could share about my journey, and I do hope that I can get in the river again, that this is not the only time. And I was fortunate to be able to be up at the headwaters and to drive through some of the territories that the paddlers came through. And so, yeah, the Mississippi is magic, even when it's hard to see. And the willow forest that exists along the banks here are magic. And the sugar we got from the Poche family in St. James Parish in the heart of Cancer Alley. And when we came ashore, Nicole and I went to get water at this really sweet gentleman's house, and he was explaining to us how his wife was suffering from breast cancer. And then we heard about all of these other family members who have died from breast cancer. And we encountered this family that was so generous. River angels really do exist, and they welcomed us onto their land, and they shared with us the sugar that's grown from there, and told us about their bonfires and invited us back. And that family and that connection, I think that for me, I met strangers in the course of a very short amount of time. They were my family too, and it's really interesting how when you move with people, and you have to move with people and are looking out for like your basic survival needs, you know, where are we gonna eat, where are we gonna sleep, who's putting up the latrine and where is it? Like, you know, all of those things are like pretty hardcore. So yeah, I have never been so happy to be home and that I survived it. And yeah, I encourage everyone to get on the river as much as you can, because she has a lot to teach. Thank you.
All right, well, if you will indulge us, we wanted to involve everyone here in some little bit of the ceremonial and celebratory part of this, and that is in the form of a song that we learned from John and composed by a friend of his. It's a very simple 3-part round, and if you don't mind, you're welcome to join us in a quick go-round of this song about getting home and how we will do that by digging into the water. So I think maybe somebody who sings much better than I will start us off.
Do we want to? Okay, so we're gonna do this in a round, because if we're gonna do this, we're gonna do it right, okay? So let's have like this right here. Over, you're gonna start with us, and then the middle's gonna come in second, and then you guys will come in third. And maybe we'll sing it once through. Yeah, just Stephen will go down there, and we'll sing it once through, maybe just us, and then we'll start doing the thing where we all sing it. Okay. Okay, so it goes like this. Can you imagine a way, canoe together? get us back home. Dig, dig into the water. Dig, dig into the water. Heave-yo, 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 heave-yo. Can you imagine a way, canoe to get us back home? Dig, dig into the water. Dig, dig into the water. Heave-yo, 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 heave-yo. Can you imagine a way, canoe to get us back home? Dig, dig into the water. Dig, dig into the water. Heave-yo, 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 heave-yo. Can you imagine a way, canoe to get us back home? Dig, dig into the water. Dig, dig into the water. Heave-yo, 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 heave. How much longer should we go? Can you imagine a way, canoe to get us back home? Dig, dig into the water. Dig, dig into the water. Heave-yo, 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 heave-yo. That was amazing! Okay, so we're done now. Thank you all so much for singing with us. I don't know. What happens next? Do I hand this to you? I wonder if it's good. Good.
Thank you, river travelers. Yes. We're now going to take a break for lunch. We have some instructions, though. This will be our first meal. For those of you who will be here all week as campus participants, you will receive vouchers for use in our new building, the Commons, which is this way. So if you go out into the hallway, there's some bathrooms here. Keep traveling down the hallway, and you'll go into a new space, and you can use your voucher there. Guests who are here for the day, it is a wonderful opening space also for you. Let us know if you have any questions, and we're going to resume here at 1:30 with presentations and offerings from the field stations and responders. Anything else? All right, enjoy.
in New Orleans. The river semester brought us here, and now we are doing the reverse. So occasion, and as well on the website. Field Station 5 is dealing with space, place, and relations of belonging, the locations where natchez by Abe Odunlami. And after these presentations, we will have time for a discussion. And this discussion will be informed by 3 inputs. The first input will be done by these days.
And it will be from Barbara Washington and Gail LaBeouf of Raya St. James. We welcome them. Maya Koskaya, she's a curator, scholar, and already since 2014 part of the Anthropocene curriculum and participated in many of our projects. And her colleague, Ellie Irons, artist based in New York, as well collaborated several times in this occasion.
Since I am not an octopus, I only have 2 hands, I hope that the microphone is loud enough without me touching it. Everybody can hear me in the back? I got a loud voice, I can speak louder if we need. Apologies also if I go too fast. We're trying to cover an enormous amount of ground, essentially from the outset of the Holocene all the way up to the present through a tiny micro case of Natchez, which is the hometown of my grandmother. And I've been going there since I was a little girl. I just want to first thank all the people that have gone into making this happen. Too many to name, but of course the HKW who brought me on this journey 6 years ago almost now, and the wonderful people at Tulane who have brought it up here, and the new people joining our discussion. I can't wait to hear your inputs, and all the rest of you who've taught me so many things on this journey. And most of all, my field station participants, Ellie and Montana, thank you guys for making this happen with me. Okay, so my talk is called Natchez, a synecdochic case exploring etiologies of Anthropocenic emergence. Kind of a mouthful, but what I really want to do is try to understand what I see as a pathology, that the Anthropocene is a pathological state, what I see as a pathology, and I want to understand and try to diagnose how this pathology has emerged in order to try to understand what needs to be fixed and undone insofar as we're capable of doing that. So my PowerPoint was made sort of separately from the talk, and it's got a lot of images, but I'm not following the PowerPoint closely, so don't be alarmed if we skip around a bit. I'm going to just talk for a moment about the field station itself in Natchez. So first of all, the field station in Natchez, which explores these etiologies of Anthropocenic emergence, does so in a tiny historic city. The population is under 15,000. It's located in Adams County on the banks of the Mississippi River, and Natchez is one of the oldest cities in the region. It was a major hub from across the South for the slave trade, and it was named first Fort Rosalie in 1716, and then renamed Natchez in 1930 after the indigenous people that were there were basically eradicated by the French. Natchez was the French colonial version of the name for the Tilul or Tiklul or Noche nation of Native Americans, later known as Natchez Indians, who lived there since the 7th century and were annihilated by colonizers in 1730. So Natchez is a diachronic critical case that I think offers a synecdochic site of Anthropocenic emergence upon multiple axes. That is, that the processes that unfolded over the past 500 years in Natchez not only mirror, but also illuminate the dynamics of the emergence of the Anthropocene more generally in many crucial ways, i.e., the workings of the part illustrate and illuminate the workings of the whole, thus functioning as a synecdoche. So from the 10,000-year multi-species Holocene to the rise of the Anthropocene through settler colonial occupation and indigenous genocide, to industrial-scale chattel enslavement and brutal domestic slave trade, from the rise of the ecologically disastrous monocrop agricultural plantationocene, powered and climate-controlled by the coerced labor of enslaved persons, to the spread of non-native so-called invasive species introduced to combat soil erosion caused by the plantation, and from the riparian and alluvial vicissitudes of the Mississippi River to the contemporary era's turn towards hydrocarbon extraction around and in Adams County, Natchez offers us a palimpsestic, multi-layered site for exploring entangled causal mechanisms that made institutional, pragmatic flesh of ideological, ideational word as the Anthropocene unfolded. In particular, Natchez shows the complex and consequential entanglement of the twin concepts of white supremacism and human exceptionalism, or I think is better phrased, human supremacism. They're really of the same thing, with their twinned instantiations in genocide and ecocide, giving form and motive force to the emergent Anthropocene conditions along the Mississippi since the onset of the colonial age. So at the core of these ideologies of an emergent Anthropocene is the story of how white European settler colonialists began to systematically colonize the Americas in the late 15th century. We all know that story, but how does it unfold in Natchez? Colonization set in motion the processes that characterized the Anthropocene in many ways, radically transforming the continent, altering its landscapes, its natural systems, its ecosystems, setting in motion the largest human-scale genocide in history, millions upon millions of indigenous peoples across the continent, with up to 90% of the indigenous population dying within the first centuries of the colonial encounter, destroying their civilizations, cultures, relationships to the natural world and ways of life, spreading catastrophic diseases, as well as setting off the Little Ice Age with the Orbis Spike, as Maslin and Lewis, Davis and Todd have reminded us, and initiating massive changes in the global biosphere through the Columbian Exchange. These widespread colonial processes and outcomes are mirrored in the Natchez context. So Natchez offers a micro case for a deep dive into the complex and causally entangled processes that lead us out of the Holocene. The Natchez case, which in many ways mirrors the experiences of the colonized world at large, reaffirms many of the critiques of the overgeneralized assumptions implicit in the evocation of an anthropos in Anthropocene, which identifies an artificially flattened, universalized human as the global primary causal force disrupting the life support systems of the planet and leaving a geological scar that will last into deep geological time beyond our species' own extinction. So, while it is indeed humans and not other species, there's no cyanobacteria this time to blame, that have set in motion these massively destructive processes, like the other colonial cases, I argue that the Natchez case demonstrates conclusively that there is a clearly identifiable causal perpetrator of the violence that is the Anthropocene here. And the perpetrators are a very specific subset of humans with a very specific model of civilization, informed and rationalized by a very specific set of beliefs. These are the human exceptionalist, or I say human supremacist, ideologies assuming man's dominion over nature, and the colonial white supremacist ideology is claiming a white man's burden or manifest destiny that putatively entitled white European colonizers to treat radically othered beings and more than human natural entities and agents as mere things, instruments and or material, over which these men had dominion. Things that are for the taking. Things that exist for the sole purpose of extraction and exploitation and enjoyment. With the same radical ontological negation of the non-extractive, non-instrumental, or intrinsic value of these other beings, these supremacist ideologies rationalize an entitled exploitation that leads to both ecocidal destruction of the planetary life support systems we rely on, and also the genocidal denial of the humanities of non-white peoples, which is made possible and palatable for perpetrators. The institutions of industrial-scale chattel slavery and slave-powered industrial-scale monocrop plantations, and the practices of both casual and intentional indigenous genocide. So it's crucial to note that this entitled, exploitative, colonizing whiteness is not actually a race. It's not even a state of melanin deficiency, per se, but rather it's a historically shape-shifting, political, cultural, and ideological construction that has at its core a kind of toxic cocktail of entitlement and exploitation and radical othering. Whiteness is constituted as what we call in philosophy a residual category. There's no real there. It's based on an irreducible and foundational, invidious negation of these designated others. Thus, both white supremacism and human supremacism logically entail an assumption of concomitant moral entitlement to use the radically othered, even to death, depletion, and extinction. So this toxic cocktail of radical othering that produced the Anthropocene in the Natchez context, mirroring the wider unfolding of the Anthropocene first across the colonized world, is evident in the subsequent intersection of genocidal and ecocidal land grabs and resource extraction practices that would form the economic foundations of Natchez, of Mississippi, of the American South, the future USA, and really the modern world more generally, and made possible the tremendous, rapid, and historically unprecedented big bang of capital accumulation that funded the construction of Western modernity. So we can see these dynamics clearly through the eradication of the Tulane Nation, later known as the Natchez Indians. And I want to just do this against the backdrop. I'm going to show you a couple slides here. We start out with the trace. The Natchez Trace exists. It has been around for at least 10,000 years. It started out as animal trails. Some say it was bison traveling from salt licks in Tennessee. Others say it was different animals. The bison didn't come till after the colonial expansion. But either way, there were animal trails that were then expanded by indigenous people into trails they used from thousands of years, and finally, those trails then were adopted by colonizers, widened, made into places with outposts, and then finally later adopted and widened into roads. There's a great video on this that the Chickasaw TV people have. I'll give you the link later. And then become sites of this proprietary deciding of what gets to be an acceptable species, and Ellie is going to talk about kudzu, in fact, which they try to eradicate from the trace later on. The trace terminus point is the Emerald Mound, right before Natchez. And the Emerald Mound is one of the sites, the sacred sites of the Tulane or the Natchez Indians. But it was actually defunct and not in usage by the time that the Europeans arrived. The Grand Village of the Natchez, however, was one of the only of the mound building cultures left that was actually using these ceremonial sites. So, because we don't have a ton of time to talk about the real specific details, I hope during Q&A and discussion we can talk more about the specifics of this very sophisticated, politically sophisticated, diplomatically sophisticated, technologically sophisticated nation that had a stable existence here for 1,000 years. And we gave a talk at the Grand Village of the Natchez Indians and their museum there when the river journey came through. The first encounter with the colonizers was Hernando de Soto in around 1542, and the maritime powers and the technological advancement on the Mississippi of the Natchez Indians was so advanced that they basically kicked these guys' butts and beat them back to the Gulf, and they were left alone for over 100 years. Although disease and ravaged granaries had already started to deplete the populations of Southeast Indians. So skipping through here, this is Natchez. You see the Grand Village, Fort Rosalie, which is where the last insurrection was. and the last struggle before this nation is defeated. And these are colonizers' drawings of them, romantic, noble savage depictions of them by Europeans. This is the book by James Barnett, who's from Natchez, documenting the political destruction of both intra-tribal relations and local power relations, and then the economy and the culture of these people before they were actually physically eradicated. Basically, in the 18th century, the French and the British both show up, and they were competing with each other over dominance of the region. And in the process of doing this, they managed to destroy the local economy by replacing it almost exclusively with a gigantic, massive traffic in deer hides for export to Europe. And this is where the term a buck comes from. Buckskin became a currency. And it created a new stratum of nouveau riche political elites to compete with traditional matrilineal hereditary elites and destabilize the internal political structures of this nation. Simultaneously, British colonizers introduced an intra-nation and intra-tribal strategy to divide and conquer by creating a lucrative slave-catching market. They took small-scale practices of capturing people from other tribal nations and keeping them during warfare or whatever, and they created a massive monetized market for slave catching, serving the British interests. Many of those slaves were shipped off to, when they discovered they could escape too easily in their home territory, they were shipped off to the sugar colonies, most of whom died very quickly there. So the British exploited this local small cultural tradition and turned it into an industrial scale market that destroyed the relationships and the possibility of intra-tribal solidarity against the colonizers. There was the Yamanasi uprising in 1715, but where they stopped competing with each other this way, but by then it was too late. So the processes that further complicated the introduction, was further complicated by the introduction of enslaved people trafficked from Africa. They changed Natchez dramatically once again. Indigenous peoples and enslaved or escaped or trafficked Africans, some of them joined together in acts of solidarity. There was intermarriage, there were attempts to help each other, and even joined the failed resistance to the colonial genocide. And following the demise of the Tulane Nation, or the Natchez, the nascent United States relations with remaining indigenous peoples in the Mississippi region and the Southeast, basically up through Andrew Jackson's brutal policy of Indian removal and the Trail of Tears, allowed the U.S. to lay claim to vast tracts of native land in the region, which were then transformed into plantations, mainly first for cotton, then later tobacco, then cotton, king cotton, of course, which made the South and the native and the nascent U.S. more generally wealthy via the stolen lives, labors, bodies, lands of indigenous and African people who were radically othered and dehumanized to make this possible. This fueled and bolstered, of course, the white supremacist ideologies and destroyed the land as ecocidal, industrial-scale monoculture plantations terraformed the South. So I'm just skipping through some of these images. The slave trade actually starts in Natchez in 1719. And one of the things that we did during the river visit was I found an incredible young man who runs the only Black heritage tours in what is otherwise seriously dominated by white nostalgic fantasies of what the South would have been like if the Confederates had won, and they visit pretty antebellum mansions, and girls dress up in hoop skirts and boys in Confederate uniforms, and of course they're all white, and celebrating a sanitized version of a past which negates and annihilates the contributions and labor and suffering of the people who basically built this country on their backs. So Jeremy gave an alternative tour to the River Journey students for basically about 8 hours, covering all the major sites, including the Forks of the Road slave market, which is commemorated with a small patch of concrete where shackles that once held human beings are cemented into the ground so they can't be stolen as souvenirs by people with not very nice intentions. So I will just say one more word, because I think we're running out of time, about the causal entanglement of the genocide of Native Americans and the rise of slave-powered monoculture plantation as seen in King Cotton with the creation of the Anthropocene. These two things aren't parallel tracks, but one enabled the other profoundly. And so I would submit that without reckoning with the ideological and ideational legacies and institutional embodiments of white supremacism, human supremacism, genocide, and ecocide, that we can neither tell an adequate nor accurate story of the emergence of the Anthropocene, nor sufficiently understand its etiologies, that we have to look at this entanglement. So perhaps the larger implication is to reckon, that we need is to reckon with the, in order to reckon with the Anthropocene, is that we also need to reckon with and question and rethink and work to functionally reconstitute these entitled, exploitative, exclusionary notions and practices and institutions of that very specific human that has animated the intra-systemic planetary crises we're calling the Anthropocene. In other words, undoing whiteness, that cultural construct, and all of the institutional frameworks that came out of that particular way of thinking, that radical othering, that exploitative, extractive entitlement needs to be systemically undone, and something needs to be made in its place if we're going to actually address the etiology of the Anthropocene in any genuinely meaningful way. I'm going to now welcome Ellie Irons to come and talk about her project, which is a very focused deep dive on one species, and I think illustrates the same set of principles that I've talked about on a sort of macro level on a very micro scale. Thanks, Ellie.
Hello, everyone. Same thing, not an octopus, and I also have to use 2 computers, so let me know if I get too far from the mic. And thank you, as Maya put forth at the beginning of her talk, to everyone who made this possible. Really grateful to be here. I'm going to start my portion on this bridge in, oh, I gotta learn how to use this thing, spacebar. I'm gonna start this portion on this bridge in NOCGS, downtown near a big tourist hotel. This is one of the more accessible places to meet this being I came to NOCGS to meet, kudzu. It's right there at hand level, hard to miss, but also I would argue easy to misunderstand. As a multi-species oriented artist with a particular interest in learning from the weedy plants who are co-creating our habitats, I arrived in NOCGS intent on letting kudzu be my guide. Kudzu is a multifaceted entity, a monolithic myth, the vine that ate the South, but also a rooted living plurality, naturalized throughout the southeastern US. The beings we call kudzu, a rough translation of the word plant in Japanese, are actually made up of at least 5 species and subspecies of semi-woody climbing vines in the Puraria genus. These beings became widespread as a result of a collision of anthropocenic factors. Introduced from East Asia, kudzu began its life in the United States as an exotic veranda plant in the late 19th century, a time of bioprospecting and World's Fairs, of Gilded Age exploitation and Jim Crow terror. Kudzu stuck to the decorative edges. If anyone in AV can turn down the sound, when we tested, I didn't notice it. Kudzu stuck to the decorative edges of the exploitative plantation system until the 1930s, when it was pushed center stage, instrumentalized at a massive scale to protect the soil that had been ravaged by decades of industrial-scale monoculture. Throughout the 1930s, kudzu mania reigned. Kudzu clubs existed across the US, and seedlings were promoted as miracle plants. They were subsidized by the federal government and planted in the millions, not just on worn-out agricultural soil, but also to stabilize highway embankments where soil had been laid bare by the expansion of the highway system. So, as miles of fresh asphalt were laid down, kicking off an age of petroculture expansion, kudzu was given a front row seat to burgeoning car culture. By the 1950s and 60s, road-tripping Americans saw vast green swaths of kudzu from their car windows as they traveled the south. Never mind that those swaths were often just a veneer along the highways. Kudzu became no longer a miracle, but a weed. And eventually, in the 1980s and 90s, a notorious so-called invasive species. As many have observed, the rhetoric lobbed at introduced species, who are often passengers, not drivers of ecological degradation, echoes the derogatory and dangerous language used to malign humans migrating to the United States. While newspaper headlines, apologies for this video, we just couldn't get it right for some reason. While newspaper headlines and weekend weed warriors hail kudzu as a barbarian of the plant kingdom intent on terrorizing native species by forming kudzu barons, recent studies have shown that kudzu was never as widespread as many have reported and may actually be in decline now. In part, this is due to the arrival of a predator species, the kudzu bug, but also due to habitat loss. Like many other non-human beings, and many humans too, kudzu is losing habitat to development and climate change. There's more to say about the natural cultural life of kudzu, but we'll transition to an aspect of my fieldwork in Natchez. Many visitors to Natchez make a trip to Melrose, the site of a former plantation that is now a National Historic Park. Images like these, which were posted to the internet by tourists and travel writers, show restored plantation buildings, including the living quarters of the people enslaved to serve those residing in the Greek Revival mansion that is the park's centerpiece. The cotton fields that form the vegetal bedrock of the plantation system around Natchez also surrounded this home up until the 1840s, but they're gone now. This well-photographed bucolic landscape of mowed lawns, cypress ponds, oaks and Spanish moss is a picturesque erasure of the layers of genocide, extraction, and exploitation that led this land to look as it does today. Let's see. Come on. I took this photo, which will show up in a minute, at the entrance to the park. It fits in with many others like it. But with kudzu as my guide, I spun around 180 degrees, and, oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Go back. And took this photo. This kudzu inversion, as I began to think of them, became an important fieldwork site for me during my week in Natchez. It would be easy to see it as just a sinkhole, a negation of the sanitized plantation landscape directly across the street, the place where one monoculture thrives now because another did before. There's some truth in that, but as I observed and interacted with various kudzu patches around Natchez, another pattern emerged. I traced the edges of these inversions and found I was outlining the edges, gaps, and fissures in a landscape structured around private property and individualized landscape maintenance regimes. Within the space these edges inscribed, a kind of kudzu commons came into view, hemmed in by herbicides and lawnmowers and held away from valuable infrastructure, but with really rich and interesting edge habitats. All along the edges of kudzu patches, I encountered an array of wild and weedy plants, insects, birds, and even reptiles who had found refuge at the meeting point between human-driven maintenance regimes and kudzu's world-making prowess. At the end of my week of fieldwork, I clipped some kudzu vines from where they were creeping out of one of these inversions right out onto the road, and I took them onto the manicured grounds of Melrose, where I invited visitors to make drawings from kudzu paint, entangle their arms with its vines, and tell me stories about the weeds in their lives. This was not an act I found comfortable or easy necessarily. When I wrap my arm in kudzu, I acknowledge that it's here in the Americas doing what it does because I'm here. Because my ancestors and those of people like me, or because of us, species and lifeways that were present in pre-colonial Natchez have been lost. Kudzu and I are complicit in this disappearance. To engage kudzu is to engage the genocide of the Natchez Indians, the forced labor of enslaved Africans, the monoculture cotton fields that debilitated the soil. But I also know that the struggle to eradicate this plant from the landscape through violence will never recreate what has been lost, nor will it validate or redeem the presence of settlers on this land. Living alongside kudzu, seeking a regenerative path in a new landscape rooted in multi-species solidarity and ecological justice is really complex. It involves acknowledging loss and pain, while also cultivating reciprocity and care with weedy species that have become our companions in this age of protracted environmental emergency. Thank you.
Hello, hi, how's everyone doing? My name is Abe Oduami, and I am one of the members of Field Station 5. Before I begin, I also wanted to thank everyone and second what Maya and Ellie have already said, so thank you to Akave and also Tulane and all of you guys in attendance. I would actually move this to the beginning. Okay, so to begin again. So our project was titled Broadcasting Live from Field Station 5, The Culture of Resistance by Land and by Sea. And I briefly would just walk you through the concept behind the project, what we ended up doing, and then introduce you to our main space stat and the communities and organizations which we interacted with. So the general project outline and aims was to really think of an anthropological study of the Mississippi Delta region and look at it from also the different organizations which are forming around the region and given an identity to the Delta itself. And so the research topics which we sort of focused on were environmental justice, social justice, ecology, cultural resistance, urban systems, and within this space here, the three that we really wanted to really push out were the cultural resistance, urban ecosystems, and spatial and land history. Given how within our field station, Maya is giving you sort of a historical analysis of the Mississippi Delta region, we really wanted to think of what the speculative futures of this region would look like. And so to sort of introduce you to the space which we focused on, the Delta is a space that that's comprised of from Memphis, technically down to New Orleans, but the New Orleans component is considered the lower Delta. So we wanted to focus on three cities between that space: Memphis, Jackson, Mississippi, and New Orleans as well. And so these are sort of statistics about the region. So within Memphis, Jackson and New Orleans, you will see that predominantly of the predominant population in the region are African Americans. And additional environmental statistics. So in our first visit to the region, we discovered very quickly that, in order to do this project, we really needed to spend a lot of time with within the region, build relationships, and see where those relationships will lead us into designing a project. And it became, one of the things that became quite apparent, one, is, the communication with the Delta region is a face-to-face communication culture. You don't send emails, you don't send texts, you don't call. It's face-to-face, so you really needed to build these relationships, but these relationships also, relationships that are built and designed, or that are built and cultivated through the culture of hospitality. So the three main investigators in our project, myself, my colleague Jared Richardson, and Tamara Becerra Valdez, who is a filmmaker and conceptual artist who has lived in Jackson, Mississippi prior. And what we settled on was, rather than kind of doing a project that would be a one-off or something that would be phoned in, we really wanted to create a project that gave a voice or built an identity for the Mississippi Delta region. And we settled on a series of podcasts that would incorporate narratives from scholars, from locals, about what the culture of the area was, what sort of activist organizations and efforts were taking place within the region. And the podcasts that we've released thus far are all available on any podcast consuming platforms, from Spotify to Google Podcasts and iTunes. But I would just briefly walk you through them. So the first episode introduced the scholarship of Jared Richardson and myself. And Jared's work focuses on sort of building and identifying Black affect in relationship to the aquatic, whereas my work focuses on looking at the urban terrain as a form of technology within capitalism. So combining these two efforts, we really thought of creating these podcast series, which would look at the relationship that the inhabitants of the Delta have had with both the river and also the land. So our second podcast then featured one of our scholars, which we interviewed, Chelsea Frazier, who writes about materiality and objects within the Delta, and how these objects and material are used as forms of resistance, or forms of cultivating new ways of resisting. So from that, there were three main informants in each city that we worked with. Wayne Dowdy, who is a Memphis librarian and historian. Kali Akuno, who is the co-founder and the co-director of Cooperation Jackson, which is an activist cooperation based in Jackson, Mississippi. And Leon Waters, who is a historian as well, and founder of an organization called Hidden Histories, which he gives tours of different spaces, different cultural spaces within the New Orleans and southern Louisiana. So moving forward to one of the main principal organizations that we worked with, Cooperation Jackson. Cooperation Jackson is an organization that was jointly founded by Kali and the current mayor of Jackson, actually the mayor of Jackson, Mississippi's father, who was the mayor at the time in 2013. And the organization was founded with the main principle of finding alternative ecosystems for the citizens of Jackson. Second, also building and thinking of what a Black nationalist state would look like. And third, thinking of how to create sustainable farming methods within Jackson, Mississippi. And the three scholars we worked with on the podcast were Justin Hosby, J.T. Ronan, and Chelsea Frazier, which I mentioned earlier, who all work on different areas of topics, but ranging from privatization in New Orleans to the culture of materiality within the Delta region to how cultural production also becomes an activist tool within Mississippi as well. So in moving now towards the base camp, which was Jackson, Mississippi, our central location. So in working with Cooperation Jackson, we kind of spent some time with them and looking at the different projects and initiatives that they're taking on and seeing how that could be sort of expressed within our podcast series as well, and seeing it as producing one of our episodes as a live podcast. So in one of the projects we did with Cooperation Jackson was a international retreat with different cooperative organizations from around the world. So we had different co-ops from Colombia, Brazil, the Dominican Republic, and South Africa in attendance. So these are some images from that. And this is the co-op farm that Cooperative Jackson has and they've been cultivating. They also own a space where they're building a farmer's market that would house the produce that is sold on the weekends in Jackson. Another space that Cooperative Jackson has is a fab lab in which they're really, they've been designing for the last several years and it's just now opening up. But what they're really thinking of is how do you create a sustainable ecosystem outside of the current economic model? And this fab lab for them is what they're hoping they're able to build and regenerate and remodel a lot of the dilapidated buildings and structures within Jackson that they own or members of their co-op own as well. These are some of their mural work. And another space where Tamara Becerra Valdez focused on working on a film project on the Mississippi River Basin. And the Mississippi River Basin was a sort of a replica of the Mississippi River itself, ranging from, I think, the beginning of, southern Ohio, all the way down to the Gulf. And it was built after the 1927 flood of the Mississippi River, in which the United States government decided they wanted to figure out how the river moved to prevent and think about future flooding. So they built this replica that was in running up until the 60s and then decommissioned. So there's a group called Friends of the Mississippi River Basin, which have taken over the space, and they're really thinking about how do you revitalize the space and thinking of turning it into a museum. And this is some of the images from the space. It's about a 200-acre land space in total. And during our field station project, we all kind of did a tour, which one of the managing director of our organization gave us a tour of it. Along with that, one of the key points that we wanted to focus on in our field station was the idea of cultural production and what cultural production meant to the African American population and community. and wanted to see it as a form of an alternative to a failure of public policy, an alternative to a failure of recognition, but a methodology in which one addresses post-traumatic stress or all forms of ailment as well. So there was a tour which we went through different historical points that are either spaces of cultural production or historical for their cultural production, or spaces where significant, which were significant moments within Black American history. So this space is in Greenwood, Mississippi. The phrase Black Power was first uttered in this space, and specifically at this park, actually, during a talk by Stokely Carmichael, I believe in 1966. Also in Greenwood is the birthplace of Robert Johnson and also the gravesite. And Robert Johnson was one of the pioneers of the blues. And akin to production as well, you know, Mississippi is still a stronghold for cotton production, which was one of the crops that gave birth to the colonization of the region in the first place. All right, thank you.
All right. Hi, everyone. Yeah. So I'm here to briefly offer a few reflections on the leg of the river journey that I participated in. And this is the leg that stretches from Jackson, Mississippi to Natchez, Mississippi. And during the time that I was on the river, we actually visited the two field stations that we just heard from today. So before I get into this, though, I did, as everyone else, want to thank the organizers, the HKW, the Max Planck Institute. I also wanted to thank the River Semester team for welcoming me along for this week and dragging me out of somewhat chilly upstate New York to enjoy beautiful scenes like this.
Yeah. The sun's hitting you and you're just like, you're below it.
And so actually this is from this really beautiful, magical day on the river, my first day on the river that Nell was talking about. Yeah, really amazing sunset and scenery. Yeah, so thank you all for allowing me to participate, at least in that part of your larger journey. Gotcha. Okay, and I'm gonna begin, okay, great. First by looking at this screenshot from a website of a company that offers plantation tours in Natchez, Mississippi. And as we heard, these tours aren't critical investigations of the plantation economy, nor are they investigations of slavery, nor are they investigations of the place of King Cotton and the growth and development of the United States. Rather, they're celebrations of the culture of the elite Southern aristocratic planter class that so dominated the economic and political landscape of the region that we're in right now in the years before the Civil War. And perhaps these types of plantation tours are familiar to some of you who have some familiarity with this region. Even in the area around New Orleans, you can find a similar tourist economy that is propped up on this idea. And in fact, as we learned in Natchez, there are huge financial interests in actually at play in preserving this kind of mythologized antebellum past that has no mention of the racialized violence that actually underpinned the system. So if that's somewhat of the mainstream historical discourse that's going on in places like Natchez, Mississippi right now, during our time in the public programming that the field stations organized, we actually had the opportunity to meet with people who are attempting to challenge that problematic historical narrative. And so one of the examples that we saw at producing an alternative historical narrative were the efforts by local organizers to memorialize Fork at the Roads, which was once a major slave market in Natchez. And this memorial, which I have a picture of the placard right here, as you can see, directly engages the racialized violence and the attendant economic rationalizations that underpin the accumulation of wealth in Natchez. And this newspaper copy that they have really spells that out clearly for you. Buy more Negroes to raise more cotton, to buy more Negroes to raise more cotton, and so on and so forth. And so, although Fork in the Roads, the slave market, closed more than a century ago, this history isn't as distant as you might think. The slave trader who founded the market, Isaac Franklin, used the wealth that he accrued in the exchange of human bodies to start a plantation not far outside of Baton Rouge. This plantation was a notorious site for the brutalization of black bodies, and it actually remains that way today. That plantation was Angola Plantation, which is today Angola Prison, perhaps the most infamous institution within America's prison industrial complex. And so the work that we saw during our visit to Field Station 5 wasn't only restricted to memorializing the violence of the past, but it was also about producing new institutions that can produce new and subversive discourses. And this is a photo from one such institution. This is the African American Museum in Natchez, Mississippi. And this functions really as a public archive, collecting and displaying artifacts that challenge the kinds of uncomplicated narratives that you'd get in a typical plantation tour. And it tells the story of a community in Natchez that has not only experienced much violence and exploitation, but amidst that all has survived and thrived and done many things. So why care about the past in the Anthropocene? Why this focus on history? In an era, an epoch, that draws our attention to the threats presented by the future. My argument, and I think the argument that we saw at the places that we visited in Field Station 5, is that only by taking responsibility for the violences of history can we actually begin to produce liberatory futures. And we saw one such future-making project at Cooperation Jackson, which Abe just told us about. This group, which directly addresses the centuries of exploitation and violence in the region, is underway building infrastructures for black care and black survival in the face of ecological catastrophe. And so 3 of the projects that we learned about is their landscaping co-op, their community makerspace or Fab Lab, and also the community farm. And just to kind of wrap up all the things that we saw going on at the field station, I'm gonna, oh, you actually can't see it. I'm going to conclude with this quote from Sister Imani, who runs the farm at Cooperation Jackson. She told us that planting a seed can be a revolutionary act. And I think this is an important quote for many of the people in the room who, all of us, I think, over the last several months, we've been engaged in this project, planting seeds along the river. Whether that be as organizers of field stations, as participants in the river school, as participants in the various field campuses. And these seeds that we've planted along the river, the most important of them are undoubtedly the relationships and collaborations that we've started with local communities spanning the entire Mississippi River. And planting these seeds is commendable in and of itself, but now the more difficult work of attending to their cultivation and growth and really cultivating a just and responsible and sustainable garden, that's the work that faces us ahead. It's the work that the Anthropocene calls on us to do, and that's the work that I hope to continue seeing us all do. Thank you.
Good evening. Good afternoon. In my part of the world, we say good evening. I'm Gail LaBeouf. I'm from St. James Parish. This is a map of our parish, and it is 22 miles long. And it runs along the Mississippi River. And we only live maybe 3 to 5 miles away from the Mississippi River. And we're constantly traveling on both sides on a daily basis. We travel those 22 miles. We are being onslaughted with chemical plants, oil and gas plants, fertilizer plants. Let me just go back to the map. Within our immediate area of 8 miles on the east bank and 12 miles on the west bank, we have 7 plants that are air polluting, climate changing plants. And I guess I should have said I'm not used to speaking, so I'm trying to speak from the heart, and I'm trying to give you information. I'm trying to give you as much information as I can because I want you to realize that we are at a peril in our parish. But I'm going to move on now to this picture here. Was taken right here on the West Bank at the GNO Bridge while we were doing our march with Cato. This picture is me remembering my great-great-grandmother that was a slave on the Rome plantation here in New Orleans. And she only became free after the Civil War. She had my great-grandmother that migrated down to St. James Parish. So this is the beginning of our march, and this is our commitment to exposing the unjust laws that man has been imposing on man ever since he's been able to get away with it. We went to Gordontown, and Gordontown is a toxic waste. And from Gordontown, we went to Gerttown. And from Gerttown, we went to, this is Formosa, that's Formosa. But while we were in New Orleans, we hit a bunch of points. And those points are related to that Mississippi River because it is that culture that first inhabited along that Mississippi River that is still being able to impose what they want on other people's lives. This is, where's that? Gerttown. And this man was telling us they still live there. His sister still lives there, and they're trying to get out. Go to the next one. This is bringing us back down the river to where we live. This is where they want to build that plant called Formosa. Formosa will have 14 units inside of it. It will only create less than 100 permanent jobs. So how can you have 14 units and it only creating less than 100 jobs? Because the rest will be filled out with contractor jobs. Okay. So that is how these things are going. They only create so many good, well-paying, benefiting jobs, and the rest is contractor jobs. And of those contractor jobs, those contractors are working in the state of Louisiana under what is called the at-will law. We voted in the right to work, and I call it the right to work for less law. And then we have ITEP. ITEP it was 100% in favor of the plants taking all the tax breaks and keeping all the money for themselves. This current administration went into 80-20 rule, where now they can only keep 80%. Still good, right? So this is what we are working under in the state of Louisiana, period. And then you have to add the freeze on minimum wage. And that hurts the hospitality worker here in New Orleans more than anywhere else. But these are the laws that have been structured. And these laws have been put into place by big business, oil corporations, big banks, big pharmaceuticals. All of these people are whispering in the ears of our politicians and getting these laws put in place that help diminish us, that takes away our American dream. They want their American dream, well, we want ours too. And we want fair laws that enable us to have them. Formosa got to go. We're not having it. Go to the next one. This is Mosaic. Mosaic was a brainstorm of Freeport Chemical. Freeport was right out there in Plaquemine. They had oil rigs out there. He shut them down, not all of them, but enough of them, that they came and built this plant in St. James Parish. It was Freeport Sulphur out there. They bought this land, renamed it Uncle Sam after the name that was the plantation name. And this 202-foot mountain is residue of phosphate gypsum. They make fertilizer, and this is the result of the fertilizer. This is the byproduct, they waste, that no one wants to buy because it is radioactive. Inside of there are ponds. These ponds, one of them is radioactive waste, the other pond is water that they reuse throughout their plant. Back in 2015, they found out that the waters was getting mixed. The EPA say it's okay as long as you didn't mix them. So they got fined at the same time Mosaic plant in Florida got fined. The thing with this is that this mountain is shifting. A farmer found out that there was water building up around his cane field. As you can see, all that in front right there, that is sugar cane, but it's voluntary because now they can't plant cane there anymore. But the sugarcane farmer notified the authorities, and they found out that that pond has actually shifted to the north, that's this side over here, and it was leaking. So they came in and packed it up for a couple of weeks, and they say they got it stable. The thing about it is, it's still radioactive waste in it. And that radioactive waste is less than a mile away from a parish canal that leads to Blind River. Blind River connects up with Lake Maurepas. Lake Maurepas connects up with Country Train Lake. So this is a threat that nobody saying anything about except for us. Because they don't want you to be, what, we're fearmongers? No. This thing is a hazard to the land. It's a hazard to our fresh well water because now they're injecting it a mile into the earth. The LDQ told them that they could not shoot that stuff up in the air and blow it with big fans and say, oh, it's going to evaporate. Well, you got workers work at that plant, and you got workers that work at the coal plant next to it, and it's a stockpile plant, and Barbara will tell you about the other chemical plant on the other side. They were going to blow that stuff if the Sierra Club and we didn't all get together and send in to DEQ, we're not having any of this either. So this is the permit that stopped it, but it is getting ejected into the water, into the ground, and they're just a mile from the Mississippi River. So this is the biggie. If you ever heard anything about that, it's 202 feet high. David Mitchell of the Baton Rouge Advocate has his story online, and you can get all the particulars out of that story, all the specifics. Okay, next one. And that's you. Yeah. Go back to Mosaic. Sure. I want to thank all of you all for allowing us this opportunity to come and tell our story. And we find that our story isn't different from many of the stories that we have heard, all from Baton Rouge to New Orleans. Thank you. I want to say about Mosaic, as Gail was mentioning, because Mosaic is less than 2 miles from where I am residing. And I got into this fight because of the plants that are already there and more of them that are coming in. Mosaic has been there over 60 years, I believe. And so we have seen so many of our relatives, our loved ones, who worked at Mosaic that have died from cancer or some kind of respiratory illnesses. And so when I heard that a $1 million plant, billion-dollar plant was coming in next to a plant that was already having problems, was shifting, and I live a half a mile from a plant that is a steel plant, less than a half a mile, I couldn't take it anymore. So I joined Rise St. James, and I started fighting just like everybody else is fighting, because we are in this about our lives and the future of our lives for our children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. So when we look at Mosaic, which is less, like I said, is less than 2 miles from me, we're saying no more chemicals. Yes, people have worked there, my loved ones have worked there, and they have earned good money, but money over wealth, over health, I can't see that. So as you look at the sugar cane field, all of the areas in the area where plants were located, you see sugar cane fields. If you turn to the next one, we're going to show you, I think it's not that one. Go a little bit more. No, go up. Yes, right here. This is Convent Marine Terminal. And that's coal that's right there. That's right next to Mosaic. Less than, well, you could The walk next from door here. neighbor, you Yes, could go and walk- have coffee. They can have coffee together. Thank you. That's how close it is. I couldn't show it to you on the map, but it's very close. And so, aside from that, there's coal there, there's a railroad track, and we hear constant noise all the time. Remember, I'm about a mile from here. So the track would be, turn to the next picture. There's a track, there's a railroad track. Now, the coal mine is a little further up from here, but all of this is where Mosaic is, it's where the Convent Marine Terminal is. This is accidental chemical right here. And we have problems at least 15 to 20 minutes or more when a train is at the tracks because they are reloading and they're shifting, and so we have to wait a lot of times. Turn again. So this is the backside of accidental chemical. Now this is sugarcane again. All along this river road, all along this corridor is sugarcane. And I asked the question, was sugarcane tested? And what was somebody else? She was what? They test. They test, but they don't test for chemicals in the sugarcane. Only for pesticides. So we don't know what we are getting out of the sugarcane. And all along the river, all the plants that has been there is where plantations were, because right here where Occidental is was a plantation called Malasha. And so sugarcane is planted here, and they have taken over all of this little area. Go to the next one. No, go back. Oh, I want to go back because still looking at Occidental, this is where Wanwa was going to piggyback off of Occidental and come in with $1 million plant with chemicals, MDIs. And so when they said this was coming in, a Chinese plant, and they wasn't going to have anything built over here, it was going to be built over there, we just, we couldn't take this anymore. So what we're in is a mess, it seemed. And it looks like everywhere we went, from New Orleans all the way to Baton Rouge, it was the same old thing, the same thing. Petrochemical companies, industries around predominantly black neighborhoods. But we know that whatever's in the air, it doesn't just affect me, you, or you, it affects the whole of us. You can go on. So here is another plant called Nucor. It's a steel plant. This plant is less than a mile from where I stay. As a matter of fact, I can look out off of my front porch, and I'm looking right at Nucor. It's that close. And if you do another picture, you'll see sugarcane in the area as well. Okay. That's the grain elevator. No, that's not it. Let's see. I had another one. No. Do the grain elevator. I want to go back to the sugarcane. Well, maybe she didn't put it on there. Okay. All right. All right. Well, this is going further up from where Nucor is. This, I was riding and I took the picture of this. This is on the levee, however. And this is Nucor Steel, which is, like I said, a half a mile from where I am. But there is a store that was there, a restaurant that had been there for over 66 years, closed because when Nucor came in, they were adversely affected by the plant because they couldn't sell any more of their food because they had it in the plant for the people themselves and other people. So they have closed down a store and a restaurant that's been there all that time. We don't have a gas station in the area where all of this is. There was a gas station here. We don't have one anymore. Our post office is gone, our bank is gone, our school is gone, and so we say no more. So this is the grand elevator coming back up. Go up some more. Oh no, maybe she didn't have that one. There's here. Okay, that's all she put on there. Well, anyway, the grand elevator and Nucor are side by side as you are coming down, and they had a lawsuit against Nucor about their grain, and I think they won their lawsuit. So not only is it affecting plants, are affecting plants besides affecting us. So this plant here is Dow Chemical, and they bought out the area. And the people in here, if you can see that fence right there, it's fenced in. So they can't go and see their loved ones a lot of times unless somebody comes out there and open the gate to them. And this is right there where graveyards are. So from all of this, you can go on. Okay. This slide is from East Baton Rouge, out on Scenic Highway. And the area directly behind the lady that is standing here who was speaking to us about what was going on there is called Devil's Swamp. And there's so much stuff that's in there that's been contaminated as a waste site. As a matter of fact, that area is called a Superfund site. And I just was reading that EPA and LDEQ is trying to do something now about this. The lady told us that people they're not supposed to be fishing in that lake, but some people are fishing in the lake. They have seen evidence of high forms of cancer like we have seen all along. Everybody that talked to us from Baton Rouge to New Orleans, they say we've seen so many of our loved ones have died with cancer. We've seen so many people with lung problems and respiratory problems. And this lady said that some of the kids had sight problems, blind, they had miscarriages, and all kind of things were going on. And she said people are still fishing in that area, and I don't know if they just don't know any better or what is going on, but this is what we are seeing. But what we saw from New Orleans to Baton Rouge was there was one common denominator, and that common denominator was injustice. Thank you. And just to add, I'm a fifth generation granddaughter of Harriet Jones, who purchased 34 acres of land in 1874 that is still in our family today, 135 years, and that's why I am still fighting. Thank you.
Hedam leda, hedam, hedam de, hedam de. Hedam leda de, hedam, dedam de. Hedam leda de, hedam, dedam dedam de. Hedam leda de, hedam, dedam de. I don't know how my mother walked her troubles down. I don't know how my father stood his ground. I don't know how my people survived slavery. But I do remember, and that's why I believe. You see, 'cause my God calls to me in the morning dew. The powers of the universe know my name, and gave me a song to sing and send me on my way. Oh, and I'll raise my voice for justice, 'cause I believe. I don't know why the rivers overflow their banks. I don't know why the snow falls down from the sky. I don't know why the hurricane sweeps through the land every now and then. But I'm standing in a rainstorm and I believe. I don't know why the angels woke me up this morning soon. I don't know why the blood still runs through my veins. I don't know why I race to run another day. But I am here still running, 'cause I believe. Hedam leda, hedam, hedam de dum de. Hedam leda de, hedam de dum de. Hedam leda de, hedam de dum de dum de. Hedam leda, hedam leda de, hedam de dum de. My wife, Mandisa, she'll tell you she's the 6th generation from the 6th War. Her grandmother, Grandma Clara, she had a hair salon on Claiborne Avenue. I was born in Sarah Mayo Hospital, blocks from the Mississippi River. And I am the daughter of people who have given their lives, really, to the work of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee and the Congress of Racial Equality, not just because of my blood, but because of who has invested in my well-being. My people are the people who have done the work of the Congress of Federated Organizations, or COFO. They are the people who do the organizing work, did the organizing work for the Freedom Rides. They are the people who did the organizing work for the voting rights movement, from Freedom Summer to right now. I'm lucky to be a witness to the liberatory work of people like Cherie Foytlin, who has worked to stop the Bayou Bridge pipeline. I am lucky enough to be a witness to the work of people from the Homa Nation who work right now with the People's Assemblies to make sure that, like the sisters who just spoke, we still have a place to live, a way to be as the waters rise. And I think I'm here because I have a high opinion of my own opinion. That song that I opened with is from Bernice Johnson Reagan, and she talks about the importance of memory. And so I'm someone who remembers. I remember the little, not even whole things, just little pieces of things. I remember that Jim Dombrowski, who's one of the co-founders of the Highlander Research and Education Center, a popular education center in Tennessee, lived here until he died. And I remember that he spent much of his life working to honor and document the existence of the labor movement here in New Orleans, especially the Longshoremen's Union, which was one of the most powerful unions of Black workers in the United States. I remember that the 1811 insurrection happened here along this river. And I remember what Mr. Leon Waters would say, which is that they may have been stopped, but they were not unsuccessful. Their tactic may have been incomplete, but they said they would not be enslaved. And although their heads may have been on sticks, they were not enslaved. And you can see, like this sister right here was saying that her foremother owned land. That was their point. And where you see along the river all of these petrochemical plants alongside these old plantations, many of the people who live there are the descendants of the people who worked those plantations. And many of them own land now, and many of them are descendants of the same communities of Black people who fought in the Civil War to free themselves. And so it's Black and indigenous communities. My father my father's name is John O'Neill, and he did a festival years ago that he called the Environmental Justice Festival in the 80s. Like, I think it was 88 or 89 here in New Orleans. And what he would say is that the blacker your skin, the more toxic your environment, and the more hostile the environment is to your life. And the only people for whom that's more true are indigenous people. And that's because when you talk about indigenous people who own their own land, the scale is off the map, off the charts. And so these little pieces remind me of what it is to belong to this river. You know, there's so many things I don't know about the river. There's so many things I don't know about the industries, so many things I don't know about the environment, so many things I don't know about the birds and the trees, the land. But the things that I do know is I do know pieces of the histories of resistance to white supremacist, capitalist, heteropatriarchal, imperialist colonization. And that I do know that anywhere that has existed, that resistance to it has existed. I do know that not only has resistance existed, but that people have been able to thrive. People have been able to grow. People have been able to build and create and love. And that's what I want to share, is that there are people here, and we are not simply beings to be researched, vehicles to master's degrees and PhDs. We are whole, and our way of life, our ways of being, have helped set the course for the way of life of the entire hemisphere. We are not only scapegoats for white supremacy or heteropatriarchy or capitalist interventions. We are the leaders of how we can survive being in resistance. And I'm not talking about excellence, although there is excellence here. I'm talking about common, everyday living. The people on the street who you're passing, whose names you do not know more about how to survive these constructs than any paper could possibly record, than any thesis, than any doctor, because they are here, because we are here, because we are still here. We are alive, and we are becoming. And so that's what I think I have to say. And I wanna close with, you know, the river is where I go to think. It's where I go to breathe a little bit more. It's where I go to, it's probably the root of my spiritual practice, which is very informal. But anytime I just go to the river and everything is all right. And so my friend Rodnika, I sing, I'm a freedom singer. And I sing these songs not just to celebrate the past, although I'm very happy celebrating the past, but to have succor for the current moment, for the present, and for moving into the future. You know, this sister was talking about her grandmother, you know, and it touched me, and it makes me remember time travel things, you know, like somebody, I don't remember who it was, some black feminist told me that I existed as an ovary, you know, in my mother's ovaries, as an embryo, as my mother was an embryo. I existed as an egg. You know what I'm saying? Like the basic material that became me lived in my grandmother. Do you see what I'm saying? When my grandmother was pregnant with my mother, even as an embryo, was carrying me. So I experience all that my grandmother experienced. I experience all that my mother experienced, and so on and so forth. You see what I'm saying? And so I think about that when I think about my friend Radnika, who is surely a daughter of this river and all that makes life worth living. And I won't tell you more about her, but just believe me. And she writes these songs that are incredible, incredible compositions that speak to not like what it's like, the experience of living through these conditions. You know, she comes up, she kind of puts an antenna out, and next thing you know, there's this song that tells the story and sounds and feels like what it means to survive in these conditions. And so I want to share this with the idea that we all have these ways of being that ordinary, in fact, people who are considered disposable, you know, by the powers that be, by white supremacist, capitalist, heteropatriarchal, imperialist colonizers. They dispose of, you know, people like me, people like Radnika, in spite of our brilliance and genius. And they tell us that our ways of being, which are the ways of country people, or people from the ghetto, or people who ain't got no money, or, you know, people who are educated by our families as opposed to by the academy, or people who, you know, whatever you can attach to what the social, political, and economic order of the moment says is disposable. She reminds me that these songs, just like all of these ways, since they come from us, we who survive being in resistance to these institutional and systemic oppressions, they actually are medicine for, and have instruction and information for how we can survive and move forward. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so she was pregnant with her daughter Iyame when she had the experience of the police she stopped a police person from abusing a woman who had a hand baby, you know, who was carrying a child. And she wrote this song out of the experience of refusing to be complicit with being treated as less than human. Okay, so that's my clumsy introduction, but now you're going to repeat after me. And I love this song because it centers Black women. Even though it doesn't say that, but it does. You'll know when you hear it. And I think that that's important, not because Black women are more important than anyone else, although in my life that is true, but because if you shift it, but because the Anthropocene, is that how you pronounce it? And all of this stuff is really all of the industrial and the institutional fuckery is built around the idea that Black and Indigenous women's bodies are disposable. And our wombs don't belong to us, they belong to profit, whatever grows unlimited profit. And so being able to do anything that shifts that and transforms that grows more possibility for all of us. Grows what we can imagine, what we can do, who we can be. So I love singing songs that speak to that. So repeat after me. And I don't care if you can sing. People who know me know this, I don't care. I want us to charge the air in here with the reason why you came here. Okay. And I'll know if you're not doing it. I am the prize from that twinkle in my third eye. I am the prize from that twinkle in my third eye. Okay, that was a good rehearsal. That was very good. Now I want you to actually do it. Okay. Nobody will laugh at you. We just want to feel the power of our collective belief. Okay. I am the prize from that twinkle in my third eye. I am the prize from that twinkle in my third eye. From my brain to the curve of my thigh. From my brain to the curve of my thigh. Down to my capacity. Down to my capacity. To love resiliently. To love resiliently. You sound beautiful. I know. I know. I am the prize. I am the prize. Now take the words from my mouth. I am the prize from that twinkle in my... No, you are singing with me. Your rehearsal is over. I am the prize from that twinkle in my third eye. From my brain to the curve of my thigh. Down to my capacity to love resiliently. I know I am the prize. One more time. I am the prize from that twinkle in my third eye. From my brain to the curve of my thigh. Down to my capacity to
love Wendy, so I'm just having thank you. We're going to take a 15-minute break. I want to thank everyone who spoke during this session, all of you bringing this knowledge from here and upriver. We're going to continue journeying upriver. It's been beautiful to listen to you and to learn from you and to sing with you.
programs that constituted field stations 3 and 4. And in the tradition of the whole conference, heading upwater towards the headwaters, upstream, sorry, we're going to be starting with field station 4 from Carbondale and then heading up to field station 3. But I just wanted to open up the whole panel, really. My name is Louise Carver, by the way, and I'm going to be moderating with a little anecdote, I suppose, because I've been enormously privileged to have been able to participate in almost all the field stations except for field station 5. I've been part of a group called Temporary Continent, who is a collective of researchers and artists and writers who've come together to kind of document a lot of the activities that have been going along on these field stations and writing up some of the reflections for publication on the curriculum website. So from the very beginning of this project, I started out in New Orleans 2 months ago now. I've been considering the metabolic, spatio and temporal disjunctures of the Mississippi geography through my own mobility around it. Almost 2 months ago, I took 2 photographs of 2 sunsets in the river, one in New Orleans down by the Bywater district, and the other one 24 hours later in the center of Minneapolis, on the night before the field station 1 started, over the Lock and Dam 1. So these 2 photographs are separated by 1,200 road miles, but less than 24 hours in time, and a mere 4 hours of flight travel. The river itself is 2,350 miles, measured from Lake Itasca down to the Gulf Coast, which accounts of all of its meanders and sinuosities. But a drop of water will take 90 days to travel between these 2 points. Canoeing down the Mississippi River a month later between St. Louis and Carbondale, which were the locations of these 2 field stations. Paddling at times pretty hard, I'm not going to lie. I've asked a few people that they found it hard. Everyone said no, but tiring at times. We were canoeing in ways that were flying past these enormous barges, some of the largest quarries in the whole country, coal-fired power stations, enormous bare piles of black coal that were about to be processed, and 15 strong barges of lumber that were heading up in the opposite direction to the way that we were traveling downstream. And again, I was really thinking about the units of energy and the metabolic overheads of this whole experience. And I was reminded of a unit conversion that I'd come across a number of years ago, that within 1 barrel of oil is supposedly equivalent calorific capacity of 23,200 hours of manpower, which is about 3,800 days of hardcore 8-hour labor. So anyway, all of this is to try and convey to you that some of the potency of being on the Mississippi in a canoe from this vantage point, contemplating the primacy of these primary industries, dotted along the port of St. Louis, which I suppose is the second largest inland port in the whole country. To the phenomenal contrast of this landscape, one feels being in a mad-powered boat surrounded by a crew of irreverent canoers who are trying to interject some of the monotony of the Mississippi River with their conviviality and good humor. So I wanted to provide this little anecdote to give some context to some of the themes that we're going to be covering in this panel, many of which are to do with extractive industries and the lives that live them. So, as I mentioned, we've got Field Station 3 and 4. We're going to be starting off with Field Station 4, and we've got Amber Ginsberg, Sarah Black, and Claire Pentecost on stage, who are just some of the participants of the group of people. Is it? All right, sorry, thanks. There's other people from Field Station 4 in the audience, most of which comprise Deep Time Chicago. And there's Sarah Lewison, Kayla Anderson, who's actually on stage with us, Jeremy Boland, Beata Giesler, and Oliver San, who are all artists. Following Field Station 4, we'll be moving on to Field Station 3 with Jennifer Colton, Matthew Flynn, Derek Owen, and Lynn P. Moeller. And after the these
field stations. We'll have a short contribution from Brian Holmes, who's also part of Deep Time Chicago and attended both the field stations and convened Field Station 4 with everybody else. And then Nikiwe Solomon, who's here from the University of Cape Town, who's an environmental anthropologist, who's going to contrast some of the themes and the ideas that we hear about from these two field stations with her experiences and research exploring the Queels River and the environmental justice issues that are happening in Cape Town. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Claire, I think, who's going to kick us off at Field Station 4.
I was on a roof bolter the first time that I saw, it was a leaf that I saw, and it was just different. And the guy that I'd been pinning with and had been bolting for 20, 25 years, and he was like, oh, that's just a leaf. But I had to stop and look at it. It wasn't just a leaf to me. What do you mean it's a leaf 500 or 600 feet underground? You know, I mean, that's not, leaves grow on trees. They don't grow 500 or 600 feet underground. So, you know, I had to stop, and it turned out to be a fern leaf. That's about the only leaf you ever saw underground was a fern. But, you know, it was nothing to him because he'd been doing it so long, but to me it was exciting. I needed to look at it. I wanted to see what it was. And production, you couldn't stop to look. You just had to put a bolt in it and go on.
You go down below, they give you a stretch, the boss does, and he says, I hope you can get it done, you know, for the next shift, because I have to turn in that section is done. And usually they'd have another person with me. So one gets on one side of it, one gets on the other, and you just shovel as much as you can. You learn how much you put on there that you can throw it up there. Just keep after it.
You could see fossils like 4 foot wide trees, just going down the yeah, they would be in the roof. And the coal had managed to fall out, so you could see a huge chunk of tree here, and then there would be like some coal that had stuck to it, but it would appear down there, and it would appear down there, it would appear down, it would go 40, 50, 60 feet.
I'd like to think that there's another industry that could it's got to employ as many people as you put out of work, otherwise, you know, what good's it do? I mean, you can't just go green and not employ anybody, and it's got to pay as good as what the mines do. You know, you can talk natural gas, you can talk solar panels, but if it doesn't provide for your community, what good is it, you know? I mean, people still have to have an income.
Thanks, Kayla. Okay, hi. Those voices were voices of coal miners in southern Illinois, and we wanted to start with that because it was part of our work to interview coal miners, and because our field station was in every sense a polyvocal endeavor, incorporating many voices that couldn't all be up here today. We call our collective Deep Time Chicago. What is so compelling about deep time? Many things, obviously, but one thing is just the kind of mind-bending context that it gives us when we think about how brief a time the humans have been here compared to such an epic impact that we've had. And I think also because we are becoming geological agents ourselves. And so getting to know deep time is getting to know our kin. Also, as Bernd said this morning, we're burning deep time. We're bringing deep time into human time. We were really captivated by the miners' stories, and these are miners talking about the fossils they see underground, because the miner stories bring together the concept of deep time and the present-day realities of extraction. Those realities typify the predicament that most of us find ourselves in. In the miners' lives, it's really exaggerated, but that we find ourselves dependent on a system that really cancels life's flourishing. The region of the Mississippi watershed that includes the state of Illinois, where our field station was located, can be defined by extraction, among other things, but we kind of saw it as an extractocene. It so happens that Illinois was the place where European explorers, Marquette and Joliet, first observed coal in 1673. Since then, billions of tons of coal have been delivered from the state and are still being delivered. It's also a place where probably, let's see my notes, 4 billion barrels of petroleum have been extracted in 3 waves of productivity over the last century. Property insurance in most parts of the state is required to cover the loss of property due to mine subsidence, to the actual sinking of the ground because of the ubiquitous presence of drill holes and mined holes in the ground. And above ground, Illinois is the site of extractive agriculture, where we see mounds and fields of corn and soy monocultures produced in the American industrial system, which depends on fossil fuel produced synthetic fertilizer and pesticides and herbicides. The territory was extracted from the native peoples who lived there when the European settlers came. And the land itself was extracted from wetlands. The land that's now farmland was drained over a huge multi-decade project of draining the swamp so as to yield more arable land for monoculture. Oh, slide? Thanks, okay. Oh, that's a fossil. It will become more relevant as our contributions proceed. The next slide. Okay, because we are wunderbar together, I will borrow an artifact from central Germany, the Reichelsdorf mountain cabinet, made in 1779. So this is a teaching object from the age of cabinets of curiosity. And what you're seeing in the top compartment of the cabinet is a rock. It's actual rock in the cabinet. And it was cut from the Reichelsdorf mountain chain. And here it is arranged in the sequence and the proportion of the rocks as they were found in the mountain. So it's an early geological teaching object. So who cut the rocks? Miners, right, miners. And you can see down at the bottom, kind of smeary black area, that black stripe was the copper ore. That was the goal of the whole business, right? The history of the discipline of geology has been informed by mining, and geology, in turn, has assisted the interests of mining of all sorts. The geologists who very generously consented to be interviewed for our project work not only for the University of Illinois, but also for the Illinois Geological Survey, a public entity whose activities are deeply intertwined with the demands of extraction. We wanted to know from our geologist friends how they feel about being instrumental to the activities that lead us to the Great Acceleration and to the era we call the Anthropocene. They admitted this was true, this is true, but allowed also how geology has contributed to our understanding of the changes engendering climate crisis and other disasters. And we understand that although geology figures centrally in our arrival at a new era in Earth's history, it is not the only science implicated in the dilemma that defines our moment. And this is not anti-science. It's about rethinking science. Our hope is that the alarming conditions we now face, a product of scientific knowledge in the service of extractive processes, will also produce a condition of self-reflexivity for the culture as a whole, in which science, long considered to be a neutral agent, must now grapple with its consequences. And this is a condition for all of us. When I say it's a condition of self-reflexivity for the culture at large, our question is, what kind of epistemic community can be forged from a revised idea of science and a revised purpose of science? So that's a question that came out of our work in this field that is Southern Illinois.
Thank you, Claire. Can you hear me? Is this a good distance? I have no sense of this microphone. No. Okay, is that better? Okay, here we go. Thank you, Claire. In respect for and in solidarity with the rich words and works of the Deep Time Chicago members who comprise Field Station 4, I will weave their research into this talk. When I'm standing, I'm speaking the words of others. I'll think about this project from the time scales of the lived lives of plants and animals. The biological leads us to make categories, some broad, such as native and non-native, and others more specific, like common or European carp. Cypernium carpio, introduced into the Mississippi in the late 1800s, and the Asian carp, which, like kudzu, I'll just add in, a group of the genus Carpio, multiple trans-species transplanted, brought into the Mississippi in the 70s to clean up the algae, a byproduct of too much nitrogen in the water. Both Carpio adapted very well. Asian carp, very, very well, so much so as to be considered a threat. Cosmopolitan, sensitive, hungry, bony, tasty, beloved, non-native, geopolitical, custodian, labor, invasive, immigrant, reviled, pest, guest worker, hired, Finn, top feeder, refugee, naturalized, jumpy, reshaping the shape. The success of the carp speak to the very real and rapid changes within one of the largest freshwater ecosystems on the planet. And, like so many anthropogenic changes set into motion, these fish aren't going away. So what to do? Reshaping the Shape, together with Finn Gourmet, an Asian fish company, basically suggest that instead of getting all nervous and nationalistic about it, why don't you just eat them? At stake here is a biological or creaturely relationship with the territory. Brian Holmes. This is a learning with, learning to reframe the categorical story. The radical adaptivity of plant life in and around Field Station 4 is an uneven dance of forced deaths in the pursuit of specific types of life. Native wetland cane, a plant that thrived in the fluvial floodplains of the Mississippi Delta that Catherine so beautifully taught about today, acted as flood modifiers. Through the immense dams, levees, and embankment projects that harness power and attempt to tame the Mississippi, native cane is almost gone in favor of monocropping. Large swaths of vegetation appear never-ending, infinite green, revealing miles of bizarre linear agricultural marks, forming grids, exposed imprints of earth-shattering extraction in search of soil and oil. Man-made canals control the water that feed the landscape in a range of invisible, indistinguishable, toxic transparencies. Excerpt, Hopium Economy. Knowledge also lives and dies. Training in indigenous techniques. The cane project not only reskills in coracle weaving, it includes a manual on cane restoration, a rematriation. We wipe our shoes before entering Heron Pond in the Cache River wetlands to wander among the 1,000-year-old cypress, an island of multi-species flourishing, highlighting our human bodies as ongoing cross-contaminators. Once upon a time, human beings walked the land with their feet on the ground and the soil in their souls. This was and is our evolutionary pact with ecology. We are part of it. This is not about survival, it's about bringing your coracle. Our survival, perhaps a radical imaginary in the midst of the 6th mass extinction, becomes a speculative premise in time slips. The distance of Mars and an imaginary future offers speculative space to contemplate the symptoms of extraction on the landscape, in the water, across bodies, and on earthly cycles. Everything has become unsure, even the menace, since the danger has changed, transposed from the zone of incidence to that of permanence, How does the world end for others? Brian Kirkbride, my Deep Time Chicago member, Oliver Sand, and Beata Geisler, quoting The Death of Virgil.
Thanks, Amber. So I'm going to borrow the strategy of standing while quoting. So into which strata of the Earth's crust will we tap that golden spike that marks the beginning of the Anthropocene epoch? Does it point to layers of plutonium detected in water and ice from nuclear bomb tests in the 50s? The high levels of nitrogen in soils and water derived from artificial fertilizers, or to a carbon signature born of a rapid rise in our CO2 emissions from the burning of fossil fuels? Members of Deep Time Chicago met firsthand the incredibly striking reminder that the Anthropocene and the crises that place our life systems on Earth under threat is not somewhere else. It is not out there or away. It is, in fact, right around us, literally within us in our backyard. 3 of the primary conditions that have been debated, and we learned about this just this morning, to mark the advent of the Anthropocene are what have shaped the confluence region of the Ohio and Mississippi River. This pastoral agriculture, or seemingly pastoral agricultural landscape dotted with quaint Midwestern towns is underlaid with active and insidious forces, the effects of which will extend beyond, that do extend beyond the region, but also well beyond our conceivable futures. Thanks. Hopium Economy, The Pharmacist, the Addict, and the Historian, a performance work created by Beate Geisler and Oliver Sahn. Historian. I mean, if it weren't for Haber-Bosch inventing ammonia synthesis in 1909, I mean, it's obviously not the situation that we would have 8 billion people on the planet and then suddenly 4 billion would die. We just wouldn't have gotten to that point, probably. Pharmacist. 100 million tons of synthetic fertilizer is created each year by this method. For nearly all of the 7.6 billion people on Earth, it has been calculated that half the nitrogen atoms in our bodies come from the Haber factory. It is perhaps the greatest scientific discovery in history. They said that he pulled bread from the air. These traces live in our bodies and spur our addictions. Anhydrous ammonia is not only used to make fertilizer, but also to make the drug methamphetamine. I'm just going to read this slide because it's a little bit small. This is a still from a video. Its markers come from places like Paducah, invisible radionuclides deposited across the face of the Earth from Born Secret. At Oak Ridge and Paducah gaseous diffusion plants, where uranium was enriched for use on the nuclear frontier, we see a voracious appetite for energetic superpowers in the form of nuclear energy and nuclear weaponry. We know definitively that the patterns of the climate itself are changing at an accelerated tempo because of our desires for energetic power and long-distance movement. This has been especially so over the past 70 years during a period called by some the Great Acceleration, during which most of the measures of planetary churn, like resource use, population growth, and ecological degradation, have all exponentially increased. Andrew Yang. So when we ask how human knowledge frameworks inform our practices, it is just so deeply informative to recognize that the geologic sciences are not an unentangled discipline. The knowledge of geologists, as Claire was stating, is a primary informant to the industrial scale oil and coal mining practices that have fueled rapid growth and globalization. Their science informs industry, and of course, industry informs their science. You've encountered earlier the voices of coal miners at the outset of our session. The fossils these miners tell of provide an unusually complete fossil record of a vast wetland forest that covered most of the region, most of the confluence region, or excuse me, most of the continent 300 million years ago. At that time, what is now Illinois was positioned in the vicinity of the equator. And a wide slice of that tropical forest was subject to a warming event which created the precise conditions for its preservation. And that section presently runs along an ancient river basin beneath southern Illinois called or referred to as Galatia, which is both the name of, or was the former name of a coal mine in the city of Galatia. The swampy peat soils from which the forest grew became the coal that has fueled the coal industry in that region. It took over 300 million years to sequester the carbon that lies underneath southern Illinois in the form of coal, and it has taken a mere 200 years and the labor of thousands of coal miners to extract that carbon, destined to fuel the lifestyle that defines our inheritance. The miners, people with limited options seeking a living wage, find themselves in a devil's bargain with an industry that may be lucrative, as we've heard about so much today, but also destroys their bodies over years of working under brutal and dangerous conditions. This is not just their predicament, this is, of course, everyone's predicament. I, the vast forest and swamp of Pangea, in what is now southern Illinois, being 300 million years of age, and being of sound body and mind, however decayed, compressed, and fossilized, do hereby bequeath the carbon of my remains, my leaves, scales, spores, lignin, and cellulose, including insectivora, fungal, and bacterial co-inhabitants and relations to the earth and to all species to be buried in perpetuity, so that all life may continue to enjoy the atmosphere to which life has evolved.
Hey, good afternoon. How are y'all doing? Oh, that's great to hear. We're going to kind of do just like hanging out with some folks from St. Louis around the kitchen table. We're going to tell you all about our work. If folks need to move their bodies, get up, stretch, just sort of get some blood flowing, please feel free to do so. We are really grateful to HKV, Max Planck, deeply grateful to Tulane for welcoming us. So we echo folks' gratitude. And I think also from what folks shared in the Mississippi field station, a real sense that there are seeds being planted here that we have a responsibility to steward together, and we're all really looking forward to how that takes shape beyond this time together this week. So hello, my name is Matthew. I'm part of the St. Louis field station. I'm joined by Jen, Derek, and Lynn, and y'all will hear from them in a moment. Could we please go to the next slide? Oh, thanks. Okay. I'm going to stand up and point at the screen. I'm going to narrate this process really literally. I'm walking up to the screen to stand up and point at it. I'm going to just kind of situate where we are here before you all hear from the various folks. So this is St. Louis. You all can see this is the river. This is the Mississippi. The confluence with the Missouri is up there to the left. And just, oh, wow, thank you. Okay. Thanks. Wow. Is this? Wow, thanks. I feel it. Oh, man, thank you so much. All right. Cheers. Okay. So I just wanted to share really briefly just some information about the other projects of the folks who are not with us today in the room, and to some degree just read a sentence from their projects just to place us in terms of the larger context for the St. Louis field station. If we look to the western suburbs, way up yonder there, is the Laboratory for Suburbia, which was a project with Gavin Krober and the Luminary. Laboratory for Suburbia saw St. Louis and really America's suburbanized landscape as a site of urgent contestation, a zone of economic precariousness, population stagnation, and racial anxiety. We will talk about some bus tours that took place where those complications were narrated and felt in real time. That work, along with other work from the field stations, was exhibited at the Luminary. Yeah, right there in the form of the Anthropocene Archive, which was an open, publicly accessible archive that folks could enter, visit, and learn more about these projects, but also read books, watch films, and kind of take in the larger context of some of the things we were grappling with, but the larger conversation as well. And if we head to the east and west from there, we would find Treasure Shield Redmond's project, River Memories, which collected oral histories with community elders in St. Louis and East St. Louis, and considered how these communities' relationships to the river have grown more distant through the imposed boundaries of industry, race, and class. And those are podcasts that can be found at River Memories if folks have podcasting apps available, and we can share more afterwards about how to find many of those conversations. We were also joined by Sandi Klokener and Bassman Red Deer from the Native Women's Care Circle. That's an organization based in the St. Louis region that promotes the health and welfare of the region's Native American community. Folks from the River Journey spoke about the river blessing, which took place on the Sunday of the field school. Sandi and Bassman were incredibly important in that event coming together, as well as being folks present with us and helping to shape how we talked and conceived of the region during our tours, as well as in the post-natural landscapes event that Lynn will speak about more directly. And I also, before we dive more deeply into the work, someone who isn't on stage right now is Jesse Vogler, who was the other co-convener of the St. Louis Field Station. And I think it's really telling how this little red dot is kind of pointing through all of these sites. And Jesse has been such a powerful collaborator for all of us in our work, and we're grateful for his presence, and he's here with us spiritually today. So if we could please go to the next slide. Great, thanks. So, why call this St. Louis field station the Anthropocene vernacular? I think for us, this was an attempt to look at the language, practices, and narratives that are grounded in place in community. And look at it as a way to really ground ourselves and continue as ever to be mindful in where we are. The map that we just showed you, that this region is the meeting point of the Osage in the Illinois, the Cahokia in the Missouri, and before it's a project, it's native land and it's sacred. That region holds so much sacred memory. So it's a point that we begin from, but it's a point as we move forward is a point of the sort of the conflict of empires. It's a real and a conceptual space where rural, urban, suburban, and industrial are all found together, oftentimes in really dizzying adjacencies, as the projects that we'll share in a moment will describe. So the idea of the Anthropocene vernacular was that it would be a grounded practice, and this, I think, connects so deeply to the values that the other field stations have shared. One that articulates how at times the Anthropocene's rewriting of the human environmental life, this is to really take directly from phrases just articulated, is not out there. It's right here. It's inside of us. It's in our communities. It's in the decisions and the assumptions and the textures of our everyday life. It is indeed embodied in us, and I think that notion of embodiment was a really important kind of initial impulse for a lot of our work. Embodiment as opposed to extraction, as opposed to projects that are extracting something. This was a grounded project that really also sought to ask deeper questions about how a normative academic approach to the Anthropocene can bracket out the very center of this age's ongoing dynamics. So we honored the expression and the knowledge of folks and communities who've experienced and indeed survived within the landscapes of the Anthropocene. The work that we all will share in a second is collaborative, it's long-term, it's multi-generational. It will continue beyond just the last series of months. It's in place and it's continuing. And I would say as well is ultimately also spiritual. With that, if we could move to the next slide. So this, on one hand, before I pass the mic, had at its root a question of like, what is the kind of knowledge that we're creating? Who are we creating that knowledge with? And what is the purpose of that knowledge? This, I think for some of us, was an initial starting point. This is the website for the American Bottom Project at theamericanbottom.org, which is one form of that knowledge. It's digital, it's to some degree, I wouldn't say encyclopedic, but there's a lot of information on it. But what would a very different form of knowledge sharing look like? And if we could shift to the next slide. That would be the American Bottom Gazette, the second issue, which contains a lot of information about the various field stations, and there are some copies in the back that folks, please feel free to check those out. With that, I might turn to my colleague Jen to share more.
Thank you. Thanks. So, yeah, we have a couple, I think maybe one more slide of the American Bottom Gazette sitting amongst some of the other local newspapers, magazines. We, and this slide and others that I want to talk about, I think show some of the strategies that we use as we bring the work that we make, intentionally bring the work back into the places from which it's been made. So the effort of the Gazette is, it operates somewhat in this space between a local newspaper and an art project, which I'll talk about in a little bit, the things that that's taught us in terms of the community that, the audience that we're writing for, working with, making collaborations with. We can move to the next slide. So, as Matt was saying, our work, our collaborative work, it's ongoing, and it, in fact, preceded the work that we've done in this last year, or a little less than a year, with the HKV. Our work here, and this is an example of some of the work that was produced 2017, I think. Jesse and I put photographs, over 80 photographs and text into this trailer that is Center for Land Use Interpretation mobile field station. The photographs were all made around the American Bottom, and we intentionally placed the exhibit in Granite City, Illinois, which lives in the American Bottom, and the trailer sits in the shadow of Granite City Steel. And it was, the exhibition was up for a few months, 2.5 months, and during that time, people who had worked in the steel mill, people who lived in and around the steel mill would come into the trailer, and they would see places that they were familiar with, places where they had worked, and it generated stories. And that's something that's really important to us. I think we can go to the next slide. This telling of stories through the photographs, and the photographs being a kind of vehicle, maybe even currency for exchange of knowledge and experience and sharing of memory. This is part of the strategy that we are committed to in terms of creating these extended and long-term relationships that speak to the ways in which the vernacular experience is something that we all share. And I think, I should just mention on this one, this is an example of a photograph that we have given to a local history museum in Wood River, Illinois. And some of you who were in St. Louis in March visited this museum. And so again, just back to this strategy of using photography, using vehicles like the Gazette to create a way that people can share their experiences. We can move to the next slide. So, as an extension of that strategy of the shared and long-term relationships that we're committed to building, part of the project, the Monsanto Town project, that we brought together in October, beginning of October, was situated in Sauget, Illinois. And we took the idea that, or we continued the idea that in the sharing of histories, it was often done through photographs. It was done through archives. It was done through being together. So the project was a community gathering. It was people bringing their scrapbooks. It was sharing a meal together. We can go to the next slide. Do you want to say some other things about this? An example of, again, an attempt to bring the photographs that are made in, so all of these photographs were made around Sauget, in Sauget and around Sauget, and then placed in this village hall. By the way, the village hall is really a central point in the town of 149 residents, the town that was Monsanto, the village of Monsanto, established in 1929, and then became the town of Sauget in, do you remember? 1967. So all the photographs were made around, in and around Sauget and then placed in the village hall. Here's the community meeting. You'll recognize, some of you will recognize yourselves in the photograph here, but the other important piece that is just cut off on your right-hand side of the slide here is a big table where people, residents of Sauget, have brought their family albums, their personal archives. They operated in these family albums operated in a way to for residents to share stories, real stories that included ancestors who worked in the Monsanto plant. It also included stories of playing in the Big Hole, which was a pit that I really never really understood exactly what got extracted out, but it was the play place for the children. So through these stories, what we learned is that there are multiple and parallel lives that people are living in these kinds of towns like Sauget. We can go to the next slide. Yes, and here is Rich Sauget Sr., who is the father of the current mayor, the nephew of the previous mayor, and the grandson of the first mayor, Mayor Sauget of Sauget, Illinois. So you can see that the family history goes deep. And I do not exaggerate when I say that Rich Sauget is the caretaker of the town in a very interesting kind of way. He, in some ways, is the grand patriarch of the town, and also he cares deeply about each and every one of the people who lives in the town, and he lives in the town himself.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I didn't mean that.
Okay.
I just disrupted your flow. I'm sorry about that.
That's fine. Do you want to say something?
Oh, no.
Okay. We can go to the next slide.
We should pass it to
Hmm?
We should pass it to
Yeah. And just to say here with this slide that we had the opportunity to spend a lot of time with Rich Sauget's family album, which was a very interesting experience. This comes from it. It really typified what I was speaking about earlier about the parallel lives that people live. So in this family album, there are all of the things that many family albums include, you know, the Christmas gatherings and family events, but it also included clippings from the newspapers that talked about some of the toxicity in the town. So for us, Matt and I spent a lot of time in the archives that are housed at Washington University, the official Monsanto archives. And what we ended up finding was that these archives that are the family archives, the photo albums that people hang on to and pass down to generations were some of the most valuable and interesting pieces of information that we or they shared with us, and we held on to. Okay, I'm going to go faster. So another one of the strategies that we use, so this slide, and maybe we can go to the next one. That was a slide, a historic slide of Big Mound, which was a mound that situated on this site that we then, last month, had a billboard, two sides of the billboard, where the historic photograph of Big Mound on one side and a photograph from Cahokia Mound was on the other side. So the intentional act of placing these photographs onto the site where Big Mound once lived is one of our strategies of reoccupying the space where there's, and it's already been talked about, this St. Louis region, as many other regions are, these regions of erasure. So our strategy of repositioning the images of the mounds back into the space where they had been intentionally taken out was an intentional decision. Okay. Yeah, this is the sad marker for Big Mound that exists now. A little lump of a piece of rock that acknowledges the site where Big Mound once existed until 1870s, I believe. Here's the other side of the billboard with an image of Cahokia Mound.
Hi, thanks, Jen. Hi, I'm Derek. So what you're seeing here is a picture of a panel discussion we did that kicked off the field station on a barge. And this was at Continental Cement Company, which has this is one of their distribution facilities just north of downtown St. Louis. In the background, you see Stan Musial Memorial Bridge. If any of you are Cardinals baseball fans, you'll recognize who Stan Musial was. But what was cool about this project is, so Continental Cement, just north of here in Hannibal, Missouri, is where they extract the cement. So it comes, 2 hopper barges come on either side of this stationary barge that we were sitting on, and then the cement is brought out and then distributed, and probably supplies the cement for probably about 90% of the construction projects in the St. Louis region. They also hailed that they supplied the cement for things like the Empire State Building and the Panama Canal. So they're pretty serious industrial mechanism up and down the river, but they are literally up and down the river. They have a distribution plant downriver here on French and Florida, down on the Industrial Canal in the Upper Nine. But the idea was to bring out people onto a barge, which is a very rare thing to do. This took a lot of logistical security permission to get us out there. The requirement for all of us, those of you that were there, to be on there, you had to wear steel-toed shoes, wear a life jacket and a hard hat, so it was somewhat of a performance to get out here. The panelists you see up here, from left to right, included Dustin from the Continental Cement Company, the Great Rivers Research and Educational Center, Great Rivers Greenway, Missouri River Waterkeeper Alliance, myself, the Pulitzer Arts Foundation, City of St. Louis, 2 members in the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Colin Wellenkamp, who's the executive director of this Mississippi River Cities and Towns initiative that works up and down the river, and then our favorite panelist, Big Muddy Mike, who runs canoes in the St. Louis region. Next slide, please. So this is just another photograph with us out there. Just experienced the event. It was a beautiful day, so we were lucky to have the weather. Next slide, please. But the idea of the event as well was part of a seminar that I'm running with my Washington University St. Louis and St. Louis students, architecture, landscape architecture, urban design students. We did a series of installations that built upon the 2 paddling trips we did with Big Muddy Mike earlier in that semester, and then each student paired up to do an intervention on the barge, but also within the cement company as well. So this one is an experiment of different cement types. In the next slide, please. And this is a picture of us paddling through Mel Price Lock and Dam 26. So this is the last major lock, the pooled portion of the Mississippi. You probably heard about this before it becomes free-flowing all the way to the Gulf of Mexico. Next slide. So that was the panel discussion, and really just to explain the panel discussion real quick, I should have said that, was getting a diverse set of interests. So all those different people up there actually have different points of view of how we operate the Mississippi River, and it really was under that issue of the intersection of recreation. What does it mean to recreate on a stretch of the river which has very little recreation? River management, hence the Corps of Engineers being there, and then industry, the site itself of Continental Cement Company. This is one of Treasure Field's podcasts. This is her father, the poet laureate at East St. Louis, doing her interviews. Next slide. A photograph of Gavin Krober, who's leading the project that was mentioned by Matt before, called the Laboratory for Suburbia, where we did a series of bus tours that went from kind of through the suburban landscape of the St. Louis metropolitan region, which is omnipresent. It's a huge part of the St. Louis area, but also specifically from mound to mound, literally from Cahokia Mounds in the American Bottom to the next slide, I believe, will be, well, not here, but part of that site, this is a crazy site. This is in the Bluff, which is called Rock City, where Little Caesars stores all their frozen pizzas, as well as Walmart stores its turkeys during Thanksgiving, and then also there's top secret military archives in there too. So it's a very strange site. So they drove a bus into there, so that's in the limestone bluff that frames the American Bottom back to St. Louis. Next. And then in that tour, also back to the levee. So here we are back to the Mississippi River with that large floodplain. Next slide, please. And then this very strange place called Weldon Spring, which contains the uranium containment cell from the Manhattan Project. So we heard about Monsanto Town. We also heard about the Manhattan Project. And I know we're probably going over on time a little bit, but it kind of brings us back to why each one of us here in this room or each one of us in this panel kind of is drawn back to these issues, specifically the Mississippi River. My family, German immigrants, St. Louis, the reason we moved there was because we were along the river. So in Riverview, just north of there, is where my family grew up. My grandfather, who I never knew because he died at 56 of lung cancer, some people say it's because he smoked 3 packs of short Camels a day, so maybe that killed him. He also worked in the asbestos factory on Moline Creek that dumped asbestos into that creek that went to the Mississippi River. And then we just found out in September, and this was family secret, that he also worked on the Manhattan Project. So I don't know which form of what killed my grandfather that I never knew, but when we start to see these types of sites, I think it does bring it back to a personal reason of why I'm being drawn back to the Mississippi River. Don't quite know why, but I think there's something there that we have a reckoning with. So I'll pass it to Lynn.
I only have 2 slides, but that's not one of them. We'll go on. I have the pleasure of working in food systems, and with that also comes challenges of social justice, equity, contemporary agriculture, and how we think about and talk about food and identity, and especially in landscapes. So part of this project, what you see here is the culmination of several months of work that I engaged with different members of the community looking at how food and food systems operated in our region of the American Bottom for 5,000 years up until the contemporary period. So it was with, I worked with paleoethnobotanist Natalie Muller and with Gail Fritz, and I was working with the Native American Care Circle and Cahokia Mounds, and many of you were there for the beginning of that project in March when we all came together. The area of the American bottom is part of something that's known as the Eastern Agricultural Complex. And that's important because it is one of the centers of biodiversity and one of the centers of origin for agriculture, going back thousands and thousands of years. So what we find is through the research of these paleo-ethnobotanists, we find a relationship between people and plants, and that's where the idea of the post-natural landscape comes in. It's the idea that people have been manipulating through selective breeding plants, and we see through the archaeological record a distinct change in the morphology and the plasticity of these seeds. And seeds became a real working metaphor and material for us throughout this project. So what we were able to do, so we worked in a few different ways, through enactment and through practice. And through enactment, throughout our conversations and our meetings, we talked about things like cooking. How do we know? There are investigations into how people were cooking 5,000 years ago, 1,000 years ago. We have a lot of information about Cahokia because there's been a lot of research in that particular area. But going back further, there is a growing body of research. How do we know how people were cooking? How do we know the methodology? We worked in clay with a potter named Susan Bostwick who gathers wild clay. And we did some of these interpretations, working with the clay, working with the cooking, thinking about how people might have been engaging with these seeds and these plants throughout time. We also use the practice of growing, and that's really important to plant a seed. It's been talked about previously, but to plant a seed is to engage in a practice that is both the past and the present and for the future, especially the practice of saving the seeds and perpetuating that genetic biodiversity, which was a big part of our project. So specifically through the work of Natalie Muller, she has these 4, 5 so-called lost crops that she's investigated that people in the region were growing up to 5,000 years ago. So what we have are relatives of these crops now, and she grows a garden that is interpretive. It represents, it creates a visual into what our landscape and what some of those practices might have been like. So the challenge was to take some of those seeds and create an experience that you see here represented by this event in terms of how we might respond to these seeds in some kind of a way. We worked with a James Beard recognized chef, Rob Connolly, who was really fun to work with, accepted the challenge, literally looked at every seed as a challenge and created every dish as a response. So this took place in Granite City, which those of you who were there in March will remember as the place with the swing, the collective parabolic swing that somebody had mentioned earlier. But now in October. So we're in this beautiful setting outside at the end of our field station with our land acknowledgement, with our recognition of the people who have lived on that land for so long, and looking at different assemblages of these seeds and different time periods through Cahokia, where we have a lot more information from the work of Gail Fritz, of what people might have been eating. And what I wanted to end on is the significance for me of idea Donna Haraway talks about that I use a lot, which is this idea of collective heterogeneous memory. And what this event was called, and you can go to the next slide, was the edible narrative. But having gone through this process for several months, the way I felt, the way that we represent a narrative is not necessarily, it needs to be more of an exchange of ideas. This idea of this heterogeneous collective memory, that we build the narrative together through this situation where we have these encounters. So that's what we did. It was a beautiful night, and I wanted to say, I'll end with this, just on a very personal level. this whole project for me has been important because I'm new to St. Louis for 2 years, and I never had a relationship with the Mississippi River. So being on the river, working in this region, getting to know the people, getting to embrace the mud has been really valuable for me, so thank you.
Okay, so thank you, everyone. I'm going to turn over to Brian now for a 5-minute synthesis, if possible, to reflect on some of the overlaps between the field stations, and then we're going to have some discussion. And I'd actually just like to say I would like some volunteers who can help grow a mic in a second. So that would be in a sec. Anyway, I'll just turn.
Okay, so I'm Brian Holmes. I'm supposed to synthesize, but I just want to improvise. So I've been involved in this project a lot from the very beginning. I went to all the organizing meetings, to the kickoff events in Minneapolis, attended 2 field stations, traveled down 2 river journeys, created an interactive map that you can see here, co-authored a video, helped organize Field Station 4. And I gotta say, despite that being a bit exhausting from time to time, as a way to say thanks to everybody who's participated in this, I want to say this has been worth it, because it's been a way to live intensely and to come into intense contact with the most tragic aspects of the present, but also the most joyful ones. And I really think that's something exceptional, a continental scale project that helps you to confront the abstractions, the scientific abstractions that tell us about climate change, global ecological change, the Anthropocene. Local environments that each have their histories of colonization, of industrialization, of urbanization, and also very intimate encounters that actually blow all that stuff away and put you in the vibrational present of a relationship to someone else or to something else. And so this has really been worth it. I did visit Field Station 2 and Field Station 3. That's what I'm supposed to talk about, really. When I arrived in St. Louis, knowing a little bit some of the people there, the first thing that I did, with Sarah Lewison was also there, was to get on a bus and go on this tour between, Weldon Springs Containment Zone. It's a nuclear monument that's supposed to be legible for 1,000 years into the future. And our tour ended at Monk's Mound in Cahokia, which is an indigenous temple complex or ceremonial complex that reaches at least 1,000 years back into the past. But our tour was a tour that was all about suburbanization, which was dated to the 1950s. So I immediately felt this is something I can relate to, this practice of these folks in St. Louis, and I felt inspired. Really, what does Deep Time Chicago do? The way we reach out to the public in our home city is through walks. We have a program called Walk About It. And so Walk About It means that you go into a specific part of the city, you engage with a specific urban sequence in order to raise questions among ourselves, among our publics, about who we are and who we can become, who we are in the particular circumstances of those places, of that walk, of those historical conditions, and who we can become in a present that could be the present of the Anthropocene, or it could be the present that has emerged after the St. Louis uprising, after all the events that marked the city so intensely and that can still be felt and that I felt very strongly on our tour. And so I feel that we're working, and a lot of us are working in this way, where we compose these sequences of experience, but without the idea that even that it will raise the same questions among different participants. However, with the expectation and the certainty that it will create conversations that otherwise would have never existed. And so that was immediately recognizable to me very, very strongly and inspiring of the way that this is being done in St. Louis. Now for our field station, for Field Station 4 in southern Illinois, most of us were not in our urban environment. We had to create an approach to something like what we thought of as a bioregion, something like a mutating bioregion in an accelerating time. So we had a lot of approaches to that my colleagues here, my friends, my family recounted, and those approaches in that what we were doing really was something that people in St. Louis do really, really well, and that's relate the concentrated stories that you can put into an artwork with the sort of diffuse experience that you get during a walk or a tour. And this is a strong relation, because an artwork, you know, it's a very dense, rich, layered thing, but it's always framed, and the framing puts a limit on that concentration, that density, those layers. And so when you take it out into a diffuse environment, then what happens is that the idea becomes an experience, the image becomes a sensation, and that's something fabulous, and it's something that we can learn from each other going forward, I think, because we're doing it in ways, I mean, we both our groups ended up putting those framed artworks on billboards in urban space, and in order to augment these moments of questioning that are really the object of the practice. And I think that's a kind of an insight into what most of the field station groups have been doing and what a lot of this territorial work is about. How to create a sort of heightened sensitivity to environments which are simultaneously natural and historical. Something really strong on that regard, and where I felt that St. Louis sort of completed what we were doing in southern Illinois, is that in the video that where I worked with Jeremy Bolin, who's here, and Brian Kirkbride, who isn't here, the video called Born Secret, you can see it tomorrow night actually. We were dealing with the Manhattan Project again, and we were dealing with the way in which the Manhattan Project at Oak Ridge Laboratory migrated from its first home in the midst of a river basin development project called the Tennessee Valley Authority to basically an urban area, the area of Paducah on the banks of the Ohio River. That was a new offshoot of the Manhattan Project in the middle of the 1950s, which really is part and parcel of a transformation, a great transformation in American and in global society, which was brought about by the reorganization of the relations between academic science, the state, academic science, corporate production, and military use. That produced a new level of organization, a new scale which is at once global, which is also metropolitan, a scale that you see exactly in the suburban environment, a suburban environment that's peppered with nuclear remains, with atomic waste in the context of St. Louis and also of Chicago. So really, this understanding of the historical present, this understanding of how we live that thing that we're talking about when we say Anthropocene, can be generated collectively, socially, by art when the artists step outside of the works and expose themselves, not just to the radiation, but also to the rest of society and start to talk about it. And I think I have been synthetic, I guess, and I think I've improvised, so I should shut up now.
I'm actually just going to jump into Nick away right now because we're running a bit over time, and then we'll have some questions from the floor.
Okay, I'm also going to try and improvise, and I'll stand next to you and you'll click at the slides. I need to see the pictures so that I know what I'm talking about. Okay, so I was asked to give a bit of input on the panel discussion that happened right now, and also to try and relate it to the work that I've been doing in Cape Town on the Kuils River, which is an urban river located on the urban fringes of Cape Town. So some of the key words that actually came out of this panel, so thinking about the Anthropocene. So when I'm thinking about the Anthropocene in relation to Cape Town and the making of the city of Cape Town, I think about the arrival of settlers, right? The building of the Dutch East India Company, the enabling of certain economies. If you think about the Herengracht, I don't know if I pronounced that right, but the 7 lords of the Dutch East India Company. It enabled the kinds of global relations that are evident in South Africa. And the way in which the Kuils River itself, I'll show you the pictures, just hold just for a second. The Kuils River actually enabled the movement of the Dutch settlers into the interior of South Africa. So those are the kinds of stories that are emerging about the Anthropocene. And I really hope that through what I'm going to do now, the improvisation, is I hope that you can pull out the whole idea of embodiment, stories about deep time, and issues of environmental justice. And Louise asked me if I can, draw from inspiration from the previous panelists who actually sang, right? So I'm going to sing a struggle song from in South Africa, and it was sang during the fight against apartheid. And it was sang during student protests to try, I don't know if you guys are aware of the Rhodes Must Fall movement, the Fees Must Fall movement in Cape Town. And also now we're starting to sing this song again on the Friday climate marches, right? The Friday marches on climate change. So I'll tell you what the song means in English just after I sing. Okay. And it's also linked to our national anthem. Nkosi sikelela iAfrika maluphakanyisa uphondo lwayo mawusipha amandla okunqoba siyahlukunyezwa. And then I'll sing it again. Nkosi sikelela iAfrika mawusipha amandla okunqoba siyahlukunyezwa kabuhlungu mawusipha amandla. So okay. So what this song is a call to God, to the gods, to our ancestors, to hear us as Africa, because we have been experiencing these waves of exploitation. And it's a call for our ancestors to actually raise our horn, which is the crowning glory. It means, if you translate it, it means raise our crowning glory, and give us the strength to overcome all of these exploitations, the constant waves of exploitation, because we are being exploited in a painful way. So that's what the song means. So I want to introduce the Kuils River to you. Okay, so sorry. So I work on the Kuils River, and the way in which I do it is to try and think about the Kuils River as the Kuils River multiple, drawing from Anne-Marie Moll's idea of the body multiple. So the issue is that it's an issue of equivocation, so people think that they're talking about the same thing, talking about protecting the river, but the way in which it's actually practiced or actually done is very different, and the way in which it's embodied, or the practice of taking care of the river, is very different. So there are various versions of the Kills River, and it's important for knowing and interacting with the river quite differently. So the Kills River is located, this is Cape Town. Okay, so you have Africa, South Africa, and then you have Cape Town. And the Kills River is on the Cape Flats, so it's one of the earliest rivers. It's a proto-river of the Cape Town. It was, so the Kills River and the Easter River were the first two rivers in Cape Town before the sea receded. And the current situation is that it's a very polluted river. And you can see from the kinds of issues that it's got, there are 3 wastewater treatment plants that are located on this river. And they have significantly changed the river and a lot of wetlands. So about 97% of the wetlands that were there have all disappeared, which means that also the indigenous species and the multi-fauna and flora have also disappeared along this river. But there are also some beautiful sites. There are certain different sections. The upper section is in the Durbanville area, where you find the highest income per capita in the country. So it's wine country, it's a lot of farming land, and the wealthiest people in South Africa live in that area. And then as you go further down, the economic levels also decrease. So you have poorer and poorer people living downstream. And the location of the wastewater treatment plants, which have been a cause for the pollution, are also located below where the wealthier people live. But it's also a site of a lot of beauty. It's also been called the lungs of Cape Town because you find very few wetlands left, and I take my students out to do some kayaking in that space. That's just me trying to be cool. And it's also a place of a lot of paradox, okay? So that's the story I want to tell you about. So this side, on this side, is the actual Kills River, and this side is a man-made canal, which the locals have called the Kak River. So if you translate that to English, it's the shit river. Okay, so the locals call that, so that shit river is actually going into the Kills River. So what happened is that we were called by some of the communities living in this area, and they were complaining about the amount of waste that is being poured into the river by the Sandflee wastewater treatment works through the Kak River channel. And what we did was take some tests, and we found that within the amount of E. coli in the samples was way above acceptable limits. So for recreational purposes, you can have like about 200 coliform counts of E. coli. I'm not sure if I'm saying it right to the scientists, per 100 mils, but we were finding in the range of 1.2 to 1.8 million coliform units, forming units in 100 milliliters. And what happened is we took these tests to the city of Cape Town, to the wastewater department, and we called an emergency meeting. But when we entered into this meeting, we went with the community members, and as we tried to have a conversation with the department, they refused to engage with us because we brought community members. Their argument was that we don't do the politics, we are just here to do the science. And by bringing in community members into that space to have a dialogue about this river that is actually impacting their lives, we're doing politics. They only wanted to deal with the numbers, and therefore they only want to engage with the academics in the space. So what the struggle is what we noted from this meeting, this encounter, is that the city has a techno-scientific way of managing its urban rivers. And the techno-scientific management of this leads to technological reductionism, which reduces a complex situation to a single figure that is believed to represent the whole truth. And that isn't it's supposed to be the case. And also by focusing on just the numbers, it actually is a dehumanizing, it's dehumanizing for the people that have to live with the river. Governance by numbers is believed to eradicate emotion, But this also eradicates empathy. So if you're only going to be focusing on the number of E. coli, you're not focusing on the kinds of worlds that this E. coli is creating. You're not thinking about the kinds of relationships or the relations within that context. And what it's calling for is a paradigm shift in the way in which governance happens. The fixation on the present, thinking about it within electoral cycles, actually ignores the kinds of deep pasts and the deep futures that are coming to emerge in the present moment. And if we're going to be thinking about land redistribution in South Africa, how do we think about land distribution when we have toxic soils, when we have toxic water? Black farmers are going to be inheriting these polluted landscapes. So I think to try and think with what you guys have all mentioned is to try and to think about how do we start embodying all of this in the way that we do research. And I find it quite, forgive me for saying this, and I want to thank the organizers for doing this. But in a room like this, it often feels like we're preaching to the choir. People have already bought into this, but how do I take this language out there to speak to that person I was sitting with in the office? How do I tell them the story of embodying this river, that you live with this river, and this river is supposed to be my brother, but my brother is killing me? So how do we start to use a different language in a space where only politics will dictate the day? Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Nikwe. Thank you, everyone. We are running really over time, but I really want to give the audience an opportunity to ask some questions and open up a little bit of discussion. So I think maybe we could do 2 questions. So well, first of all, I need a volunteer who can run a mic over to somebody. Audrey, thank you. And then I need somebody to ask a question. So who would like to ask a question if you could direct it to the member of the panel? Is there any? Just behind you, Audrey.
Hi, I wanted to inquire in terms of embodiment, because there was this particular sort of discussion on the Anthropocene vernacular, and there was this idea that the knowledge is produced for a particular body, and it was important for it to be sort of like an embodied kind of discourse. And I'm just wondering if the Anthropocene depoliticize the polemics of embodiment, because that's like a very complex sort of idea to distill, and sort of like you create an exhibition and apparently now it's embodied. If that makes sense.
Anybody, any takers for this question?
Yeah, thanks. And I should say, like, I have hearing loss, so I may have misheard. I'll do my best. I'm always slightly off track anyway. But I could maybe speak from the case of Sauget as an example, and please help me if I'm not sort of directing it. I'm not focused enough. But I think in the case of Sauget, some of the crux of that, I mean, like, had we more time to talk about it, its relationship to Monsanto. It was Monsanto's chemical works. It was where 45% of the PCBs in the world were made for a couple decades. That there was that toxic legacy at a moment when Bayer had purchased Monsanto, and in a moment when here in the United States, we had the notion that corporations were people. And so it was this really, this sort of layered set of contradictions. And I think for us, just with that project, speaking only for myself, and I can pass the mic to others, we had a community who, to some degree, has been written about in a popular but also in an academic sense, but never actually deeply sat with, or like around the spaces in that community. So the notion of kind of any sense of an embodied, I think, empathetic experience of that place had not occurred yet. And I'm certainly not saying that we achieved it, because we have a really long way to go. But I think that was sort of a primary starting point for us with that. And then, I mean, this is a project that there's no end to when it would end. I think the hope, maybe to circle back to where we closed as a group, is that embodiment ultimately has to have with it really deep political recognitions of where we are and what we're experiencing. But that is going to take a while in that specific case, in that place.
Does anybody else want to respond to that? Okay, well, another question from anyone in the audience? Okay, well then, if there are no more questions, then I might end with one. This comes under the category of campfire questions, which is supposed to be a particularly kind of late night and more heartfelt and intimate style of questioning. So again, for any takers, what would you like to see come out of this project and for your region? And for the areas and the people whose pasts you're interested in and whose futures you are so concerned for, what could we hope for out of your work, this project?
Well, I think, it takes a long time to get where you want to go. What I would like to see come out of this is a much more connective tissue between people who do care about their local areas up and down the Mississippi River. I think it's something that can help us a lot. As cultural producers, as intellectuals, we're often connected to the big universities and above all to the coasts. If we can connect to each other and set up slightly more autonomous initiatives, we can, I think we can make some things that are significant enough to reach out. And I think that's our mission as cultural producers. We need to do that. We shouldn't be really just conditioned, commanded, and packaged by distant institutions or places of power. We should find ways to make the new things, the new issues matter, and matter beyond ourselves, beyond our charmed circles of art and culture and intellectual discourse. And I don't see how we can do that alone. So what I think has been great about this experience is the chance to work with people, to compare the issues that matter in one's own locality with other localities. And that's really something that can come out of this. And then as strength is gathered over a longer term, it's possible to learn from what everyone is doing best and make that significant in this crazy political world that we're living in.
On that note, with all due respect, Nikki, I would like to say something in favor of preaching to the choir, because we are being preached to all the time by forces that value things, have priorities that are ruining life on Earth. And we have to talk to each other, and we have to encourage each other and exchange. I've learned so much from the people I've worked with, and it may be a charm circle. It is a charm circle. I feel the charm. There's a lot of charm in our gatherings, but and it's not to say we don't want to go beyond the boundaries, but I don't think we should dismiss the power of gathering and speaking to each other and inspiring each other. And besides that, I would like to see knowledge practices that engage the people who are going to live with the consequences, and also cultural practices that engage the people to who are being spoken to. And so I think both science and culture, or the art world, have a lot of work to do to demystify these practices that we're all part of. And I really appreciate what you guys are doing. It's very, it is embodied. It's an embodied vernacular. And See, I'm learning. And so thank you. And thanks again to the, you've got to love two institutions that would take on such an audacious and kind of wacky project as the Mississippi, as going down the Mississippi, and the professor of river studies, Joe Underhill, who would take this on. I mean, I've been very inspired and, yes, charmed by it.
Very quickly, thank you. Very quickly, I'll just add that one of the things that I would like to see continue is something that continues connections, that gives space for the stories that the people that we're learning, people in the communities that we are working with, you know, to give space for their stories, because we have learned so much from them about our own practice. The conversations that we have had with people in the communities have sharpened our own practice. So this idea of exchange that, you know, that has gone back and forth between us as investigators, if you want to call it that, and people who live and have lived for generations in these communities has been really deep. So I would like to continue to give space for their stories and our exchange within these charmed circles, as well as out into the community and back.
And just one real quick thing, adding to communities, I talked about all the different interest groups that were on the barge. I mean, Dustin at Continental Cement Company sincerely appreciated having the opportunity for him to have all of us there. So it's happening on the other end. We may be slamming on big industry, big agriculture, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, but I honestly think that has to stop too, because the people that were there from the Corps are deeply interested in this and well. They're deeply embedded in the Corps of Engineers. They're ecologists, they're tree huggers that are doing this work, right? So yes, there's the bigger system that we have to take on, the political system, but those stakeholders that are representing the things that we're trying to maybe radically change are willing to be at the table too, and that's what I think is really encouraging about this. We have to, like the Mississippi Rivers and Towns Initiative, he's responsible for trying to get all of the mayors up and down the Mississippi River to talk to each other. 5 of those mayors are Democrats of all the towns up and down the Mississippi River, right? So there's 50 to 75, right, that are in between New Orleans, Memphis, St. Louis, Davenport, Minneapolis. There are your 5 Democrats, right? Think about it.
So I guess we'll take a 10-minute break before the next panel. Since we're running over time, 10 minutes? 10 minutes? Yeah, okay, so 10 minutes back here. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, welcome back to the few of you who are here. Thanks for hanging in. It's a long day, that's for sure. But as I just explained to my dear colleagues here, that's what you end up when you have an extensive, large network project with so many people, and you want each and every one of them to give a voice and tell their story. So thanks for hanging in. This is just the start. It will continue for another 7 days. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad that you still have energy to listen to the last two field stations, Field Station 2 and Field Station 1, that brings us upriver to the very start of the river, to the tiny wells, to the origins of all these tiny waters that somewhat autopoetically become a mighty river in the end. So we will hear from our friends from Field Station 2 first, Sarah Knaus, Nicholas Brown, Ryan Griffiths, about some of the recurring themes guiding us, and also myself, I have to say, through the multi-day mobile seminar. More on the road this time than on and on foot too, than in a canoe, as we were roaming the ancient lands of the creeks and streams of the Ho-Chunk, the Meskwaki, the Iowa, and Kickapoo nations in what is today southwest Wisconsin, as well as visiting and discussing the clashing narratives of high-tech agribusiness versus indigenous-led attempts of land restoration and recultivation. We then move on to Field Station 1, led by John Kim next to me, who's become at this point of time a river guide himself, I would say, and with contributions from Morgan Adamson, Bruce Brown, and Tia Simon Gardner. The events of Field Station 2 took place in two parts. First one was taking place in late August at Lake Itasca and in Leech Lake. We have heard a little about that region already this morning. And the second one, which I had the delight to visit and to take part in, then took place in the Twin Cities themselves at the St. Anthony Falls Lock and Dam, as well as the Upper Harbor Terminal in North Minneapolis, and on a pretty much gas-guzzling boat tour with John Anfinson from the National Park Service that I also well remember. So I don't give biographies here. You can learn about these wonderful people in our wonderful, equally wonderful booklet. I just pass on the mic to Sarah. I believe you're starting, right? Nick.
Can I use this mic, or you want to pass that one? Can everyone hear me okay? Yep, all right. Hi, my name is Nick Brown. I'm from Dejope, from Madison, Wisconsin, Ho-Chunk territory, but I live in Boston, Massachusetts now, and I'm one of 3 organizers of the Anthropocene Drift Field Station. Like other groups before us, I do want to first just say thank you, a big thank you to HKV, Max Planck, Tulane for hosting us, and to all our fellow travelers on this, what I think has been a really wonderful and strange journey. It is an honor to be here. I'm also really grateful today for the welcome to Bulbancha, and also the comment, which I really appreciated, from Wendy Moore O'Neill about there are people here. And so I want to express my gratitude to those people, and I look forward to, in the next few days, learning more about this place, learning more about the people and what it means to be here in an ethical way, and to extend the acknowledgement that we began the conversation with today. So thank you all. So the public program of Anthropocene Drift, or Field Station 2, began in a place usually marked as an ending. It ended in a place usually marked as a beginning. The decision to move from the site of the massacre that concluded the 1832 Black Hawk War, the so-called Last Indian War east of the Mississippi, to the historic villages and farms of the Sauk and Meskwaki people who were slaughtered, known today as the Quad Cities, reversed settler temporality. This was less an act of restitution than one of recognition that the end in one narrative may be merely an inflection point in another. Following the Black Hawk Trail in reverse might be interpreted as a metaphorical undoing. If so, it was one that sought to remind participants, ourselves included, what is unsettling about decolonization, which Eve Tuck and Kei-Wang Yang describe as the repatriation of indigenous land and life.
Over the course of the 5 days in which the seminar Over the Levee Under the Plow traveled within the Mississippi, Wisconsin, Kickapoo, and Rock River watersheds, we sought to hold two perspectives in productive tension. One is that the wholesale transformation of Earth systems that we call the Anthropocene might best be traced to the colonization of Africa and the Americas by Europeans. This is an alternative GSSP proposed that corresponds with the Orbis spike. The second is that the colonial project was never fully successful. There still exist biocultural and temporal refuges sustained by the descendants of the people colonization failed to exterminate. In adopting the Anthropocene as a useful analytic, we must take care that it not become a totalizing teleological narrative, an extension of what Mark Rifkin calls settler time, to which indigenous people might be admitted, but only on terms that ultimately undermine heterogeneous temporalities that are forms of sovereignty existing beyond settler recognition. And in this, concretely, one thing I want to be mindful of and sort of caution myself and everyone here against is to associate always the indigenous with the local and the Anthropocene with the planetary. Like, what if we talk about indigenous planetarity and indigenous internationalism?
The lands identified on maps as East Central Illinois are not, by many conventional accounts, adjacent to the Mississippi River. In fact, there aren't even widely recognized tributaries of the Mississippi River that flow through these lands. Yet the land use practices that dominate this territory have arguably had as much of an impact on the Mississippi River system as anything that has happened along the banks of the river. With the series of swampland acts passed between 1849 and 1860, the US federal government, quote, gave lands considered swamps and wetlands to states so that they could be converted into private property and made, quote, productive. The acts themselves did not result directly and immediately in the transformations to the region's hydrological and ecological composition that geographers like Michael Urban have argued are, for all intents and purposes, permanent. The policies were only one step that prefigured the work that speculators and farmers would undertake to remake the land in their own image through drainage ditches and subsurface drainage tiles. It would be a mistake, however, to understand these transformations as anthropogenic in some kind of representative manner. These lands were, of course, already occupied by people who both shaped and were shaped by the complex lifeways there. This may seem like an academic or even semantic argument, yet when considered alongside the ongoing work of wetland and prairie restoration and conservation agriculture reforms, I believe these questions pose fundamental challenges. How does the work of restoration function differently when we can't treat the land as something to be reclaimed from agriculture and restored to some vision of an ecosystem apart from specific human lifeways?
So to answer this question, our seminar visited 2 Ho-Chunk land restoration projects in southwestern Wisconsin, the Kickapoo Valley Reserve and May-Waukesha. They are land restoration projects in both senses of the word, the restoration of Ho-Chunk landholding and the restoration of the multi-species ecologies that existed prior to settler possession, right? But what is prior in the present? Both projects made strategic use of the opportunity presented by the divestment of government-seized settler property. In one case, a never-built Army Corps of Engineer flood control dam, and in another, a shuttered Army munitions factory. Both restorations would be impossible without Ho-Chunk participation in the constricted forms of sovereignty defined by settler modernity, casino gaming, federal trust doctrine, state and local co-management, tribal business development. But they would also be impossible if settler modernity were the exclusive horizon toward which the Ho-Chunk operated.
For example,
and right now
you'll hear from Bill here in a second. For example, the tribe has met their obligation to support agriculture under the co-management plan for the Kickapoo Valley Reserve, a desire of the displaced white farming community, by arguing that the prairie has always been a form of agriculture, tended since time immemorial by the indigenous people who harvest food and medicinal plants from it. And we're going to play a short clip now of Bill Quackenbush talking to us. He's a Tribal Historic Preservation Officer for the Ho-Chunk Nation and led us on a tour of this Kickapoo Valley Reserve.
And right now you're standing amongst tribal lands right now. We have 1,200 acres that are associated with the reserve itself. And the tribal lands is federally owned or operated or managed versus the state's land that surrounds us and is contiguous to us on here. Our tribe has elected to go above and beyond on certain different things and managing it in different ways to match some of our cultural needs. And we began a restoration on here immediately, right after 2000, and we first acquired the ownership of this property. And so technically in the books, they said we have to keep our the acres, our trails length the same, and all the forest area has to be the same, basically. So we had determined on our tribal trust lands that this property on here is still continued to be looked at as ag, even though it's a different form of ag. When they would have either the corn or the soybean or even the hay in here, it was monolithic, right? One crop. Not very conducive for the environment around here, because in that corn, sure, you'd have a few coon, some deer, you probably usually heavily pesticided, right? And nobody got the use out of it except for that farmer, and that money usually went out, right? But if you turn it into a prairie restoration, we began to notice, of course, everybody knows this, you see the animals, the use of this, went skyrocketed in here. All the birds nesting in here, right? And all the small animals and the rodents and everything in here, and the hawks that started coming back in here. Even the ravens over there, they see. And that was a turkey buzzard in here, so preying upon us. But anyway, so it just began to just come to life, this area. And it's a better use for humans. Within our tribe, we have people who love to gather plants for medicinal and for ceremonial use and for this and that out here. And now we have a place in part that is coming to that. And a lot of people like to ask, well, what kind of plants do you guys like? What is it, a lot of them, and it's because all plants have a purpose. Our Creator, they say, always puts the life into things, This has a life, that tree has a life, this ground is a living force. I says, we're a living force. You got to look at that we go back to the dust, they say, like that. We carry on in a journey. Well, what carries on a journey isn't your physical bodies. That's just part of Earth. And so everything has a life of its own out there. And so you have to recognize that plant and what the benefit of that plant is on this earth. It wouldn't be here. It has a use. They say mosquitoes have a use. I haven't found what that is yet, though.
Bill has a great sense of humor, as you saw there at the end. Similarly, May Wakachuk, Ho-Chunk for Sacred Earth, which is a site about an hour's drive east of the Kickapoo Valley Reserve, was transferred to tribal trust quite recently, and only after a decades-long and highly sophisticated legal and political campaign, not just because unused federal land is available for indigenous tribes. Rather, the Ho-Chunk have always maintained relations of cultural, spiritual, and ecological reciprocity with this landscape. Now we're going to play for you another short clip from our tour at May Wakachuk with Randy Polima, who is an environmental scientist who's worked for the tribe for a long time now.
I welcome you to the May Wakachuk parcel. That means sacred earth in the Ho-Chunk language. And it was given that name because of its proximity to what the white people call Devil's Lake State Park, but the Ho-Chunk people call that Daywakanchunk, which means sacred lake or spirit lake. This entire area, including the park and the lake and this area that was historically prairie, and west of here there's Natural Bridge Park. All of that is part of a huge cultural district that the Ho-Chunk Nation recognizes. So these are all areas that historically the Ho-Chunk Nation inhabited. They use these areas for everything they typically would use areas for, to to live, to survive, to gather medicine, to gather food, to have cultural ceremonies out here. For example, there's dance rings up on the hill here, not too far away, which is actually in the state park part of the property. There's pipestone quarries not too far up the bluff. This land here is part of the last land.
The transfer of 1,500 acres from the U.S. Army to the Bureau of Indian Affairs under the 2014 Defense Authorization Act merely ratified in terms legible to the settler state relationships that had never been extinguished and which now found new, perhaps more complete expression.
What can these examples offer other struggles for environmental justice and remediation in lands that are deeply scarred by settler capitalism and where there are not recognized sovereign tribal governments to undertake such work? In the Vermilion River watershed near the border of Illinois and Indiana, there's been something of a successful campaign against the unregulated impacts of waste from coal-burning power plants, which of course are always located alongside rivers. A coalition of urban and rural organizations, including the Prairie Rivers Network, Faith in Place, Eco-Justice Collaborative, and Earth Justice, mobilized a large, politically diverse population to pressure the state of Illinois to force power companies to deal with the problems posed by mountains of coal ash. At one Illinois EPA hearing, residents packed a gym at Danville Community College, arguing that the river needed to be understood as a living thing that could not be legislated or controlled by engineering solutions. These residents represent a largely white, rural, working-class population that voted for Trump in 2016, and I have no illusions that they are representing anything other than their own interests and maintaining their property claims, and of course protecting the health of their families and friends. But I could also choose to hear at least some recognition of what one of our field station participants, Alyosha Goldstein, along with his co-authors Jody Bird, Jody Malamed, and Chandan Reddy, have called grounded relationalities. And I'll just quote them a little bit to give you context of what they mean by that term. If the grounded relationalities of indigenous philosophies might tell us anything, then they remind us that knowledge must always remain grounded as the land calls to us and for us to find our place within the ongoing acts of interconnectivity that surround us.
So in framing the Anthropocene as both a product and a symptom of colonialism, we, Field Station 2, are not pointing any fingers. Rather, we're implicating ourselves. What are we, as non-native academics, doing in organizing a field station for the Anthropocene River Project if we agree with Métis scholar Zoe Todd that not all humans are equally implicated in the forces that created the disasters driving contemporary human environmental crises, and therefore not all humans are equally invited into the conceptual spaces where these disasters are theorized or responses to disaster formulated? That's the end of her quote.
In layering a long and unflinching look at the settler colonial origins of the Anthropocene in this region, with extended conversations with people who are doing the work for and with indigenous nations, like Bill and Randy, but also Jackie Rand, Mary Youngberry, Yolanda Pusha-Taniqua, Donetta Wanati, Christine Nobis, and others, we hope to better understand what differential roles are demanded by differential responsibilities, incommensurable temporalities, and relationships that are radically asymmetrical.
Like the residents of Danville at the Illinois EPA hearing in that gym, how might our experience as white settlers, artists, and researchers of the colonial Anthropocene be mobilized towards living within it differently? Alyosha and his co-authors ask us to think how land, understood not as property or territory, but as a source of relation with an agency of its own, might make other possibilities available. Possibilities that recognize the racialized and embodied histories that we have inherited and continue to create.
So the 5-day seminar over the levee under the plow concluded in Saukenuk with a presentation about indigenous environmental knowledge and relational activism by Clint Carroll, a citizen of the Cherokee Nation and a professor at the University of Colorado at Boulder. And we want to end our comments tonight with a quote from Clint talking about this idea of a relational activism, which we feel is incredibly relevant to the conversations we're having here. He says, "For indigenous peoples, the political is environmental. our struggles are most fundamentally about and for the land. This is not a liberal stance, not an environmentalist stance, not a Marxist class struggle stance. It is an indigenous stance that may touch on points within the above positions, yet offers the world something distinct, something fundamentally different that seeks to benefit all those who have a right to life, that is, all things living. And this includes plants, animals, landforms, waterways, and the many other beings with which humans must maintain respectful relations.
And this is the conclusion of Clint's quote. Yet to say that the political is environmental requires the rejection of this false binary that capitalism and settler colonialism tried to get us to swallow. Our political engagement cannot be separated from our ecological engagement because the very foundation of our political activism centers the defense and maintenance of our relationships with the land. Standing Rock showed us the need for settler political and ecological engagement to align with the goals of indigenous liberation, and by extension, the liberation of the land and all people. It showed us that supporting indigenous sovereignty and land rights benefits everyone. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for your patience and endurance over a long session. I don't even know what time it is. It's kind of like a casino. Time is stopped. So I'm going to also go off script and improvise a little bit on the basis of all the powerful summaries of the experiences that we've had over the last 2.5 months. And I had something prepared, but I think it might be more useful to try to reflect and respond and articulate some of the things that I've been hearing over the course of the day and how it's reflected in a lot of ways in intimate and incipient ways within our field station as well. So to begin, very early on in the process of, actually, before I wanted to jump into things, I'm going to be presenting. Tia, Bruce, and Morgan are going to be presenting. We're only presenting 2 of the 5 projects that we worked on over the course of a year's work on the Mississippi and Anthropocene River Project. Monica Haller and her collaborators has a sound installation that's on display. That's a 3rd project, and there are yet 2 others that we're not going to have time to do justice to or describe to you tonight. And I just wanted to acknowledge that. But early on in the process of convening around what kinds of research projects we would engage in, we settled on these 3 words: sediment, settlement, sentiment, as the organizing concepts by which we would think about the stretch of the Mississippi River from the headwaters to the Twin Cities. And on this map on the right, you can see the general region of investigation that we were embarked upon. And this is before we actually conducted our research, and they were just organizing principles or concepts by which we would try to frame our activities. And what I've heard from all of you today is precisely the ways in which you similarly had engaged in how all the different field stations have engaged in meditations, examinations, critical reflections on precisely these 3 concepts that framed our own investigations. Sediment, right? Even from the Anthropocene Working Group discussions of how the delta has switched, has transformed over time, to the dredging of the main channel of the Mississippi River, which forms these sand islands that we camped on over the course of the last 2 months, and thinking about the history of industrial farming and the fertility of the Mississippi River that Field Station 3 talked about with regard to indigenous food systems. So the question of sediment recurs throughout all of these projects that we've been hearing from today. Settlement with settlement, we were directly responding to these questions that I think Field Station 2 actively and critically and elaborately sort of tried to investigate with regard to thinking about the colonial history of the driftless region and trying to question and articulate the ways in which we have to acknowledge those land rights and moving forward to new forms of solidarities with indigenous communities moving forward. And then finally, sentiment. And to be honest, I don't remember what sentiment was entirely about, but I'm going to frame sentiment as this idea that that we wanted to think about the ways in which we needed to shape this project with regard to a prefigurative political projects. That being said, like what can we do? And this is the question that was articulated in Louise's question to the group in the last panel discussion, namely, like, how can you move forward to make use of these incipient projects in transformative political engagements with the communities that we come from, right? And so throughout the presentations that we heard from today, I think that this was actively on display, from Field Station 5's work and engagement with Cooperation Jackson and how they're innovating new models for economic and social organization in order to respond to the chronic neglect and social and economic inequality that they've experienced over the years, to Lynn's Indigenous Foods Project, trying to think about new ways of thinking about indigenous food production in ways that might respond to the overdependence on fertilizers and pesticides that reign within our food systems currently, our industrial food systems currently, and then finally how the Ho-Chunk are engaged in these innovative, future-oriented land management systems in ways that can restore the land back to a self-sustaining and healthy ecosystem, right? These three concepts, I think, though it doesn't frame the entirety of what's been on display today, for us at the outset of our investigations really tried to inform the nature of the work that we wanted to do. I wanted to, so much of our work was focused on the twins. So we had two field sites of investigation, as Bernd mentioned at the very beginning of our day together. We focused on the Twin Cities, and we mounted an exhibition and series of lectures and talks at the Upper St. Anthony Falls Lock and Dam. We were literally above the lock and dam infrastructure. And then we also mounted a series of investigations and projects between the Twin Cities and Lake Itasca as well. And the reason why we focused on the Upper St. Anthony Falls Lock and Dam had everything to do with the fact that, it's not letting me, oh, there it goes. Had everything to do with the fact that a really powerful and exciting case study just landed in our lap even after we had formulated our approach. Specifically, and I'm sure that many of you have heard about it, but when in 2015, the three lock and dams in the Twin Cities, the Ford Dam, which is located around here, around the Ford, right. Okay, well, we'll just imagine we know that I have any sense of geography when it comes to the Twin Cities. The Ford Dam, the lower St. Anthony Falls Lock and Dam, which is kind of around here, and the upper St. Anthony Falls Lock and Dam, which is located around here. When they were all closed in 2015, only the top one, the Upper St. Anthony Falls Lock and Dam was closed in 2015 in response to the potential for the Asian carp invasion to spread into the Great Lakes region. What that triggered was the fact that the lock and dam infrastructure no longer fulfilled the federal congressional mandate that was given to them in the early 1900s for their construction, namely to facilitate commercial traffic, right? So then in 2018, the Army Corps of Engineers, and Bruce is going to elaborate on this, in 2018, that began a series of public discussions about what to do with the lock and dam infrastructure. And so we're really interested in configuring this question of sediment, settlement, and sentiment with regard to the speculative possibilities that will come out if the three lock and dams within the Twin Cities were removed, right? What implications would that have for the entirety of the river if we're now thinking about the ways in which to restore the river back to a rewilded condition? And I apologize to Bruce if I stole some of the wind from his sail.
Thanks, John, and thanks to all of you for hanging out here for a long day. I was saying to somebody, I think I arrived and it was just getting light, and I've spent the whole day inside. So thanks for hanging in here. I'm going to improvise too because John has said a few of the things that I was going to say. So our field project was, I think, better characterized as a kind of assemblage of different kinds of projects that we kind of fit together. They weren't beautifully woven into a coherent narrative like Field Station 2 beautifully just gave us. The project that I worked on with Morgan Adamson and with Rupali Fadka really looked at the question of the post-industrial river. And trying to think through what kind of futures are being imagined for a post-industrial river in Minneapolis and St. Paul. And one of the things we did was we commissioned a series of sort of thought pieces from artists and poets and academics to sort of take one site along the river. And John, maybe if you want to just give us the map back so we can sort of see there. Basically from St. Paul up to Minneapolis to sort of take sites and sort of reflect on their kind of attachments to those sites, which I think speaks to this idea of sentiment, but also to the attachments to certain kinds of futures for those sites. And those thought pieces will be appearing, we hope, shortly on the Anthropocene River website. So one of the reasons why we want to talk about the river as a post-industrial river is because industry has been moving away from the river quite consistently now for the past 20 years. Part of it driven by the growth in the trucking industry as being a more viable way of moving goods around than the barges up and down the river. But the post-industrialization of the river was really accelerated with the closing of the St. Anthony Lock and Dam in 2015, and that's really a crucial moment. And as John noted, one of the explanations for closing it, or one of the reasons it was closed, was as an attempt to keep the Asian carp, which we were introduced to earlier in the afternoon, from migrating any further upstream. So it was understood that by closing the dock, you create the lock, you create a permanent sort of barrier. But there's other subtext to the closure of the lock, and Morgan's going to talk about this a bit, because it opens up the river upstream to becoming not an industrial river, but a post-industrial river, one which can be gentrified and so on. And Morgan's going to sort of unpack that. So as John noted, when that dam was closed, the two dams downstream also became irrelevant, because there's really no place to have a port north of what was the Ford Street Dam, which is by the airport. So you have a whole 6-7 mile stretch of the river, which is no longer, the lock and dams there are no longer needed. So the Army Corps of Engineers has started a disposition study for those locks and dams, and they're trying to figure out what to do with them. And there are all kinds of options. They can maintain them as they are. They can sell them off to private interests. They could remove them entirely. What it's done is it's sort of opened up this question: what is the future of the river? What kind of futurities are being imagined for this space? So one of the futures of the river that's being imagined is actually rewilding the river, getting rid of the locks and dams, and returning to the river to what many people consider to be its natural state. And you can sort of see a sort of a projection of what that river would look like, which is very different than what it looks like now. Right now, it's a very placid river. It's a deep river, and the rewilded river would be essentially 6 miles of rapids that would run through the Twin Cities. And it has a certain kind of aesthetic appeal and a certain kind of attachment that some people have to this. It's also a way of imagining possibly restoring native ecologies and so on. So one of the things I want to think about in terms of this rewilding of the river is what is kind of left outside the picture when we think of rewilding this river. And John, if you want to go forward one more slide. It's a sort of a projection of what this river would look like from the Lake Street Bridge in Minneapolis. And if you would look up this river after it has been rewilded, it wouldn't look like this. What would actually appear is another dam that was largely destroyed and flooded when the other dams were built, because it was from an earlier era and was made kind of irrelevant by the larger dams that were built. And I want to think about that dam that would appear if we actually rewilded the river. And here you can see some of the ruins of that dam, which appear whenever the water's drawn down. Because one of the things that's interesting about this dam is that it was first proposed in 1852. That's some 90 years before the St. Anthony Falls lock and dam was built. So 1852 it's proposed. And it's often written about as being involved in a struggle between Minneapolis and St. Paul over which city was going to be the last point of navigation on the Mississippi River, and also written about as an example of settler ingenuity, the ability of settlers to tame this river. But I want to talk about this dam in a slightly different way, and that is that, and I want to keep that date 1852 in mind, because we have to remember that the Dakota Uprising was in 1862, 10 years after the dam was proposed. So one of the things as the dam surfaces, we're reminded of a certain history. A certain history comes into view. And it's a history where there's this projection of a kind of a settler futurity, the sort of projection and presupposition of a settler futurity that simply disregards other ontologies, other territorialities, other temporalities, even though the Dakota was still there. And it's this really interesting historical moment that comes back into view when this dam comes back into view. So one of the things that we should know about the Dakota Uprising in 1862, 10 years after this dam was proposed, was that it resulted in an incredibly violent response from the US government. The US Army was brought in, the Dakota were defeated, and actually the largest mass execution in US history was carried out just south of Minneapolis. And the Dakota were forcibly removed from Minnesota entirely. Okay, so that's what, when I see this dam rising and see its erasure from the previous image, its complete erasure, there's this kind of this erasure of this other history. So one of the things that I've been thinking about and I've written about in the piece that will be appearing online is what pasts do we remember when we project futures? So what past, when we're imagining these kind of futures, what pasts are being remembered and which pasts are not? And when we think about the lock and dams that we're now thinking about getting rid of, those are in a sense an inheritance, a troubling inheritance of an earlier dispossession. And to what extent do the futurities that we imagine after the industrial river, after the infrastructural river, to what extent are those still settler futurities that we're just presupposing without question? So I'm going to leave that there and hand it over to Morgan, who's going to take another tack on this sort of post-industrial river.
Thanks. Thanks everyone for sticking around. I'll try to be pretty quick. So kind of building off of this, this discussion around what is the meaning of the deindustrial river in the Twin Cities, and how is its deindustrialization still a part of the process of the Anthropocene, and which we're all implicated in. I wanted to kind of start, before we get to this site, the Upper Harbor Terminal in Minneapolis, I wanted to start by quoting a report that the city of St. Paul commissioned in 1997, in which they hired urban designer Ken Greenberg to kind of contribute to the report. And he talked in the report about what he called the retreat of the industrial glacier. that was happening in cities like Minneapolis and St. Paul, which is a kind of, in 1997, it's an unwitting reference to anthropogenic climate change, but I'm sure that wasn't the intention. But the retreat of the industrial glacier in the report in 1997 is really kind of marks the reorientation of the Twin Cities over the past 20 to 40 years towards the river, away from this kind of, again, seeing it as an industrial resource and inhabiting it in those kinds of extractive ways, and really looking at the vast amount of land along the river's edge that flows through the Twin Cities as a way to kind of revitalize the cities with declining tax bases and so on and so forth. And so rather than looking at these, this kind of retreat of the industrial glacier as an opportunity for rematriation, reconciliation, reparation, for the many centuries of sedimented violence that Bruce referred to that had been happening in the Twin Cities throughout the settler industrial eras. The retreat of the industrial glacier really imagined this land along the river's edge as a kind of tabula rasa, right? A place to kind of open for development, to reimagine a new economy for the Twin Cities. And so, so the site that I wanted to mention here is the Upper Harbor Terminal, which was the northernmost port on the Mississippi River, the Upper Harbor Terminal is north of the St. Anthony Falls Lock and Dam number 1, which was closed, supposedly, again, because of the Asian carp migration, but there's a lot of, conspiracy theories, we might call them, about the desire to choke out industry north of the Lock and Dam in rapidly gentrifying neighborhoods. And the Upper Harbor Terminal is a really interesting site. It was built in 1964. It's located in North Minneapolis, which is a historically African-American neighborhood produced through segregation and redlining. And it was built on top of land that had been claimed by the city through eminent domain, and literally the houses of African-American residents were bulldozed, and the Upper Harbor Terminal was built right on top of them. And now, as it's been decommissioned, it's the longest contiguous piece of real estate, 1 mile along the Mississippi River, which is owned by the city of Minneapolis, which presents an enormous opportunity for development. And so, of course, the city was so creative in the way that they tried to imagine the future of this site. They came up with this idea of, okay, we're going to have a destination amphitheater with a hotel, and there's going to be a bunch of retail space, and it's going to be so great because there are going to be all of these job opportunities for the North Minneapolis residents, right? So economic revitalization. So essentially they're just doing what many cities do all the time, is just handing over this enormous, vast, publicly held resource to private developers to do with whatever they want to. A lot of the debates around this, and also the site is right next to Northern Metals, which is a very toxic company that has been poisoning the residents of North Minneapolis for many years, so on and so forth. Anyway, so where was I going with that? I interrupted myself. Yeah, so, so last spring, when a lot of public debates were happening around this, I taught a course on gentrification in the Twin Cities, and my students collaborated with a group called the Co-Creation Team, who's been working on from North Minneapolis, who's been working on the Upper Harbor Terminal, to really imagine a kind of different future for this site based on the principles of reparation, reconciliation, and so forth, and really to bring genuine progressive change to this neighborhood, which has been cut off from the river by this industrial site, unlike many other neighborhoods in the Twin Cities that have access to the river. So my students collaborated with this group and made documentaries with them. But I guess to kind of conclude, and we did a tour there, and we've been, it's a really interesting and fruitful site, and who knows what's going to happen in its future, because I think there's been so much interesting activism around it. I don't know if these plans are going to go through or not. But I think that what I think we can take from sites like the Upper Harbor Terminal is this, and also, John, could you go to the next slide too? This is the River's Edge project in St. Paul, also happening on former industrial site, which is being built by AECOM, a company out of LA, which has built projects all over the world, including Dubai and so forth. Also, another piece of public land being given to developers, along with $80 million to develop the site, with not one unit of public housing in the entire site. Not public housing, sorry, affordable housing in the entire site. So anyway, I think the kind of reorientation of the Twin Cities to the river is to see it as a kind of amenity, right, that augments the value of land adjacent to it. And so we can think of it as a kind of real estate river, the kind of 21st century version of extraction from the river as a public resource. And so, yeah, I think I'll just leave it there for now, and then we can just, sorry, I said I wasn't going to talk for that long, but I was lying.
Send it back to John.
No, Tia.
Oh, to Tia. Okay, I thought John was going to introduce you first.
Okay. Hi, I'm Tia Simone Gardner. I suppose what I'm going to do is the sentiments. I'm not going to improvise, but I am going to talk about the blues. In her essay, The Site of Memory, Toni Morrison writes, "You know, they straightened out the Mississippi River in places." Because, yeah, this one is going in and out. All right, start over. In her essay, The Site of Memory, the late Toni Morrison writes, "You know that they straightened out the Mississippi River in places to make room for houses and livable acreage. Occasionally, the river floods these places. Floods is the word they use, but in fact, it's not flooding. It's remembering where it used to be. All water has perfect memory and is forever trying to get back to where it was." And I wanted to begin by, I won't talk long, but by sort of inserting some other logic into the mix that will illuminate the edges of the work that I've done, that John's done, that Andrea Carlson and Jenny Schmid also did. And you'll see some of that work tomorrow night. And so I approached the questions laid out here, trying to better understand how approaching this work from a Black geographies and an environmental humanist perspective affects how we understand the Anthropocene, how or what it might do if we were to bring a blues epistemology to this work. The processes of naming are important, and my own interests are how discourse affects the way that we know and make meaning, particularly of racialized difference. So naming our epic is a site of discursive, epistemic, and material struggle. I won't take too much time here, but I want to cite the work of Sylvia Wynter, who allows us to think critically about our inheritance from the Enlightenment of the historically situated conception of man, and therefore the historically situated conception of the anthropos. All of this is to say that I want to think about the Anthropocene otherwise, to include the Chitulacene, the Capitalocene, and the Plantationocene. The work that I have contributed to this project was assembled from materials that I tried to use to hold all of this complexity. These materials include video from surveillance technology, body cameras, used to collect images of my travel along the river's edge, here in New Orleans specifically. Oral histories from my Amistad Research Collections archive, also housed here at Tulane University, and media from the Perlinger Archives. I've tried to think through the Machinic River as a space-time problem that produced mechanizations of forced human labor and the violent reterritorialization of land and the invention of property. The Machinic River is a part of what Walter Johnson terms a carceral landscape. And I think the carceral landscape was born on water. I've brought together the ships of Cristobal Colon, the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria, which are now replicated and regularly float up the Mississippi River, in case you want to take a tour. As far as Dubuque, I brought that together with steamer ships that also moved people as human cargo and floated goods up and down the river. I've collided images of a baptism that took place in the Mississippi in St. Louis with Sadiya Hartman's histories of drowned slave girls named Venus. And I've brought together a historical study of southern plantations from an Indiana University geographer with my own videos of what remains on either side of the levee. And I want to leave space, I think, for John to, maybe if he wants to, talk specifically about the work that he's done in thinking about damming the river.
All right. To conclude, I also made a film for the Anthropocene Film Residency, and I think the Toni Morrison quote that Tia read adequately describes what I was trying to do in reimagining a temporality in which we can think about the river reclaiming its course of direction. You can watch these films, both mine and Tia's, tomorrow, so I'm not gonna elaborate on it. But basically, I made 3 forms that were supposed to imitate the 3 major infrastructural interventions within the Mississippi River: a dam, a lock, and a wing dam or a groin. But I made them out of adobe that I sourced from the river and the banks of the river itself. And I filmed these 3 pieces slowly melt back into the river as a gesture for thinking about a temporality in which we can restore the river back to its rightful course. To conclude, I just wanted to say that I want to conclude at the beginning of the day, recalling what Bernd was talking about with regard to the usefulness of the Anthropocene as a concept is when it transforms consumers back into politically engaged citizens, right? And here we're sitting around talking with Don Goodwin, who's a major indigenous activist with Honor the Earth and other activist organizations, and I think. And I want to agree with what Bernd was trying to conceptualize in this new model for flipping, thinking about the Anthropocene on its head, specifically thinking about the ways in which the Anthropocene can be used in locally embedded practices to reimagine new speculative futures that can actually be realized through prefigurative political projects. And so what my hope is to continue this project at a new beginning and go back down the river from the headwaters so that we can resume and restore these political projects, transform them into prefigurative ones, and to actually fully existing reimagined futures. Thanks.
Now we have, as in the previous sessions, we have another input by Jamie Allen, a longtime friend and companion of not just this project, but also our previous ones.
Hello, everyone. How are you? How's the energy in the room? This has been an incredible day. I feel like I've been to science class, church, summer camp, kind of like a town hall meeting. So thank you very much for being here. This is kind of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 Jamie. And I'm Jamie Allen. I'm part of the Temporary Continent Project, which has been trying to do a very sort of rough and tumble job of tracing and reflecting and collecting some of the other reflections that are happening during this entire project. I thought what I would do now, because it is kind of the end of the beginning, as we kind of get back up to the headwaters through the process this afternoon, is reflect a little bit on beginnings, and I guess I wanted to do that in a way that is thankful to the kinds of beginnings that none of us can escape, which is femininity and women. And it's one of the sort of lessons that I draw from a lot of the work in the project, and in relation to, I guess, the themes of regulation and flow and things like that. So I will do that by first starting off with the ladies who were cleaning up after our breakfast at Lake Itasca on August 28th, 2019. And through a poem by Ursula K. Le Guin.
Remember me before I was a heap of salt, the laughing child who seldom did as she was told, or came when she was called, the merry girl who became Lot's bride, the happy woman who loved her wicked city. Do not remember me with pity. I saw you plodding on ahead into the desert of your pitiless faith. Those springs are dry, that earth is dead. So I looked back, not forward, into death. Forgiving rains dissolve me, and I come still disobedient, still happy, home.
Mississippi and Anthropocene River began in a place that seemed, at the time, a rather small, quiet, yet portending spot, precipitating conversations of responsibilities and material flows, of things to come and things expected. From here, a journey would begin. And for this journey, a launch point would need to be chosen. Where to get in the water? Where would it be at Lake Itasca that the river might want help or hasten human involvement? As Bernd mentioned this morning, Dakota women go down to a specific place at the water's edge when they give birth. And what is it that we call a place where waters seem to invite or invent the launch of a boat? Is it birth with an I or birth with an E? I could never remember. Pictured here during an early breakfast on August 28th, 73 days ago, or over 6 million of Catron's Mississippi seconds, is a place of research, planning, and projection, but also of progeniture, genesis, beginnings, and release. It was from this Lake Itasca field station, serene and expansive in late summer, that began a processional movement that spills us all into this space, here and now. An opening session inside the building just pictured extended the invitation to make and discuss with native Minnesotan artist and activist Shania Matson. Shania remarked how the Mississippi, for her growing up here, was a place where you put things you didn't want. The river is a flow that you throw things into in order to throw them away. Shania would recount how, when you're young, say a teenage girl, and you grow up near a river, you live in perennial fear of being thrown into it. You're at a family barbecue, and one of your pain-in-the-ass brothers decides it would be funny to chuck old sis in the water as a joke. You're out with some U of M friends having a few cans of beer at the Bohemian Flats, and some football bro decides it's time to do something bohemian. The embarrassment, and the powerlessness, the feeling of being discarded as an object. The aggression of being thrown into the water is a disequalization of control over personal bodily mobility, an affront to composure. It is an unladylike happening devised by men. While driving with Shania to Lower Rice Lake, we would together invent a new interoperation of this anxiousness about being thrown in a river. What if being in the Mississippi, in direct connection with these waters, could be not just a right, but a passage, a prestige? What if rejoining the metrolineal flows of such waterways were to be recognized as a badge of honor, in solidarity with that of which we are a part and which is part of us? Could we understand waters as creative, giving us the beginnings of births and births, inviting us, as Joe said earlier today, to travel well? What modes of power would we deprive at least the teenage patriarchy of if once in the water, young women thrown in the water were just to kick back and simply float away from the control, the inequalities, the forms of ownership and objectification implied by the rigid, projected, supposed masculinity and solidity of the land? Land that, as the field stations along the Mississippi, each highlighted in different ways, have been so deeply redacted by colonial industry and other forms of patriarchal domination. Perhaps such a shift might also shift our understanding from river as infrastructure to a river with other potential histories and other potential futures. Perhaps such a shift would also orient new forms of industry on lands that settler Europeans could not recognize as already under agricultural custodianship, simply because the indigenous farmers they first encountered were women. So here we are, back up at Lake Itasca, right before anyone threw themselves in the water. And as conclusion, or perhaps as a new beginning, I invite us to listen to a poem by Mary Oliver, who sadly passed away this year, read by a river rat, a river sister, a river angel, who we heard from earlier today, who made it all the way down the river to impart its lessons to us with her friends. Nell Gerke.
I'm Nell Gerke, reading from Mary Oliver's Blue Horses. The title of the poem is I Don't Want to Be Demure or Respectable. I don't want to be demure or respectable. I was that way, asleep, for years. That way you forget too many important things. How the little stones, even if you can't hear them, are singing. How the river can't wait to get to the ocean and the sky. It's been there before. What traveling is that? It is a joy to imagine such distances. I could skip sleep for the next 100 years. There is fire in the lashes of my eyes. It doesn't matter where I am. It could be in a small room. The glimmer of gold Bohm saw on the kitchen pot was missed by everyone else in the house. Maybe the fire in my lash is a reflection of that. Why do I have so many thoughts? They are driving me crazy. Why am I always going anywhere instead of somewhere? Listen to me or not, it hardly matters. I'm not trying to be wise, that would be foolish. I'm just chattering.
Thank you very much.
We're actually not, you're not running out of time. Thank you. Very quick. Oh, that's another problematic microphone. We have time for questions, first of all, from you, and then I also want to throw out a campfire question to each and everyone. But first, any reflections from the audience or comments? You want to hear the campfire question, right? I understand. Okay. In light of what you have, all of you have just heard, I want to imagine, let you imagine what would be your Mississippi utopia. Deep future. This question goes to all of you panelists, but also over here. Is your utopia? No, here. Rebecca.
Rope, and it was that the water would just move through everyone, around everyone. And I just thought that was the most lovely image. And so sometimes when I'm at the river now, I think about what if we could actually my recent lifetime that I've become scared of the toxicity of the waters around here. So while I don't go swimming in the river now because of the currents, it's really what's in the water now that horrifies me. So one of my dreams of a Mississippi utopia is to be able to swim in the waters whatever part, upstream or downstream, wherever we were. Who else?
And anybody wants to join Rebecca for the swim?
Yes. Is someone?
Sarah?
Okay, yeah, because it's really directly connected to the research that I've been doing. And so I imagine a really direct fishery returning, where there's people who decide to fish the way people decide to farm. And they're supported by things like CSAs, like people help them get boats or something. And there's no longer an expectation of consistency that you're always going to have the same kind of fish, but that it's recognized that the fish are seasonal and the river is seasonal and we're all seasonal, and that the fish are eaten here as protein instead of burning down forest in order to grow cattle. So it's like a geopolitical Mississippi River imaginary.
Here in the front and then Sarah.
A restoration and expansion of ancient trade between the Caribbean and the river system, with canoas coming from floating raft villages in the Caribbean exchanging coconuts for wild rice.
So my first response to the question of imagining a utopia was that that's not my role or my job, right? That needs to be a collective enterprise that involves people at scales intimate and regional and planetary. But if I were to imagine myself being part of such a process, I would hope that it would also include something that I learned from David Greendeer, who was the former business manager for the Ho-Chunk tribe, who was responsible for brokering the transfer and figuring out a variety of very creative ways of making the land restoration project actually self-funding, which included negotiating a contract with someone who's making a company that makes rockets that will resupply the International Space Station. So that's what's happening on Ho-Chunk land in Wisconsin now. And he said that he would always go out to a place where the Ho-Chunk are going to make a development and stay there for 3 days and make sure that the land is okay with what they're planning.
As a college student, my Mississippi utopia would be able to go to the river and listen to her as my teacher every day as part of my curriculum. And being a first year in college, I know that the river is going to influence me in a special sort of way, being a part of this project and being introduced to the river semester so early and having this community here. But just to think of that and how it could be applied in academia.
Coming from Mexico to Mississippi is often a carrier of death. It's the reflection of the imperialist influence of the U.S. over Mexico, and more concretely, the multiple peoples that live and feed from the northern part of the Gulf. And so, for me, imagining the Mississippi as a carrier of life instead of a carrier of death would be a utopia.
Yeah, the utopia I am thinking of is the utopia that the river, it kind of has echoed a little bit, but that it is the river that the river itself imagines, and that if we listen to it carefully enough, it will tell us what to do. So it's a utopia that is found in that deep and patient listening to the thing itself.
All right. That was already a good sample. Let's ask a question by the end of next week again. Thank you all for hanging in for so long, the whole day. Thanks again, the panelists also. We are now having a reception. We get some food. Unfortunately, we don't light up a fire under that iron pan there and continue with our campsite experience. Actually, by the way, I love how this whole room is transforming over the time of this day into somewhat of a campground. So bring your sleeping bags tomorrow here.
Hey, Christoph.
We are having a reception, and is the dean here? Brian?
I just want to
Oh, you can make it.
Can I just quickly make an announcement?
Okay.
So we brought our field station. We didn't talk about what we actually did. We just talked about what we learned. But we did publish 5 field guides to the Anthropocene drift, and we have a limited number available. So if you are interested in having a copy, please come see one of the 3 of us, and we'll happily give you one. We just didn't want to kind of leave them out on the freebie table and have them disappear without intentionality.
So the dean is on his way. Brian Edwards is on his way, but can't make it now. So please help yourself. There's lots of food and wine just next door, and enjoy the evening. See you all tomorrow.